Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish they were all just about this during the start. Allow me to welcome the Minister to her place. Becky, who runs the Red Lion in Ensham, and Donna, who runs the Oxfordshire Yeoman in Freeland, tell me they're working upwards of 80 hours a week just to keep their pubs open. Despite loyal customers, rising turnover, they're struggling to meet soaring bills through employment costs, food, energy, business rates, and the Thai tenancy where prices are over £100 a barrel more. In small villages across my constituency, pubs are the lifeblood and fabric of the community. So will the Minister meet with Becky, Donna and me to discuss what more the Government can do to support the vital village pub? Minister.
I thank the honourable member for his question and agree with him that pubs are the lifeblood of our local communities, and we do recognise the challenges facing the hospitality sector, particularly our pubs, which play such an important role in our local communities and places where people can come together to celebrate, connect and build communities. They're especially true of the pubs the member mentions in his constituency, and I'd of course be happy to meet with his pubs and to celebrate their contribution to his constituency, as well as continue to work really closely with the Hospitality Sector Council and industry leaders across the country to understand the pressures facing pubs and co-create solutions to have that long-term sustainability and local economic growth that are vital for our communities and our country. Thank you.
Martin Rhodes.
Question number 2, Mr. Speaker.
Stay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's good to be before you in a new position. In fact, even though I may not look it, we have an entirely fresh ministerial team before the House today. Can I also, with your forbearance, just offer the House's congratulations to my honourable friend, the member for Penistone and Stockbridge, who sits beside me, behind me, for her award at the Spectator Awards yesterday as Parliamentarian of the Year. I reap the benefits of her as PPS, and I'm very grateful for it. This government is committed to harnessing the insight of a range of stakeholders and delivering a review into responsible business conduct announced in the trade strategy. This includes producer countries with experts from the Global South. As chair of the all-party parliamentary group on fair trade, my honourable friend will be pleased to know that my officials have already held discussions with fair trade tea experts from India and Kenya. The Minister for Trade also engaging with businesses, civil society and trade unions.
Martin Rhodes.
I thank the Secretary of State for his response. I recently met with a campaigner from South East Asia involved in freedom of association and independent trade union repression in the garment sector. With this in mind, and given that trade and business are facilitated through relationships from national governments to businesses to workers and their trade union representatives, would the Secretary of State agree that it is essential to involve stakeholders at every level of the supply chain, including those representing workers and unions in the Global South, when informing the review of the UK and how it can promote responsible business practices?
Secretary of State.
I'm very grateful for the work that he does in this area. I'm very grateful for the conversations he has and the insight he shares with the House as recently as today in his contribution. The Responsible Business Conduct Review will be critical to ensuring that businesses respect human rights, labour rights and the environment, and indeed anti-corruption measures across their operations and supply chains. I can also reassure him that in the conversations I've already had in the few short weeks in this job with international counterparts, these issues are raised in our conversations with our international partners, and including things like forced labour rights, forced labour situations. We raise them. British values and the expectations we have as a country are issues that we raise with our international partners in trade talks.
Sorry, Jeremy.
Question number 3, please, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With your permission, I'm going to answer questions 3, 5 and 7 together. We are delivering bold action to drive investment and growth nationwide. Our modern industrial strategy is cutting red tape, saving businesses nearly £6 billion a year, and will unlock quicker, simpler ways to do business. We're investing £6.6 million through the British Business Bank to help innovation firms scale and rebuilding our infrastructure with a 10-year strategy backed by at least £725 billion of government capital, providing certainty needed to boost productivity, secure growth and jobs, and deliver the sustainable growth right around the United Kingdom.
Good job.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Secretary of State for that response. A report by the Rural Coalition highlighted that with the right policy framework, the rural economy could increase productivity, leading to an additional £19 billion a year. Could the Secretary of State outline what steps the Department is helping to support businesses in rural areas like my South West Norfolk constituency to help unlock that growth potential?
Secretary of State.
I'm very grateful not just for his contribution but also the advocacy that he does for the rural economy. This government is committed to supporting businesses, including those in rural areas such as South West Norfolk, to thrive and to grow. Now, we know that rural areas offer significant growth potential, contributing £259 billion to England's gross value added in 2023. And my department provides support through the Help to Grow Management, Business Support Service and the new Anglia Growth Hub. Our plan for small businesses will hardwire small business voices into government to boost growth. And of course, on top of this, underpinning all of it, is the modern industrial strategy, which provides stability into the long term, the stability that this business community right across the United Kingdom has been crying out for too long.
Sir Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In Warrington, Platform is transforming the former Unilever site, where Surf and Purcell were once produced, into a next-generation modular data centre that will provide the capacity, resilience and connectivity needed to power the UK's AI revolution. From Purcell to Pixels, Platform is taking a brownfield industrial site with more than a century of manufacturing heritage and bringing it into the 21st century economy. Will the Minister set out what more the Department can do to support homegrown local companies like Platform to deliver projects of this kind which combine cutting-edge AI infrastructure, data sovereignty, regional growth and high-value skills for the future workforce?
Secretary of State.
Extremely grateful for her question. Warrington has been at the centre of previous industrial revolutions, and we are determined that it will be at the forefront of the current industrial revolution that's unfolding with the wave of technology, digital technology and AI that is flowing across the world, and we will use all the agency of this government to make sure that all parts of the United Kingdom benefit equally from it. She will know that the work that companies like Platform are doing for the transformation in the Unilever site in Warrington is exactly the kind of bold, future-facing investment that we want to enable. This is the reason why we delivered the AI Opportunities Action Plan so swiftly in government. We will create AI growth zones across the United Kingdom to create the infrastructure upon which new businesses and businesses which are transforming places and communities like Warrington will be at the forefront and be able to grasp the very best of the global economy here in the UK and here in the regions and nations of every part of the United Kingdom.
Dr. Scott Arthur.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Secretary of State for his answer. And one of the great things about Edinburgh South West is it has a flourishing renewable sector, which I think is now reaching critical mass. A few weeks ago, I attended a fantastic roundtable which demonstrated the industry's desire to work with the UK Government to make its industrial strategy a complete success. Will the Minister commit to meeting with organisations in Edinburgh South West to discuss how we can make sure our industrial strategy brings as many jobs as possible to Scotland's capital?
Secretary of State.
Again, another great advocate for the community he represents here in Parliament. I can say that I'm very excited to meet the businesses that he is referencing here. We hit a milestone in the second quarter of this year because the UK started producing over 50% of our energy using renewables. Now, his community, as well as other communities around the UK, will be benefiting from the transition to renewables. It is an exciting time to do business. It is an exciting sector of our economy, one of the fastest growing global economy sectors in the global economy, and right here in the UK we are benefiting the most from it.
David Mundell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A major lodge development at Irvine House near Canonby in my constituency and the potential for a centre park in the Borders shows that there's still great potential for jobs in my constituency from the tourism industry. So will the Secretary of State encourage the Chancellor to follow the advice of the Scottish Hospitality Group and give hospitality a fair deal in the budget rather than clobbering them as she did last time?
Secretary of State.
Well, certainly I'm grateful for his question and contribution. I can assure him that every sector of our economy is at the forefront of the mind of the Chancellor as she stabilises and recovers our economy from the 14 years of chaos and confusion that was wrought by the members opposite. I can assure him also there will be no repeat of the mini-budget that he voted for and supported, that party opposite wreaked on our economy, for which we are still suffering the consequences today. We inherited a growth emergency because of the decisions taken by that party in opposition. We will recover from it, we will build back better, and we will make sure that every sector, including hospitality, benefits from the great economy we are moving towards.
Mr. Speaker. One change that would encourage significant investment is the UK participating in the EU's internal electricity market. Current energy trading with our closest neighbour is hugely inefficient and only adding to the burdens that our businesses are facing with energy costs. Will the government put real pressure behind the negotiations that is ongoing with the EU to reinstate our internal trading with the EU?
I'm grateful for her question. She'll know that we have put a lot of effort into the reset with the EU, and we have built new opportunities for British people and British business, and we will continue to do so.
Timothy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Every Labour government in history has ended its time in office with unemployment higher than when it started, and this government has made a record-breaking start. Businesses large and small in West Suffolk are putting off investment decisions, freezing recruitment and laying off staff because of the burdens already imposed on them by this government. Business property relief, family farms tax, national insurance contributions, the employment rights legislation. After the last budget, the Chancellor told the CBI she wasn't going to come back for more. So will he take this opportunity to end the uncertainty and tell business very clearly that in the budget there are going to be no more tax rises on business?
I can reassure him that the industrial strategy gives clarity of policy for 10 years into the future. That is something welcomed by businesses large and small. I can reassure him and the businesses in his community there will be no repeat of the mini-budget that they inflicted on our country, for which we are still paying the price. And I can reassure him that we have a Chancellor that puts first and foremost the primary mission of this government, which is economic growth. The kind of growth that is delivering record investment into our economy that every business, large and small, from right around the United Kingdom is benefiting from equally.
Shadow Minister Dem Harriet-Ball.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and can I welcome the all-new ministerial team to their positions. The fact is they've inherited a crisis because business confidence has plunged to a record low since the Chancellor's Halloween budget a year ago today. And so will the Business Secretary assure this House that he will find and demonstrate his backbone, stand up to the Chancellor, encourage business investment by following Conservative plans to reduce welfare spending so that we can scrap the family business tax and cut small business rates?
Very grateful for her welcome to me at the dispatch box. I can assure her that we are very, very aware that we inherited a crisis, and the crisis we inherited was a crisis from that party, the state they left, our global relations, our growth, the lack of growth in the economy, the effects of the mini-budget, and of course the reputation of our country in tatters as a result. Our public services were on their knees, and all of these things are being turned around because of the decisions taken by this Chancellor. The fact that we had the fastest growing economy in the G7 for the first 6 months of this year is something that they should be celebrating, because these are the kinds of actions that show that we are getting growth back into our economy, stability back into our economy, and the predictability upon which the businesses will build the future success and prosperity and the creation of jobs, and they should be celebrating this, not talking our country down.
Very tough.
Question number 5, please, Mr. Speaker.
Minister, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With your permission, I'll answer questions 4, 9 and 14 together. The whole of government is focused on delivering the industrial strategy, and significant progress has already been made. This month we published our new quarterly update, which reports on the key economic indicators for growth-driving sectors, delivery milestones and major investments. With over £250 billion of investment committed in support of 45,000 jobs since July, we are delivering on that vision.
Mr. Speaker, Mid and South Pembrokeshire plays a vital role in the UK's energy sector, supplying 20% of the UK's energy. So this government has recognised that the future of Britain's energy security depends on Pembrokeshire, identifying us as a key growth region, investing in our workforce with an £800,000 skills pilot. So can the Minister set out how the industrial strategy will help empower communities from Pembroke Dock to Milford Haven to help continue to lead the way in our energy security, and also to help generate local economic growth?
Minister.
My honourable friend has been a constant advocate for making the case for the energy potential of Pembrokeshire, and that's why the industrial strategy supported South West Wales' clean energy potential through the targeted investment in infrastructure and workforce development. It will build on that using the potential of the Port of Milford Haven, floating offshore wind in the Celtic Sea and carbon capture technologies. The £800,000 skills pilot he refers to underpins that clean energy and industry sector plan. The National Wealth Fund will also benefit Wales as it will invest in the sectors he mentions that are prevalent in that area.
Noel Law.
Mr. Speaker. Cornwall too has a huge role to play in making Britain a clean energy superpower, and as ministers will be aware, much thought has gone into the makings of an industrial strategy for Cornwall already. The crucial piece needed now is to unlock the funding needed for industrial and economic development, and particularly in the wake of shared prosperity coming to an end. So what discussions has the Minister had with colleagues in MHCLG about the prospect of a set of investment measures able to replace shared prosperity funding and ensure the realisation of Cornwall's unique industrial potential?
My honourable friend, I know from holidaying in his constituency that it's a place of incredible beauty, but I also know from his constant advocacy that it's also a place of huge industrial potential. Cornwall will benefit from access to the £200 million investment fund, which provides debt and equity finance of up to £5 million for businesses in the South West. It's already delivered £51.8 million of direct investment, leveraging an additional £48.1 million. I know he has big plans for industry in Cornwall, and will work with him, especially on issues of access to finance, to make sure that we can unlock that potential, and will of course work with our colleagues in CLG.
Ewan Steinbeck.
Mr. Speaker, I declare an interest as co-chair of the British Buses APPG. Our bus manufacturing industry supports thousands of jobs across the country, but faces an existential challenge from China. Market share has increased rapidly, and schemes such as the SNP's disastrous ScotZEB2 scheme sent less than 20% of orders to Scotland's sole manufacturing, directly jeopardised 400 jobs earlier this year. What urgent interventions are ministers considering to contend with the rising Chinese market share? And has the minister discussed this with colleagues in DfT prior to the publication of the 10-year bus pipeline next month? Record bus funding should not be a shopping list for China.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I share my honourable friend's frustration. The lack of an industrial strategy from the SNP government in Edinburgh has meant that workers, Alexander Dennis and his constituency, are on furlough rather than doing what they do best, which is make the world-class buses for public transport. For our part, we're supporting combined mayoral authorities to coordinate the procurement of buses through a Crown Commercial Service commercial agreement, and publishing a 10-year pipeline of future bus orders to provide the much-needed certainty the sector requires. This includes providing advice on using social value criteria that suppliers like Alexander Dennis are well placed to meet when procuring new buses, such as creating and retaining jobs in a way, of course, that respects our legal obligations. And I pay tribute to my friend for keeping this issue on the agenda.
Can I start? You know your Secretary of State looking at me with a grin as though I'm out of order. All I want to do, we're still only on the second question. I've got to get some other members in. That's what I'm bothered about. And it's going to get worse shortly in a minute. Robin Swan, I've got Jim to come.
Thank you very much. I'll take the dig about being short. I won't take that personally, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The industrial strategy and the strategic defence review both offer great opportunities to the entire United Kingdom. Can I just seek reassurances from the Minister that he'll work with the Northern Ireland Executive to make sure that Northern Ireland and Northern Ireland businesses get benefit out of both?
Yeah.
Minister.
I can absolutely give him that reassurance. I've already met with my opposite number in the Northern Ireland Executive, and he mentions defence industries in particular. I think it feels like every single month there's a really significant defence order as part of the industrial strategy, and it shows that these are not just words on paper, that we are delivering that within the real economy.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I welcome the Minister to his place, indeed the whole front bench. Well done. And in relation to industrial strategy that includes workforce, apprenticeships. Can I ask that question, please? What steps have been taken to fund high-quality apprenticeships in sectors like technology, manufacturing, hospitality, to provide young people with opportunities for employment and later life in these industries? And will the Minister undertake to ensure that he discusses these matters with the relevant Minister at the Northern Ireland Assembly? Thank you.
Minister.
Yeah, as I said to his honourable friend a moment ago, we've already met with the Northern Ireland Executive on these issues. Skills were an essential part of that industrial strategy because we see again and again industries around the country who are desperate to grow, who have the orders but who are unable to create the high-paying jobs that we need. So it's an absolute priority for us as we implement the industrial strategy.
Gareth Davies, Shadow Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Labour's industrial strategy recognises that housing and infrastructure are vital to driving regional investment, but the Minister will know, I hope, that the Treasury across the road has been quietly consulting on changes to the landfill tax, ending the decades-long exemption for quarries. Now, this change would add millions of pounds onto infrastructure projects, increasing tax costs for construction businesses across the country. So can I ask the Minister, please, can he explain how such a move would help grow our economy and build the homes and infrastructure that we need?
Minister.
We're fast approaching the time of year, Mr. Speaker, where I have to tell my children that they have to wait till Christmas to find out what their presents are. And the honourable gentleman knows that he has to wait for the budget to find out what's in the budget. He mentions planning. We've made huge changes to planning rules, which have resulted in a saving of about £272 million in red tape costs for business. So we are making sure that that sector in particular has the environment it needs to contribute to growth.
I'm afraid that's not good enough. The industry are facing deep uncertainty around the kite flying that is going on across the road at the Treasury. I realise he's not responsible, but he needs a better answer for the construction industry because the Construction Products Association have said that they have just cut their growth forecast for the sector to barely 1% next year, warning that it is the uncertainty over new taxes that are choking investment. So I will ask the Minister again, how on earth will adding £28,000 to the cost of a new home or 25% more to road construction costs through a new builder's tax, how will that do anything other than cement the slowdown that his party are overseeing in our economy?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, to stand up and raise uncertainty and then complain about it is quite something. He raises growth and he says that we're slowing. We were the fastest growing economy in the G7 in the first half of 2025. We're the fourth largest exporter in the world now. We've had 5 interest rates cuts in a row.
Just a minute. Mr. Timothy used to be an advisor that used to specialise in not answering questions, so we don't need any help. Come on in.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I'm glad the opposition benches recognise excellence when they see it.
Sir, all the Liberal Democrats spokesperson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Can I also welcome the ministerial front bench to their new roles? The Liberal Democrats have long championed an industrial strategy. In government, we created the Green Investment Bank, the British Business Bank and the Regional Growth Fund, and we opposed the Conservatives' damaging decision to scrap it. We welcome the industrial strategy's return, especially its focus on investing in skills. However, businesses know that the apprenticeship levy doesn't work. Funding is hard to access and millions goes unspent. We welcome the pledge to replace it with a more flexible growth and skills levy, but since June's announcement, firms and young people are still awaiting details. So will the Minister provide details of what training this will fund so that business and young people can plan ahead with certainty?
Minister.
Thank you for our kind words on my new appointment. We'll not get ahead of announcements on that, but just to say on skills and the importance of that to the industrial strategy, we're not waiting for those announcements. We've had Tech First, £187 million investment in secondary school pupils, undergraduates, PhD students, entrepreneurs in business to help them get ahead on that. We've got the engineering package over £100 million, the defence package £182 million. We're making those investments now to make sure ensure that the pipeline is there for those industries which are the priority within the industrial strategy.
Senator James.
Question number 6, Mr. Speaker.
Brumban 216.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, with permission, I'll respond to questions 6 and 11 together. The Government has launched its small business plan, which my predecessor, the member for Harrow West, did so much great work on, backing our business, outlining how we will make thriving small and medium-sized businesses a reality across the UK. We are unlocking billions in finance to support businesses, which includes the most significant reforms to tackle late payments in 25 years, and will support businesses further by revitalising high streets, delivering growth-boosting support for digital adoption and a new online business growth service.
Jameson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For British Beauty Week last week, I visited award-winning Doncaster salon Beauty Lounge in Armthorpe. The British beauty industry is a massive success story for business here. So can the Minister outline what he'll do in his new role to support that industry and salons across the country?
Thank you. Well, as ever, she's a great advocate for all things Doncaster. The beauty sector is a vital driver of innovation, sustainability, well-being within the economy, across the economy, but also locally through businesses like the Beauty Lounge. That's why we're backing small businesses through the small business plan, as I just set out, but also reforming business rates and have increased the employment allowance, enabling employers to hire up to four full-time workers without paying national insurance contributions. Mr. Speaker, I'm always told on social media that I am in need of a glow-up. Perhaps the next time in Doncaster, the Beauty Lounge can help me out.
Joe Platt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So in Lee and Atherton, we have many exceptional SMEs that are driving local growth, and particularly in manufacturing, engineering and construction. So what steps is the Minister taking to make sure SMEs in areas like mine receive targeted support as part of efforts to address regional imbalance and reduce reliance on our major metropolitan centres?
I know she's a great believer in the potential, the untapped potential in Lee and Atherton, and so are we, which is why we've launched the small business strategy with action on late payments, with action to unlock the access to finance, and with better, simpler support through the Business Growth Hub. And of course, in addition to that, Lee will receive £20 million through the Pride in Place programme, and I know my honourable friend fought hard for that on behalf of our community.
Peter Forge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are nearly 5,000 SMEs in my constituency of Bromley and Biggin Hill, all of whom are facing increasing business rates and taxes, and this is threatening jobs and growth. Will the Minister signal his support for SMEs by following the Conservative Party lead and completely abolishing business rates for pubs and restaurants on the high street?
Minister.
Well, I gently say to the honourable member opposite, he didn't do that in 14 years in government. And indeed, they were set to remove the reliefs on small businesses. Rather than repeating the mistakes of the Liz Truss budget with unfunded tax commitments, we are giving real support to businesses now, including increasing the employment allowance so that more and more of the small businesses he describes don't pay national insurance contributions at all.
John Glenn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One small business that I met recently is Discover Adventure in Coombe Bissett, and it's genuinely struggling to engage with government over the recent package travel regulations. It sits ambiguously between DBT, DFT and DCMS, and indeed a question today was just thrown back, having been tabled in the table office. Can I sincerely ask the Minister to help me locate who's the correct minister to deal with the Association of Independent Tour Operators? It's a vital small business sector in this country, and they need someone to engage with in government over these regulations.
Minister.
Thank you for that constructive question. I'm very happy to pursue that within government. I think the wider point I'd make as well is that both the small business strategy and the industrial strategy, the thing that's important about them is that they're cross-government strategies, because lots of sectors, lots of individual businesses are facing challenges that are not just the responsibility of one minister, but I'll certainly follow up on that.
Shadow Minister Dem Harry Baldwin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I associate myself with the remarks that the Minister made about British Beauty Week, but also mention that in addition to beauty businesses, one of the key ingredients for growth on our high streets is actually having a post office in the mix. And he has inherited, as Post Office Minister, a network of 11,500 post offices across the country and a consultation on the size of that network. So can he echo what his predecessor said at the dispatch box and commit to supporting our high streets by maintaining the scale of the post office network throughout this Parliament?
Minister.
Thank you for her welcome. She's absolutely right in terms of the anchoring effect which post offices have for high streets all over the country. Not just do we know, and we mentioned this within the Green Paper, that if people go to their post office they're likely to spend money in other local shops, but they're also essential, as I found out in a visit to a post office the day before yesterday, in allowing small businesses with somewhere to take their takings to. The Green Paper set out the options in terms of maintenance of the post office network. It's certainly our intention to maintain it.
Alex Selby.
Question number 8.
Sir Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I regularly engage with my right honourable friend, the Work and Pension Secretary, as you might expect. We share the importance of increasing the uptake of excellent cars that are built across the United Kingdom. The Motability Scheme supports those in receipt of a qualifying mobility allowance. Government will continue to work with Motability to ensure that the scheme meets the transport needs of disabled people.
Thank you. 1 in 5 new cars are now purchased through the Motability Scheme. This presents an unprecedented opportunity for British car industry. It's a scheme that stipulates what cars its users can buy. Has the Secretary of State considered the fact that we could usually increase the ability to sell British cars by stipulating that only British-built cars can be bought by Motability users, which is public money, and not just safeguard thousands of British jobs, but also create an industry which is world-leading in terms of accessible vehicles?
Start with ministerial car.
It's a very thoughtful contribution, and I'm very grateful for it, Mr. Speaker. Motability Foundation is an independent charity. It is regulated by the Charity Commission, but it does engage fulsomely with government and in the most respectful way. As you would imagine, I've instructed my officials to work with DWP officials to see how we can make recommendations and certainly support the take-up of British cars as much as possible. But of course, this government is committed to the growth of the automotive sector. We are providing support through programmes such as Drive 35, the electric car grant, which will invest up to £2.5 billion of support into zero-emission manufacturing across the UK.
Andy MacDonald.
Number 10, please, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend for his long-standing advocacy in this area. We want to work constructively with unions, employers and stakeholders to build on the Employment Rights Bill. Adult social care is our first priority for a fair pay agreement. A large and complex sector with over 19,000 providers and 1.5 million dedicated workers. As such, our priority is ensuring this process works effectively. That's why I'm delighted the Government has announced a £500 million investment in the first ever fair pay agreement in the social care sector. And we will use what we learn to consider where fair pay agreements can offer similar benefits across sectors.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Minister for her response, but with the cost of living pressures continuing, it's clear that delivering increased real incomes and better living standards is our #1 priority. So can the Minister say a little more about which further sectors are most ready for fair pay agreements and what steps the Department is taking to meet the UK's obligations as a member of the International Labour Organisation to extend sectoral collective bargaining as a means to raise pay and improve living standards? Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for his question and welcome his support for sectoral collective bargaining and collective agreements as a key steer for improving living standards across workplaces and in the country. And as my honourable friend notes, we are demonstrating our commitment to sectoral collective bargaining with the social care and school support staff sectors. And the UK is committed to working internationally to strengthen workers' rights and enhance labour standards globally. And we fully support the work of the International Labour Organisation and will continue to meet our obligations under the ILO.
Total cry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Number 12, please.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government wasted no time when it came to trade deals, not just talking about them, but delivering them. We are already secured to trade deals with the biggest economy in the world, one of the fastest growing economies in the world, and our other biggest trading market. The government's clear principle here is to deliver for British businesses and the British people. That's why, in the first month of my role, I travelled to 3 continents to further strengthen trade and investment.
Speaker, can I welcome the Minister to his place and invite him to the Benbecula distillery in my place? It's a dramatic lighthouse distillery, a great addition to the landscape, and it recently secured £1.5 million investment from the British Business Bank's investment fund. Now, Benbecula's one of a chain of small distilleries across the Western Isles and other islands. I had a wee dram in Razi, that distillery has revived the island as much as their product revived me. Can the Minister tell us what he is doing to make sure that this new wave of small Scottish distilleries will be part of the next round of trade deals?
Secretary of State.
Of course, I am extremely grateful, and I can reassure him that when we have the opportunity to take delegations abroad, the Scotch Whisky Association and representatives of the distilleries there are always with us. We fight hard for the Scotch whisky business. We know how important it is right across the United Kingdom and to the UK's economy overall. I was in India the week before last with the Prime Minister, where we were furthering the trade deal we have with India and making sure that we exploit all of the opportunities that these trade deals present. Because not just the importance of securing trade deals, it is vitally important that we make sure we exploit all the opportunities right across the economy. That deal alone will unleash over £1 billion worth of opportunities for the Scotch whisky industry, and that's something we should all celebrate.
Bristol.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In taking steps to improve our trading relationship with other countries, I welcome the new sanctions announced by the UK and the US targeting Russia's 2 largest oil companies, Rosneft and Lukoil. However, despite on several occasions pointing out to ministers that hundreds of billions of pounds have been generated for Russia as a result of oil and gas being shipped under British companies or British insurance, no action so far has been taken to stop this. So can I ask, given that every vessel transporting Russian LNG is financing the destruction of Ukrainian villages, towns and cities, deaths of Ukrainian soldiers and civilians, when will this government act to end the complicity of UK companies in this?
Secretary of State.
He will know that the Prime Minister in this government stands shoulder to shoulder with Ukraine since the moment we came into office. We are highly aware of the risks that Russia poses, not just to Ukraine, but to the continent of Europe, and also the constant attacks that this country undergoes from cybersecurity threats via Russia and Russia-sponsored activity. And I can also assure him from conversations that I constantly have across government and the forums across government that I am part of, we are very aware of this threat and we act constantly against it.
Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am very grateful to the Right Honourable Member for his question. The UK was the first country to secure such an agreement with the US, one which will save thousands of jobs, protect key British industries and farmers, and drive economic growth. People have said that it will be impossible to deliver such a deal without compromising on food standards, but we have proven them wrong. This government has delivered a deal which protects high food standards while giving British farmers access to a market of 340 million people where they can sell their high-quality beef.
I thank the Secretary of State for that answer, and he's right. Any threat of imminent increase in US beef imports in particular is clearly not the problem, but it's not gone away either. The US Department for Agriculture has a foreign agricultural service with 100 different offices and embassies and trade missions. They work with US farming groups around the world to promote their product. They're not spending that money just to stand still. So can the Secretary of State tell me what he will be doing to ensure that our farmers have the same opportunities so that they can see free trade agreements, not just as threats but as opportunities?
I'm grateful for his insightful and thoughtful contribution. As I said before, striking trade deals is vitally important. That's why we put so much energy and we've had so much success in striking them, and there'll be more to come. It is vitally important that the whole British economy and government make sure we exploit the full opportunities that all of these agreements offer. My department, DBT, has embedded right across the world highly talented trade experts who are trying to do just that in the front line of all of the economic opportunities that I see and we perceive around the world, and that includes agriculture. If there are specific areas where he perceives that the agricultural sector, whether it be in his patch or whether it be across the United Kingdom, has an opportunity that is not yet being exploited, I want to hear from him and work with him to make sure that British farmers benefit from it.
Oliver Ryan.
Question 15, Mr Speaker.
Minister. Well.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. All of Jaguar Land Rover's UK factories have restarted, and the company is offering a financing scheme to qualifying suppliers. UK Export Finance has also provided a partial guarantee for a £1.5 billion loan from commercial lenders to help Jaguar Land Rover manage its businesses and pay its suppliers. I'm grateful for my right honourable friend's continued advocacy for the Jaguar Land Rover supply chain, particularly small businesses in the Burnley constituency. I understand small businesses are now receiving support through the scheme, though more work needs to be done. Thank the Minister for that answer, for his work on this thus far and his extensive correspondence with me and the industry during this crisis. Local suppliers like the brilliant BCW in Burnley have told me that this finance just isn't getting to suppliers, and some are going to the wall or cutting jobs. JLR isn't doing enough to avoid widespread supply chain job losses, and this is affecting the entire British car industry through contagion effects, and suppliers are telling me that they're not out of the woods yet. What more can he do to get more support for our suppliers like BCW?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. BCW in his constituency is an extremely important engineering firm, not only for Jaguar Land Rover, but for our manufacturing supply chains. The concerns that he's raised about the access to finance for companies lower down in the supply chain are concerns that I've raised too, both with Jaguar Land Rover and with the banks as well. I had a meeting with most of the lenders also. However, I would like to commend the work of the Confederation of Bulk Metal Forming, who work with that tier of the supply chain, and I understand that they've had positive meetings with Jaguar Land Rover recently, though of course there is a cash financing issue as the factories come up to speed, and I will be paying close attention to this in the coming weeks.
We come to topicals, Benavest Jate.
Question number 1, Mr Speaker.
South State.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The growth in emergency that we inherited from the last government demands a proportionate response. This means an unrelenting focus on pro-business policies. It means harnessing investment in our high-growth sectors, tirelessly implementing our modern industrial strategy. It means shaking up our entire regulatory system. DBT is stripping out the rules, regulations and red tape that is holding business back. We're helping reduce the regulatory burden by 25%, cutting out 200 hours of needless paperwork for companies so far. We're simplifying rules around company reporting, saving firms £230 million. We are bringing in a strengthened growth duty for regulators and launching a new performance dashboard, injecting agility into our regulatory regime. Where regulators are doubling up, we are streamlining them. We're abolishing the British Hallmarking Council, transferring functions to DBT. This is a new ministerial team acting with urgency. We're using every lever we have to grow the economy, to deliver for this government's plan for change.
On Tuesday, the Ministry of Defence announced the launch of Project Fairfax, which will see a defence technology cluster established on the surplus MOD land at RAF Whitton in Huntingdon. This is a hugely exciting opportunity both for Huntingdon and the Ministry of Defence as we seek to create a defence ecosystem in sites we've identified across Huntingdonshire. With the decision yet to be made about identifying investable sites regarding the £600 million fund available in support of the Strategic Sites Accelerator, would the Secretary of State meet with me and the Chief Executive of my local council to discuss the inclusion of potential defence sites within Huntingdon?
I'm grateful for his question, and I also know that his community will be grateful for his question too. I can assure him that we are working to mobilise the Strategic Sites Accelerator, which will operate across the nation. We expect to communicate how and when the programme will deploy in the coming period into the spring. Look, as he knows, RF Whitton is a key site for Cyber and Specialist Operations Command. It is an important asset for our nation. Of course, myself or the relevant minister will meet with him to discuss how we can better support that site going forward, but already within government, it is a very highly valued asset.
Bain.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Looks for gas cylinders in my constituency of Gedling employ more than 200 people and are key suppliers to hydrogen allocation round 1 projects. They want to expand to become the UK's only manufacturer of high-pressure hydrogen cylinders for hydrogen tube trailers and hydrogen vehicle fuel systems, which are currently imported. Will the Minister meet with me and other MPs who have significant hydrogen and fuel cell manufacturers in their constituencies to discuss how existing government support for hydrogen can best drive UK growth and jobs?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was very pleased to address a meeting of Hydrogen UK just last week, where I reaffirmed government support to the sector. We've recognised this through our industrial strategy in the clean energy industry sector plan, and I'd be very happy to meet with him to discuss particularly the issue of Lux's ambitions to invest more in the UK.
Andrew Griffiths, Shadow Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I welcome the team to their important, significant roles for the United Kingdom. Mr. Speaker, this week the other place voted for 5 reasonable amendments to the Employment Rights Bill. They represent a meaningful compromise with cross-party support. They seek to mitigate some of the worst of the damage caused by that bill. And as the OBR now scores the impact of that piece of legislation, this is one of the last chances to avoid the costs, taxes and spending cuts that will result. So I ask the Secretary of State, will he now put country before party, do the right thing by British business and accept those compromise amendments?
I'm grateful for his warm words. He shadowed me when I first went into the DSIT role, and he was moved here before me, so I followed him to this role. So I do watch with trepidation the next reshuffle on his benches. Look, he mentions the Workers' Rights Bill, which is still between the two houses, and I hope will be reconciled as soon as possible so we can get this bill royal assent and out there benefiting workers and businesses right across the nation. Once this bill passes, we of course will undertake a period of implementation, and my predecessor, the previous Deputy Prime Minister who championed this legislation, was very clear from the outset that this is a piece of legislation that will modernise the British workplace and make sure that it is beneficial for businesses and for the people who work in businesses too. Now, the modern economy has changed. The modern economy is different than it was 20 years ago. Now, they've had the time to modernise the economy and the relationship within workplaces, and they chose not to take it.
Order. I don't want to do this, but I've got topicals. All these members need to get in. We didn't get through the list already, so please, you could help me to help them.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll save time by not mentioning the 13 leading business organisations that all called for that certainty now, not even well-intentioned future consultations about implementation, but certainty now, because jobs, the economy are bleeding out. And the Secretary of State will know that even the Resolution Foundation, that wonderful finishing school for aspiring Labour ministers, came out this week and said don't proceed with some of the measures in that bill.
Again, they had 14 years. The economy was changing. They had the chance to tackle 0 hours contracts. What did they do? Nothing. They had the chance to tackle hire and refire. They did nothing. They had the chance to tackle the challenges of being an app-based employee. They chose to do nothing. We are acting to modernise the economy and the relationship out there between businesses and workers. That's what is needed. It's what workers need. It's what businesses need. It's what this government is delivering.
Peter Swallow.
Last Friday, alongside my right honourable friend, I attended the South East Get Britain Growing Conference, which discussed opportunities across advanced manufacturing, life sciences, digital innovation and beyond. Could the Minister set out how the industrial strategy will ensure Bracknell and the wider South East reaches its full potential?
Minister.
Well, my honourable friend is a dynamic advocate for a dynamic part of the country, the Thames Valley. The industrial strategy and its sector plans highlight the strengths in his area, especially in tech and life sciences. Alongside the national package to grow these sectors, specific interventions in the South East include an AI growth zone in Culham, support for Solent Freeport, expanding the British Bank's Nations and Regions Investment Fund, and major projects backing the Oxford to Cambridge growth corridor. And we'll keep working with him to unlock the potential across the South East.
Alderney Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Mr. Speaker, businesses across the country are struggling with unaffordable energy costs. The burden of this government's NICs rise and uncertainty over the Employment Rights Bill are compounded by the immense struggle caused by sky-high energy bills. So I urge the government to act with more urgency in addressing energy costs of businesses, including through accelerating the launch of the Industrial Competitiveness Scheme, the consultation for which is not even due to be launched until the end of the year. So can I ask the Minister, what discussions has he had with the Secretary of State for Energy Security and Net Zero to cut operating costs of businesses? And will they consider Liberal Democrat proposals to break the link between gas and energy prices, halving bills within a decade and easing pressures?
Who's answering? Secretary of State.
I can assure the Honourable Lady that we have constant contact with the Energy Secretary. Of course, we've co-chaired, when I was at DCIT, the AI Energy Council, and we work together to make sure that we can get the transition to renewable power done as swiftly as possible, generating the costs and the wealth that our country needs from this the transition period. But also, we are lowering bills. We are making sure that those key businesses, through some of the targeted interventions we're making, are getting the support they need from the inherited challenges we had with energy prices, energy supply when we came into office.
Bill Brittle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Horwich trailer manufacturer in Dimension tell me they now have a post-Brexit regulatory system which has significantly increased the approval costs for new trailer designs because of differing rules between the GB, EU and Northern Irish markets. The business is now spending more than £100,000 a year completing relevant paperwork. So what measures is the Secretary of State taking to remove the administrative burden on firms so that instead of form filling, they can invest and create the well-paid jobs I want to see in my local economy?
I'm very grateful for his passionate intervention there. As he will know, we've struck the trade deal with the EU. We have reset the relationship with the EU, and we will continue to build upon it to deliver for all parts of our economy.
Graham Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Conservatives brought in a national guarantee of 11,500 post offices in the network. Labour have promised to scrap it. What assurances can ministers give to people in Middleton, Lockington, Leconfield, Cherry Burton, Aldborough, Walkington, Ticton, Heddon, Warne, Skirler, Sproatley, Beverley, Roos, Ottringham, Kane, Withensea, Easington and Thornbull that their post offices will be retained?
Mrs. Stewart, please, we don't read out the phone directory, and trying to do it in a topical doesn't work for you or me. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I said to his honourable friend a moment ago, we're committed to ensuring not just that we work to maintain the post office network, but we deal with some of those long-standing issues about the viability of the business going forward, issues that you had 14 years to fix. He had 14 years to fix and didn't.
Deputy Griffith.
Workers at Tartar's Trostre Works in my constituency have been very hard hit by the 5-week annual stoppage, leaving them short of money over Christmas. And in spite of reassurances from Tartar, the Minister will understand that they are very, very worried that this is a sign of worse to come. So what is he doing to bring down energy prices, to negotiate preferential treatment for our products with access to the EU, and to make sure that we strengthen our protections against cheap imports, all vital to the future of our steel industry?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We recognise the importance of the steel industry in Wales and of Trostre in particular, which has more than 70 years of tin plate production, the only tinning line in the UK. I met with the Chief Executive of Tartar Steel to discuss this very issue this week. He referred to a softening in the market demand, but fundamentally this government is committed to creating a better business environment for steel in the UK so that it can compete with Europe, including on energy prices.
Claire Young.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Small and medium-sized businesses in my Thornbury and Yate constituency have told me about the impact that Trump's trade war is having on their ability to export to the United States. What is the Secretary of State doing to support these vital job creators and ensure British goods can continue to be sold worldwide?
Minister.
Well, she raises a really important point, particularly for small businesses who rely on those schemes. I want to actually pay tribute to Royal Mail for the speed at which they reacted to those de minimis changes to make sure that businesses were able to continue. We keep working with Royal Mail as well to make sure that that's possible.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In rural constituencies like South Norfolk, I can think of no better place for employment than our pubs. From the Wheel of Fortune in Alpington to the Angel Inn in Loddon, these pubs are not just vital hubs of our communities, but drivers of economic growth. In fact, Mr. Speaker, if you are join my Christmas pub team on the 13th of December, you're more than welcome. Can the Minister set out what support the government is taking to help these businesses provide decent employment?
Secretary of State.
Yeah, I'm very grateful for his question. I'm glad he got in today. Look, I can assure him that we are working really closely when it comes to pubs. We want pubs to be at the beating heart of communities up and down the country. We've inherited a challenging environment for pubs. We listen to them, we know it, and we will be acting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In an earlier answer this morning, the Secretary of State said that he was committed to growing our car industry, but British car manufacturers face huge fines for selling cars that consumers actually want, whilst at the same time the government is using taxpayers' money to subsidise the purchase of foreign cars with Chinese batteries in them. What plans does the government have to end the nonsensical ZEV mandate and restore a normal market from which our car industry would actually benefit?
I raised this one too.
You would have thought that he would have said a good word about our British automotive sector. The trade deal that we struck with America, the first trade deal and the best trade deal, protected 44,000 jobs from the tariff challenges that's being felt around the world. We are creating new opportunities, we are investing, and you can see the speed with which this government acted to protect JLR and its entire supply chain in its hour of need. This is a government that acts when it needs to, creates new opportunities wherever it can, and that is what we will continue doing.
Thank
you, Mr. Speaker. To make steel in this country, you need ceramics. To build houses in this country, you need ceramics. And 5 of the 8 growth sectors of the industrial strategy require ceramics. So can the Minister set out whether there can be any interim relief for energy-intensive industries with energy prices ahead of the British competitive scheme being launched?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My right honourable friend is a fantastic champion for ceramics. It's only my second time at the dispatch box, and it's the second time he's asked me about it. He and I have met and discussed this previously, and I'll be happy to have further conversations with him and the industry about everything we can do as soon as possible to support energy costs in the sector.
Vicky Slade.
Mr. Speaker, I launched my Pub of the Year at the Goods Yard in Broadstone last week. 54 pubs and 2 breweries in mid-Dorset North Pool support 1,600 jobs, but also underpin the vibrancy of our towns and villages. But 2/3 of them have had to cut jobs or hours since the damaging jobs cut. And hospitality typically operates 7 days a week, more than 12 hours a day, needing many part-time workers. So will the government consult on a new lower rate of employers' national insurance for those on 5,000 to 9,100 to support the employment of part-time workers and drive growth?
Minister.
I thank the honourable member for her question. Coming from a small business family in the hospitality sector, I completely understand how important the sector is for our local economies, for local jobs and our communities, especially our pubs that are the backbone of our high streets and really important for local pride in our economies and communities. We're acting to support pubs through our £1.5 million hospitality scheme and brilliant initiatives like Pub as the Hub with the recent announcement of £440,000 with more to be announced soon. So thank you very much for your question.
Rupert Hutt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As of tomorrow, the Lending Standards Board will be no more. Can ministers, because its funders, the banks, pulled out, can ministers urgently meet with me to take forward some of the good work they were doing, particularly the ethnicity code, which exposed that only 19% of minority businesses achieve loans when it's 58% of standard applications?
Minister.
The businesses led by entrepreneurs from an ethnic minority background make a huge contribution, I think, to all of our constituencies. Indeed, I met 2 such remarkable business people in Acton a couple of days ago. She's right to raise the issue of access to finance as a barrier to underrepresented groups, including ethnic minorities. Dealing with that is a key part of the small business strategy. It's why we've put billions more into the British Business Bank. She's led on those issues, and of course I'm happy to meet with her to discuss the future of the programme she mentioned.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To show his deregulatory zeal, the Business Secretary just boasted about scrapping the British Hallmarking Council, which has 1 part-time employee. So given that every pound of regulatory costs has the same impact on investment as a pound taken in tax, why is this government proceeding with its unemployment bill and imposing a £5 billion a year tax on British businesses?
So stay.
It is quite extraordinary that just in a couple of weeks of being in the job, that I announced £230 million worth of deregulation every year, £1 billion worth between now and the next general election. And what do? They stand up and say we're not going far enough. They had 14 years. I've had a couple of weeks. So it's about time this lot started coming up with better questions than just criticising a government that's acting where they failed to.
Thank you.
Whereas, Mr. Speaker, the spinning out of the industrial strategy is the eagerly awaited critical minerals strategy, the launch of which is in due course, or directly, as we say in Cornwall, particularly of interest in my constituency. In Canada, USA and Australia, they've already established new mineral exploration funds, and such funds support junior exploration companies building up energy security and contributing to export-led growth. Is such a fund something the Ministry is considering as part of the critical mineral strategy?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable friend for his continued advocacy for the Cornish critical minerals industry, and in fact all of our fantastic Cornish MPs. He knows that the critical minerals strategy is eagerly anticipated in Cornwall and across the whole of the UK. The minerals that lie in Cornwall are future for our critical minerals industry and for the security of the UK. We have the largest lithium deposits in Europe. We need to make sure we take advantage of that. And we will be looking at all options to ensure we get the financing to exploit those minerals. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Joyce Pabberin.
Mr. Speaker, many small businesses rely on Facebook advertising to reach customers, but too many are finding that if they get hacked, it takes too long for Meta to let them back into their accounts. This has been the case with Andy Campbell, who runs ATR Cleaning. Can the Minister advise on how we can get the likes of Meta to reconnect those people with their accounts? They're not doing it for us.
He makes a really important point, and I've had a similar case from one of my constituents, and it's devastating. Fraud and economic crime for a large business is an inconvenience. For a small business, it can be existential. It's one of the reasons this week, for example, we're communicating with small businesses to ensure that they up their cyber security. I'm very happy to meet with them about that.
Sonia Kumar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What steps is the department taking to improve access to finance for UK startups seeking scale, given that only 1% of UK startups raise equity of more than 100 million, compared to the US, where 6% startups raise equity of more than 100 million? And how can we ensure that women get a fair share of access to finance?
I'm extremely grateful for her question. She's asking exactly the right questions, because she's asking questions that are central to the programme of economic reform that this government is undertaking. You will also know that from the Mansion House reforms, we are unlocking capital into our economy via the pensions reforms which are being undertaken. We're making sure that women have a voice right from the start in this, and in my role in DSIT, and I will continue into this role, making sure that women are championed right across the economy, that we get the capital where it needs to be, and that we accept that we have brilliant businesses that need targeted intervention that we will provide to make sure the scale-ups happen.
Ray Morris.
Powerall, based in my constituency, have pioneered a world-beating, flexible, lightweight solar panel module. The next 4 weeks are a critical period for Powerall, with a £5 million investment needed to keep production and jobs in the North East. Will my right honourable friends and honourable friends on the front bench work with me to help secure this great British innovation's future in East Durham?
Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very familiar with the company Powerall. I've met with their chief executive, and my honourable friend has advocated extremely well for them. I've also met with people who are potential investors in the business. I'd be very happy to discuss this further with him following questions today.
Amanda High.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In recent years, imported bricks have made up nearly 20% of the UK brick market. However, I know that organisations like Ibstock Brick in North West Leicestershire are able to supply the bricks we need for the homes that we need. How do we make sure that UK brick manufacturers can maximise their investment, employ local people and deliver the bricks we need for the future?
Yeah. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm absolutely determined to ensure that the grand ambition that this government has for building ensures that we supply more bricks from the UK and fewer imports, that we increase the productivity of our brick kilns around the country, including at Ibstock. The key to that is getting energy prices down, and that's what we're working on through our industrial strategy.
That completes the questions. We will let the front bench change over. We now come to the urgent question and the least odds.
To ask the Foreign Secretary if she will make a statement on the UK's activities to promote the protection of civilians following a reported massacre at Al Fasher's Saudi maternity hospital.
Minister.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and with your permission, I just want, if I can, before answering my honourable friend's question, just to say a few words about Hurricane Melissa. It's currently a Category 1 or 2 hurricane and is passing through the Bahamas, outer islands, currently impacting our UK overseas territory of the Turks and Caicos Islands, where I've been in touch with the Governor and Premier in the last day. We have deployed response teams to the region and mobilised 2.5 million in emergency humanitarian aid to help Jamaica rebuild in the wake of this disaster. The full scale is, of course, only becoming clear now, and Mr. Speaker, the House, I'm sure, will concur with the words of His Majesty the King and all those who have sent their support and solidarity to all those affected who've lost their lives, not just in Jamaica, but in Haiti and other countries across the region. But the Right Honourable Lady is absolutely right to ask this question. She will know of my keen interest in this issue of many years, including my past career working with Oxfam in her own constituency on these issues, and indeed with our late close friend Joe Cox, worked on past atrocities and appalling situations in this history of conflict in Sudan, and the reports of mass atrocities against civilians and the forced displacement caused by the RSF advances in Al-Fasher are both horrifying and deeply alarming. The scale of suffering is unconscionable, often based on ethnicity, women and girls facing widespread sexual and gender-based violence, and there is evidence mounting of defenceless civilians being executed and tortured, and indeed aid workers also being targeted as they try to reach the most vulnerable communities facing famine. As the United Nations Security Council penholder, we have called an emergency council session later today to continue to maintain the spotlight on this situation and to build pressure on the RSF to de-escalate in line with UN Security Council Resolution 2736. Yesterday, the Foreign Secretary issued a statement condemning the killing of aid workers, including reports of executions in the Saudi maternity hospital, which of course was one of the last functioning facilities in Al-Fasher. And this followed her statement on the 27th of October, which called on the RSF to protect civilians and urgently facilitate safe, rapid and unimpeded humanitarian access. As the third largest donor, we are mobilising 23 million of the 120 million announced in April to support the emergency humanitarian response in North Darfur, and this will support the delivery of life-saving food and health assistance, as well as support to those facing sexual violence through partners such as the ICRC, Sudan Humanitarian Fund and Cash Consortium Sudan. And as the Foreign Secretary said, the RSF leadership are responsible for the actions of their forces. All parties to the conflict must urgently act to protect civilians and facilitate safe, rapid and unimpeded humanitarian access. And I can confirm that our special representative has contacted and been in contact with the RSF and TASIS to press for restraint, respect for international humanitarian law, and indeed is pressing for a call with Hemeti now.
Annalise.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very grateful to you for granting this urgent question. The scale of suffering in Sudan's war on civilians is almost impossible to comprehend, as my right honourable friend said. A population the size of Australia's living in acute hunger, a population the size of London's forced to flee their homes, consistent reports of conflict-related sexual violence and consistent warnings that if the international community did not act, we would see effectively a slow-motion Srebrenica. And my right honourable friend set out those reports yesterday evening of what may have happened at Al-Fasher's maternity hospital. The idea that 460 people could have been slaughtered in a maternity hospital, patients, their companions and medical staff, is surely, must be, a turning point in this war, and the international community's focus on it. So very quickly, can I ask my honourable friend, he talked about the Special Representative's contact, but what specific conversations have the Foreign Secretary and ministers had with their counterparts, particularly in the Quad countries? The United States, which said it wanted to take a leadership position on these issues, also Saudi Arabia, Egypt and of course the UAE, on the issue of civilian protection. Secondly, I was very pleased to hear that an emergency session has been called. What will the UK government be specifically pressing at that emergency session for other countries in the UN to commit to? Thirdly, is the government confident that the arms control export regime will be held to and has been held to and been robust in this case, given recent reports? What is the government's assessment of claims that Al-Fasher appears to be the start of a systematic and intentional process of ethnic cleansing of Fur, Zagawa and Berti indigenous communities through forced displacement and summary execution? And finally, Mr. Speaker, what is the government doing to prevent what happened and is happening in Al-Fasher from also happening in Tuwila, to where so many thousands of terrified civilians have fled?
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I share her outrage and horror at the reports that we're receiving, and indeed our repeated calls for restraint on all sides in this conflict have been consistent. We have shown leadership as the UN penholder, as one of the largest donors, and of course our work with other partners, including in the Quad, and of course the work of our special representative. And I know that she also reflects the concerns of many Sudanese living in the United Kingdom as well, including in my own constituency, and indeed many honourable and right honourable members across this House at what is happening there. She asked some very specific questions. We are of course in regular contact with our partners in the Quad, and obviously engage with all of the countries on a regular basis, both at ministerial and official level, and senior officials are speaking on an ongoing basis, including the special representative asking all parties to show restraint and refrain from activity that prolongs the conflict. She asked about the situation in Tawila. Absolutely, we want to make sure that people are supported, particularly if they have fled. And of course, as I said, we've mobilised 23 million to support the emergency humanitarian response, and I'm very happy to come back to her with further details. She asked about the position that we will take at the Security Council. It will be very much in line with the position that we have taken throughout, which is to call for an immediate end to this violence, to ensure that international humanitarian law is respected and upheld, that sexual violence is brought to an end, and that we protect civilians in line with international law. And of course, it is also crucial that we continue to support efforts for accountability for any of these atrocities, and particularly as evidence emerges. And we support the Centre for Information Resilience, NGOs looking to collect evidence of atrocities, and we will not rest until all evidence has been collated and that action is taken to hold people accountable. Of course, we recently supported lobbying efforts to secure the mandate renewal of the UN fact-finding mission at the UN Human Rights Council on the 6th of October for the third year running, and that is the only UN mechanism investigating human rights violations and abuses in Sudan. But of course, Mr. Speaker, as members will be aware, it's not been allowed access by either side in this conflict, and therefore the situation to establish what is happening is incredibly difficult. But we are looking very carefully at all of the evidence. She asks about the importance of our export control regime. I absolutely can confirm that we continue to emphasise to all parties the importance from refraining from actions that prolong the conflict, and indeed we want to see people come to negotiating table to seek a political resolution, and we take very seriously any allegations that any equipment may have been transferred to Sudan in breach of any of our arms embargoes or conditions. And I can assure her that I'm in contact with our officials on these matters, and we must absolutely ensure that nothing is getting in which can facilitate these horrific scenes. But what I will say is that we share her horror. We will continue to play a leading role, including at the United Nations Security Council later today.
Willie Morton, Shadow Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And if I may, I'd like to just start by thanking the Minister for his update on Hurricane Melissa, and on behalf of His Majesty's official opposition, we add our thoughts and solidarity for all those affected at this time. But I am grateful to you, Mr. Speaker, for granting this urgent question today, and to the Right Honourable Member for raising this matter too, because reports of a massacre at Al-Fasher's Saudi maternity hospital are really quite appalling. The deliberate targeting of civilians, including women and newborns, is a disgrace. And these latest atrocities underline the urgent need for renewed international resolve to protect civilians and ensure accountability for those responsible. We on these benches have consistently called for stronger, coordinated international action in Sudan. As the UN Security Council penholder, the UK has both the platform and the responsibility to lead. So I'd just like to ask the Minister if he can tell the House what concrete steps will the government take next? Will there be further targeted sanctions? And what diplomatic action is being taken to deter the entities whose support continues to sustain this conflict? The government hosted the International Humanitarian Conference on Sudan earlier this year. So I'd like to ask what has actually materialised from this? Has new funding been dispersed, and what progress has been made since those pledges were announced? Mr. Speaker, the collection and preservation of evidence is vital if perpetrators of these terrible crimes are to face justice. So can the Minister Minister tell us what are the latest developments in the UK's support for accountability mechanisms, and will the government now redouble those efforts? On humanitarian assistance, millions remain displaced, with aid routes under constant threat. So can the Minister update the House on whether British aid is reaching those most in need, and what assessment has been made of its efficacy? Because, Mr Speaker, Sudan matters to its people, to regional stability and to our shared humanity. And the UK must not shrink from its responsibilities to protect civilians, to pursue peace and support the path to a democratic future.
Minister.
Well, Mr Speaker, I would associate myself with the comments of the Shadow Minister in terms of her horror and concern about this situation, and I think this is shared across the House. She asked about our work at the United Nations, and absolutely, as I said to my honourable friends, we will be using the session today to recall for all parties to adhere to their obligations under international law, and that the perpetrators of crimes must be held accountable. We need to see an end to this violence, and these latest reports are simply shocking and horrific. And she asked about diplomatic action. As I've said, we're in close contact with members of the Quad and indeed all others, and particularly given our role as the pen holder at the Security Council, and I'm happy to update her on that in due course. She asked about sanctions. She will know that we don't comment on future designations, but I can absolutely assure her that we keep these matters under close review. She asked about the humanitarian response. Indeed, our assistance is aimed at supporting 650,000 people. We are the third largest donor, and to over 2.5 million people in Sudan have benefited from UK aid since the outbreak of the conflict in 2023, both the actions taken under her government and ours since the election. And indeed, we've continued to use every forum we can to act. During the United Nations General Assembly session, Baroness Chapman, the Minister for Africa in the other place, co-hosted a high-level event with Liberia and the Netherlands, particularly on the issues, and condemned the party's disregard for international law and urgent accountability, which was the last issue she raised. I want to assure her this is absolutely central to what we are doing, and again, the support that we provide to different organisations, as well as, of course, our long-standing support for the ICC and other organisations bringing all those responsible for atrocities to justice is absolutely clear. And actually, in relation to previous phases of this terrible conflict, the first prosecutions actually, or first convictions, have taken place at the ICC in relation to activities in Darfur in earlier phases of the conflict.
Sarah Owen.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The massacre of civilians at Al Fasher Maternity Hospital is just the latest in a series of atrocities in Sudan. 1.2 million pregnant and breastfeeding women face famine and malnutrition. Sexual violence is widespread, and the RSF is using rape as a weapon of war, a blatant violation of international law. What assurances can the Minister give that the UK is acting to alleviate this humanitarian disaster, and can he assure the House that there is no risk of UK manufactured arms being used by the RSF?
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker, and can I thank my honourable friend for her question. She rightly raises the horrific reports of sexual violence and gender-based violence in this conflict, and we are providing specific support on this through our Women's Integrated Sexual Health Programme, and also that diplomatic action I mentioned in relation to my colleague Baroness Chapman and others, and we're also looking at new programmes where we can support women-led organisations in responding to the atrocities that have been going on. And as I said, also that accountability is going to be key. She asked about the arms control regime. I can absolutely assure her we keep these matters under close review and take any allegations incredibly seriously.
Callum Miller, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'd like to begin by, on behalf of my party, associating ourselves with the remarks about Hurricane Melissa, and wishing those on the island of Jamaica all of our best wishes at this very difficult time. I'm grateful to my honourable friend for Oxford East for raising the question, to you for granting it, Mr Speaker. As everyone has stated, the reports of the massacre of civilians by the RSF in Al Fasher are truly horrific. Yet the tragedy is that the international community was warned, and that there has been a pattern of these terrible atrocities by the RSF. So the question for the Minister today is, has the UK done enough? On the 26th of June, the Prime Minister said that we do not spend enough time on Sudan in this House. That may be because the Minister for Africa sits in the other place. But when the Lord Purvis asked Baroness Chapman on the 17th of July about the UK's work to enforce UN Security Council Resolution 2736 on the protection of civilians in El Fasher, Baroness Chapman said, and I quote, "I often find myself asking what is the point of any of these declarations." So I ask the Minister, is he equally defeatist about the UK's role as a penholder at the UN? Or will the UK use its position today to press for a Sudan-wide arms embargo? And turning to the role of UK weapons in the conflict, which has been widely reported, will the Minister today ban arms sales to the UAE until it is confirmed that the UAE is not using British weapons to arm the RSF?
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the honourable gentleman raised important issues, and I know of his sincerity on these issues, given his past career and having worked with him on these matters in the past. I would say that ultimately the parties to the conflict are responsible, and we've been very, very clear about that. And of course, anybody responsible, if these allegations indeed turn out to be true, must be held accountable, and we won't rest until that is done in both our role in the United Nations and in relation to supporting accountability for any atrocities that have been committed. We, of course, engage on a very, very close basis. It's not just about the statements, it's about that direct contact of our Special Representative, Richard Crowder, the team in Addis, who are in direct contact with the parties. It is about that direct contact with other members of the Quad. It is about the role we can have on galvanising international attention on this issue, which I agree has not received as much attention as it should for a very, very long time. And I've always been very, very clear about that. And of course, we are having a direct impact by the aid and support that we provide, particularly on those issues related to the impact on women and girls, which is so horrific. He asked about arms exports. I can absolutely assure him that we have one of the tightest and most restricted arms export control regimes in the world. We constantly keep these matters under review. I can assure him that I am in regular contact with officials on these matters, and of course we will take any allegations very, very seriously in those matters.
Marcus Campbell-Sabers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to give the Minister an opportunity to be as robust on this issue of arms exports as possible. Does the Government consider the reports that the UK military equipment exported to UAE and found on the battlefield are credible? Have the UAE been challenged on this? Are the relevant export licences under review? And if needed, will we cancel them?
Well, I can absolutely assure him of how seriously we take these issues, and we take very seriously allegations that any UK-made equipment may have been transferred to Sudan in breach of the UK arms embargo, which reflects on the point raised by the spokesperson for the Liberal Democrats. The UK has one of the most robust transport and export control regimes in the world. We constantly assess our licences for the risk of diversion, and we regularly prevent exports which might be diverted to an undesirable end user or end use. We are aware of reports of a small number of UK-made items having been found in Sudan, but there is no evidence in the recent reporting of UK weapons or ammunition being used in Sudan. But I'll keep these matters under close review.
David Mundell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank you for granting this urgent question, as you have done a number of others. But this important issue should not have to come to the floor of the House by way of urgent questions. The Government must be more proactive. The Minister for Africa gave a commitment to the International Development Committee that it would be in terms of this Parliament, and I hope that that will be honoured. I'd be grateful if the Minister could set out more fully what the discussions with the UAE have been, because not only are there concerns about the use of weapons, but it's quite clear that the UAE have significant influence over the RSF and are a key player. And it is stated by the Government that we have influence with the UAE, so are we using that influence to make sure that they use their influence with the RSF?
Well, I know his comments, and I will certainly ensure that my colleague in the other place is aware of them. We, of course, are actively engaged on this, and our teams and officials, and indeed our Special Representative, are working on this issue every day. So I don't want him to think that we do not take this seriously, because we absolutely do, and particularly in light of the new allegations in recent days. And we are the third biggest donor, we are the pen holder, and we have been showing leadership on this issue over the last year, and much before that, including under his government, as he knows. He asked specifically about the Quad, and he asked about the UAE. We, of course, welcome the efforts of the US-led Quad in seeking a resolution to the conflict, and he will know the Quad issued a statement on the 12th of September, which was a significant development, but we remain in close contact with all the relevant stakeholders and parties in pushing for a humanitarian pause, for a wider ceasefire, and for a Sudanese-led political transition. And we're going to continue to support Quad efforts in that regard, including in our role on the UN Security Council.
Rachel Blake.
Mr Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable friend, the member for Oxford East, for securing this urgent question on this devastating topic. My constituents of Sudanese heritage, alongside with the whole community in the cities of London and Westminster, are appalled by these atrocities, and I would be grateful if the Minister could update the House on the situation with consular access and what both UK citizens might be able to expect for their family and friends in the region, and what kind of support this country is giving to reach out to them. Thank you.
Well, she speaks powerfully on behalf of her constituents, and I know she is not the only one. As I mentioned, indeed, my own constituents have great concern about family, friends and others in Sudan, and have done so over a long time, and it's absolutely right that she puts their concerns on the record. If I may, I will come back to her on consular access. Obviously, extremely challenging circumstances on the ground. Even humanitarian organisations in the United Nations are not able to make access to the region, but I will come back to her on what steps we can take through our consular services.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can the Minister explain to the House what is the attitude of other states in the region towards this conflict? Is there any prospect that they could unite and possibly make some form of physical intervention to separate the warring sides in Sudan?
Well, obviously, it's not for me to speak to the individual policies of countries in the region, but he will know that, regrettably, to date, it's not been possible to find a consensus at the United Nations Security Council on the way forward. And, of course, we push for that, and we always attempt to do so in our engagement as the pen holder, and we'll do so again today, particularly in light of events. But, of course, ultimately, it is the parties to the conflict that are responsible for what is happening. We are in direct contact, and we're urging that restraint.
Rachel Hopkins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We've all are horrified by the attack on El Fasher Maternity Hospital overnight and the increasing death toll. And the Minister has highlighted the scale of the humanitarian crisis in Sudan, with more than 13 million people displaced from their homes over the past 2 years. And sadly, 3.5 million children under the age of 5 now suffering from acute malnutrition. So we can't allow this to go on. Can the Minister tell us what we're doing to get humanitarian aid to the millions who desperately need it, especially children? Yeah.
Well, she's absolutely right to raise this issue, and the Prime Minister and indeed the Foreign Secretary have made absolutely clear, and indeed my honourable friend in the other place, right honourable friend in the other place, the Minister, have made clear we will continue to play a key humanitarian role, and we've committed to protecting our funding to support people affected by this crisis over the next 3 years. And this year we will provide in total 120 million, delivering aid to over 650,000 people. That makes us the third largest donor. She can be absolutely assured that this is at the top of our agenda, particularly the situation for the children that she rightly mentions.
Shaukat Adam.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. With so many conflicts around the world, it is sad to say that we have, as a House, as a country, as humanity, failed them. Whether that be in Ukraine, whether that be in Gaza, but what we haven't done with those other conflicts is forgotten them. In the case of this conflict, in its 3rd year now, with over 150,000 dead, with the worst humanitarian crisis as we speak, we have not only failed them, but we have also forgotten them. And this is what the Sudanese diaspora in this country tell me all the time. So will the Minister agree to meet with the Darfur Diaspora Association of UK and have a meeting with them to hear their concerns, because they feel unheard? Thank you.
Well, I can absolutely recognise the concerns of Sudanese diaspora in this country. Indeed, having many different members of the Sudanese diaspora in my own constituency in Cardiff South and Penarth, and I can absolutely assure him that they've not been forgotten by this government, or indeed by many members of this House. Many of us have spoken on these issues over many, many years, and have worked to try and find ways forward and to ensure support is given, and there is an end to this terrible conflict. But you can be absolutely assured that we engage regularly with different groups. I will pass on his request to my colleague in the other place, and hope to be able to come back to him in due course.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm grateful to my honourable and experienced friend from Oxford for her urgent question, and as the grandson of a proud Jamaican, I'm grateful to the Minister for updating us on the efforts to mitigate the impact of Hurricane Melissa. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, the events in Sudan are inexplicably evil. The brutal murder of people at a hospital in recent days, but over many months, are frankly crimes against humanity. And I want to add my voice to the urging the Minister to engage as much as he can with the Sudanese diaspora, not just in Newcastle Line, but up and down the country. But the two words we haven't yet heard, Madam Speaker, are African Union. So can the Minister tell me what engagement has taken place with the African Union in recent days to make sure that the power of that body is exercised as quickly as possible?
Well, we engage, of course, across a whole range of diplomatic relations, and of course our special representative and others do so, and of course in the United Nations. But I'm happy to come back to him specifically on what contact we've had with African Union representatives in recent days.
John Lamont. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. There are many displaced people in the region as a consequence of the violence in Sudan. So what additional support is the UK Government giving to those countries to support those displaced people?
Well, he absolutely rightly talks about displaced people. My honourable friend raised the point about Tawila. Absolutely, I can assure him that our humanitarian aid is aimed to have the biggest impact, and of course we look very closely at the situation for displaced people, particularly those who also have experienced atrocities, and particularly women and girls who may have experienced sexual violence. So that will remain at the top of our agenda.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I do thank the Minister for his statement. It's good to have somebody who both understands and cares about this issue. I think we've spent no shortage of time in this place talking about the conflict in the Middle East and Ukraine, but I think all of us are guilty of not talking about Sudan enough. The International Criminal Court is investigating some reports of atrocities in the Sudan. Does the Minister feel that that should now extend to those who knowingly export weapons into the conflict?
Well, he rightly raised the issue of accountability, and I already referred to the International Criminal Court and our support for their work, and indeed for wider investigations into allegations of atrocities and the work we do supporting NGOs and others. And I must also highlight the work of the media in this, and particularly the BBC and other media organisations in their investigations. As I said, we keep our export licences under close review, and we take allegations made very, very seriously, and I can absolutely assure him I'm speaking to officials on these matters.
Charlie Maynard.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Two questions for the Minister. So, given that it's been widely reported in the press that the UAE is arming the RSF, does the Minister have a view on 2 points? One, if any party is exporting weapons to the RSF, then we would be in breach of our export licence criteria if we are exporting weapons to that party. Secondly, it is irrelevant whether our weapons, UK weapons, are being exported and end up in Sudan or not if that party is exporting weapons to the RSF.
Well, I'm very happy to write in with further details of how our arms export licensing criteria operate, but I can absolutely assure him that we have one of the tightest and strictest controls in the world, which is compliant with our international legal obligations, and the SELP criteria are assessed in relation to all potential exports. I can absolutely assure him that in relation to the specific allegations that have been made in this case, that we will always look into allegations very, very seriously and consider them in the wider round.
Speaker, and can I associate myself with the comments made by colleagues about the barbarity of the events that we're seeing in Sudan. But can I just ask that in addition to providing support to ensure civilians are protected, that we're also providing support to ensure that any crimes being committed are being properly memorialised so that those responsible can be properly held to account in the future?
Yeah. Well, I absolutely agree with him, and as I said, we fund the Centre for Information Resilience. It's an NGO looking at collating the evidence on these crimes. Also, of course, look at all evidence that's been provided. It is incredibly difficult. We are involved in a leading role with the UN fact-finding mission, but of course they haven't been allowed physical access to the region, and that is one of the major challenges in assessing the allegations made.
Chris Law.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and I quote, "The UK kept approving arms to the UAE even when the risks were staring it in the face. This raises serious questions about the UK's complicity in mass atrocities." Madam Deputy Speaker, that's a quote from Amnesty International in relation to the atrocities being committed by the RSF in Sudan. And it's not the first time the UK has sold weapons to those accused of genocide. So does the Minister agree that arms export licence is broken, that now we need the resumption, the immediate re-establishment of a standalone committee on arms export control, which was abolished here 2 years ago? And given the atrocious risks that the UK government faced, why did it choose to ignore them?
Well, he knows how seriously I take these issues, not least as a former member of that committee. But obviously, committees are for this House to determine, not for me. What I can absolutely assure him is that we have one of the most robust and transparent export control regimes in the world. All licences are assessed for the risk of diversion, and we regularly prevent exports which might be diverted to an undesirable end user. I will keep these matters under very, very close review, and I can absolutely assure him they will be considered fully in line with our strategic export licensing criteria.
John Grady is trying to confuse the chair by sitting exactly opposite to where he normally sits, but I found you eventually.
Speaker, I do apologise.
Shapeshifter.
Well, there you are. Madam Deputy Speaker, we are talking today about a massacre at a hospital where mums and dads and little babies should be safe and helped. With that in mind, those who commit war crimes should be held to account. Please can the Minister reassure me that the UK is doing everything possible to ensure that international criminal law is enforced, that its application and its enforcement is improved, and can the Minister reaffirm to me our government's absolute support for the independence of the International Criminal Court?
Yeah.
Well, I absolutely can assure him of that, and it's not only the work of the ICC that we support, but also those organisations and media organisations who are investigating these claims. I mentioned the UN fact-finding mission, and I also mentioned the support we provide some specific NGOs on this matter. All parties must adhere to their obligations under international humanitarian law, and perpetrators of crimes must be held accountable, and I share his absolute horror at some of the allegations that we're hearing in the last few days.
Brendan O'Hara.
Thank you, Speaker. The massacre at the Al Fasher Hospital by the RSF is utterly barbaric and marks a new low in what was already a horrific conflict. But where is the international community in all of this? What has happened to our duty to protect civilians from such atrocities? So can I ask the Minister, when was the last time the government carried out a JAX assessment in relation to Sudan? And in light of these events, are there plans to undertake another JAX assessment? And is the government, as it did with Gaza, undertaking an assessment into the risk of genocide in Sudan?
Good questions.
Well, as I've said, we keep all of these matters under close assessment. We are leading international diplomatic efforts, and indeed that's why we've called an urgent meeting of the Security Council today as the pen holder. We can continue to work with all parties to try and bring an end to this conflict, and I'm very happy to come back to him on the specific assessment that he asked about.
Alice MacDonald.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is undeniable that what is happening in Sudan is a war on women, with rape and brutal sexual violence happening. November marks the 25th anniversary of UN Resolution 1325 on women, peace and security, which member states committed to protect women from conflict-related violence. So can he tell us how we are doing this and how we will use this moment in November to make sure that we do stand with women and girls in Sudan and beyond?
Well, I completely associate myself with her comments and her expectations, and I can absolutely assure her that this remains the heart not only of our work on holding individuals responsible, our work also to bring this conflict to an end, but also in the specific support we're providing through our programming for survivors of sexual and gender-based violence. And some of the reports that we're receiving from recent days are absolutely horrific. They must end.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Minister very much for his well-chosen words. The Honourable Lady who introduced it, thank her for it. Other MPs and myself have long been highlighting atrocities taking place in Sudan. Stomach-churning terrorist attacks, rapes, murders taking place daily. It grieves me greatly, and I know it grieves this House greatly. In particular, can I underline the issue for Christians who are particularly targeted in Sudan. The latest attack is yet another whereby the detail makes me feel sick to my stomach, and yet this is simply an extension of the evil the world have turned a blind eye to thus far. I know the Minister's honest, so what more will government do to deliver the right help and step up and step in for the people of that devastation in Sudan? Thank you.
Well, he rightly raises the very many atrocities that have taken place in Sudan on the basis of people's religion, ethnic grouping and other minority status, and I share his absolute revulsion at some of the recent allegations, and he can be absolutely assured that whether it's through our work at the United Nations later on today, whether it's our work in the programming that we provide, or whether it's in that support for holding the perpetrators to account, this will remain at the top of our agenda.
Ferguson.
My apologies, Madam Deputy Speaker, and may I congratulate my honourable friend from Oxford East for securing today's question. The attack over the last few days is truly appalling, as colleagues have said, but it's not the first time such an attack has taken place. The World Health Organization has verified 285 attacks on healthcare facilities with at least 1,200 deaths and over 400 injuries to health workers and to patients. So can the Minister explain what more can be done to make sure that the RSF understands that hospitals and healthcare facilities should not be targeted in the way that they are doing, and that the sanctity of life has to be considered when civilian populations are concerned?
Minister.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I've always been very clear that aid workers must never be targets, and the shocking deaths in recent days of aid volunteers and others, I think, have horrified the whole world. And she can be absolutely assured that in our contact directly with the RSF and indeed with all the parties to the conflict, we regularly raise the protection of humanitarian workers and, most importantly, for a need for an end to this horrific conflict.
Final backbench contribution, Mark Stewart.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. 3 days ago, the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights stated that member states with influence must act urgently to prevent large-scale atrocities by the RSF and allied fighters. But atrocities have happened. 460 people have died in a maternity hospital. Can I ask the Minister, what has the UK done since that statement was made, in conjunction with the Quad, in conjunction with the African Union, to try and help those people trapped in El Fasher? And while I know he can't comment on future additional sanctions, will he consider them at least, additional sanctions or travel bans for RSF leaders and their regional backers?
Well, as he knows, we keep sanctions under regular review, but he asks that important question about what we've been doing diplomatically. I mentioned what we will do later on today at the United Nations. I can also confirm to him that the Foreign Secretary spoke with Abdullah bin Zayed Al Nahyan in the UAE. The National Security Advisor has spoken with US Africa Special Advisor Boulos. We're regularly in contact with other members of the Quad. We speak to the African Union very, very regularly and indeed host an event with them at the United Nations. And I can absolutely assure him that we will use every diplomatic lever, every contact we can to try and bring an end to this terrible conflict, not just in light of the atrocities in the last few days, but in light of all of the loss of life and violence that we've seen over the past years.
That is the end of the urgent question on Sudan. I'll give the front bench a moment or two to shuffle over as we prepare for business questions. These questions will last around an hour. Members will have to police themselves over the length of questions that they wish to deliver. I call the shadow leader, Jesse Norman.
Will the Leader of the House give us the forthcoming business?
Leader.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The business for the week commencing 3rd of November will include Monday the 3rd of November, second reading of the Public Office Accountability Bill, Tuesday the 4th of November, Opposition Day in the name of the official opposition, Wednesday the 5th of November, consideration of a Lord's message to the Employment Rights Bill, followed by consideration of Lord's amendments to the Public Authorities Fraud, Error and Recovery Bill. The House will then rise for the November recess at the conclusion of business on Wednesday the 5th of November and return on Tuesday the 11th of November. Tuesday the 11th of November will be a general debate on the contribution of the armed forces to mark remembrance. Wednesday the 12th of November, an opposition day in the name of the official opposition. Thursday the 13th of November, consideration of Lord's amendments to the Planning and Infrastructure Bill. Friday the 14th of November, the House will not be sitting. And the provisional business for the following week, Monday the 17th of November, Committee of the Whole House and remaining stages of the Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction Bill.
Jesse Norman.
I thank the Leader very much for that update. Madam Deputy Speaker, I know the whole House will want to join me in sending our very best wishes to the victims of the hurricane in Jamaica and now in Cuba and Haiti and the Turks and Caicos Islands. I also, if I may, want to pay a personal tribute to Prunella Scales, who died this week. A magnificent actress, the linchpin of a great acting dynasty, and as was her husband, Timothy West, a wonderful reader of audiobooks. Madam Deputy Speaker, amongst the news this week have been the following items. The former Leader of the House, the Right Honourable Member for Manchester Central, has been elected as Deputy Leader of the Labour Party and has vowed to work constructively with number 10 Downing Street. The Director of Public Prosecutions has publicly contradicted the Prime Minister in relation to the collapsed China spying case. The Labour Party has fallen in the polls to a record low for a recently elected government, and Irish citizens may be forced now to have a digital ID card to work in this country under the government's new plans. Again, if I may, I'd like to raise with the leader two important issues, one directly relating to the recent business of the House. As a former Chief Whip, he will know that the first question at Prime Minister's questions always follows a simple formula. The Prime Minister is asked to list his engagements. He or she typically presents public condolences or congratulations and comments on an issue, often an international issue affecting the whole House. And he then says, this morning I had meetings with ministerial colleagues and others, and so on. Unfortunately, since taking office last year, the present Prime Minister has increasingly misused this first engagement question. 2 weeks ago, he used it to avoid making a full statement to the House about China, something that I do not think can have pleased the Speaker's office. This week, he used it to try to score a series of partisan political points, by my counting, the 8th time he's tried to do this since taking office. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is an abuse of procedure. It is a discourtesy to this House. Its effect is to turn an open question into a party political broadcast. It undermines a valuable opportunity to bring the House together every week on a matter of public importance before the usual knockabout of PMQs begins. It's unworthy of the Prime Minister's office and unworthy of the Prime Minister, who is a very decent human being as a person. So could I invite the Leader politely to ask the Prime Minister to desist? My second issue concerns the so-called, and may I wish him good luck in doing so. My second issue, if I may, concerns the so-called graduate premium. The government holds an extremely powerful set of data, known as the Longitudinal Educational Outcomes, or LEO data, which link people's school results, university records and later earnings. Many people in this House, the Leader of the House perhaps more than any of us, will know that education can transform people's lives for the better. This data set can show what and how it does so in detail, but most of it remains entirely hidden. Only limited figures have been published, such as average graduate earnings 5 years after university. The government also has information on what happens to those who don't go to university, but this too is withheld. So we still can't answer questions which are for many people crucial. How financially worthwhile is a particular course or a particular institution? How effective are apprenticeships? What difference does university really make? This secrecy weakens public trust and good public policy. Families and young people are being forced to make major life choices without clear facts they cannot see, because no member of the public, or indeed of this House, can see which courses or institutions genuinely improve this kind of opportunity. It seems that government will increasingly use this data themselves to shape policy, but without making those data public. People go to university for many different reasons, and financial returns are only part of the story, of course. But these data are gathered at public expense and describe public outcomes. With the right safeguards, they should be open for review and public debate and discussion. The Institute for Fiscal Studies has explained exactly how. So may I ask, will the Leader ask his colleagues in the Department of Education to make the LEO data public soon?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Let me begin by joining the Shadow Leader of the House in his tribute to Prunella Scales, a fantastic actress, and also to comment and to join him in his remarks about the effects of Hurricane Melissa. The UK is offering full support to Jamaica and many Caribbean countries in the aftermath of the hurricane. The Foreign Office is delivering humanitarian assistance to affected areas, including specialist rapid deployment teams in the region to provide consular assistance to British nationals. Our thoughts are obviously with the people of the affected area, but also those in this country with Caribbean heritage who will be particularly worried at this time. Madam Deputy Speaker, this week the House marked 75 years since the House of Commons chamber was rebuilt from ruins after it was bombed during the Second World War, and I thank Mr Speaker for the events that he's organised this week, marking this important anniversary. And as we approach Remembrance Sunday, I was pleased to announce the general debate on the contribution of our armed forces, which will take place on Armistice Day. At this time each year, this House and our nation come together to give profound thanks to the men and women of our armed forces and veterans, heroes who sacrificed so much for our country. I also want to thank the Speaker for the Speaker's Conference, which has brought forward its second report with recommendations aimed at tackling abuse and intimidation towards MPs and candidates. I thank the Conference for this important work, and the Government will look closely at the recommendations, not least through my role on the Defending Democracy Task Force. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd also like to express my personal thanks to Mike McCarthy, BEM, who is departing the Government Whip's office this week, having served every government since 1987. I hope the whole House will join with me in wishing him well. In terms of the remarks of the Shadow Leader of the House, and in particular about the recent election of a new Labour Deputy Leader, I would gently point out that this was done by taking the matter out to the members of the party who made their choice, and a very good choice indeed. That stands in stark contrast to what has happened opposite, where the member for Newark has simply foisted himself upon the party as their unofficial deputy leader. In terms of his remarks on private members, Prime Minister's questions, if what the Prime Minister is doing is not in order, then I would expect whoever is in the chair would point that out. But really, to some extent, he can't win, because if he doesn't comment on the matter of the day, which is matters of urgency, then people will ask him why, and if he does, he gets called out for it. And the second point that the Honourable Gentleman made about school results, I know that he is a passionate advocate for education, including higher education. And I agree absolutely that school results and education is absolutely transformable in people's lives. So I will draw his attention to the Secretary of State, who shares our view on the transformation that education can bring, to see what further data can be usefully made public. And let me just add, Madam Deputy Speaker, and before he calls me out for knockabout, it's not knockabout, it's simply perhaps some of the things that he might also have added, which is this week that the government announced an £8 billion deal to supply Typhoon fighter jets to Turkey, supporting 20,000 jobs and nearly 6,000 workers at Wharton, now knowing that their jobs are secure. AWAB's law has come into force, improving lives for tenants living in 4 million social rented homes across England. And today's announcement of 60,000 knives being taken off our streets is very, very good news indeed, along with the news that knife crime is falling. And I hope as a result of that, that lives will be changed. This is what the government means by its plan for change in action, making defence a driver of growth in the economy, but also driving renewal and opportunity up and down our country.
Valerie Vaz.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Could I start by placing on record my thanks to the Leader of the House for all his support. He was a brilliant Chief Whip. At least now the nation gets to share his wit and wisdom. Could we have an urgent debate on the accountability of institutions for public money? Madam Deputy Speaker, Walsall College and Walsall Council are closing the iconic Leather Museum against the wishes of local people. There is no financial information available. Please, could we have that debate on accountability for financial information.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My honourable friend is a great champion, right honourable friend is a great champion for her local community. She's right that local people need to be involved in the decisions that affect their local community. She's put on record her concerns, but I'd encourage her perhaps to apply for adjournment debate to go even further on this matter.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Bobby Dean.
Deputy Speaker, may I associate myself with the comments about hurricane victims and indeed Prunella Scales. Earlier this week we were treated to the delight of a Conservative opposition day debate, and I think the main thing that we learned is that they do enjoy being in opposition. We had their housing spokesperson decrying the housing crisis that their government left behind, and the former Secretary of State for Work and Pensions committed to reducing the welfare bill that went up on their watch. And we hear that next week, Madam Deputy Speaker, we're going to get yet another Conservative opposition day debate. They are set to get 17 to the Liberal Democrats 3 in this parliamentary session. And we would just like to lightly suggest that if we want to elevate the debate that we have in this chamber, we might want to address that balance in the next parliamentary session. Moving on to fraud, speaking of, I'd like to focus on fraud. Fraud destroys lives, it eradicates people's savings, it plunges people into debt, and it diminishes people's faith in human nature. Fraud is on the rise, it's up by almost a fifth, and it makes up nearly half of all crime in the UK today. Now, I know that the government is set to release a fraud strategy soon, but there are worrying reports that a key component of it is about to be ditched. You see, British banks, they pick up the tab for fraud in this country. They're the ones who reimburse the victims, even though the vast majority of fraud these days happens on online platforms. And this is something that the Prime Minister himself recognises. Before election, he said that tech companies have a clear obligation and should have a clear financial incentive to tackle fraud. And this commitment is the one that we're worried about dropping, apparently to appease the President of America, Donald Trump. And in fact, the government sent a gushing letter to big tech CEOs over the summer saying that they want to congratulate them on their efforts for tackling fraud. But UK Finance and the FCA, they both disagree. They say that big tech companies are not doing enough. So can the government publish its fraud strategy and make a commitment that they will hold big tech to account and ensure they're hitting the pocket for not tackling fraud?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. If I just mention the point he makes about opposition days, because I've announced not just one, but two going forward, it might be a matter that he wishes to draw to the attention of the Modernisation Committee, but I would gently say to him, because I'm going to defend the official opposition here, they do have a particular role in the Constitution, and we need to be very careful before we start changing that simply because an election can produce particular numbers of seats. Let me turn to the issue of the fraud strategy and thank him for raising it. It's a huge matter for many of our constituents and remains a big challenge. It's one of the most commonly experienced crimes in our country. And as he points out, we will be bringing forward a new strategy to protect consumers and businesses later this year. We do need everyone to play their part in that, and we do continue to urge tech and social media companies to take stronger action to stop consumers being defrauded when using their sites. And writing to them and asking them to continue to do that does not necessarily equate with ditching any pledge that we've made.
Jen Craft.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last week I had the honour to join the Commonwealth War Graves Commission and Jan and Len, aka Team Pritchard, in West Thurrock Cemetery in my patch to learn more about their work. There are 82 Commonwealth war graves in Thurrock, and Jan and Len have volunteered to take care of them, to make sure that all the names are visible on the Commonwealth war graves, so that the sacrifice of these men and women is properly remembered. As we come into the month of remembrance, will the House join with me in thanking volunteers like Jan and Len for all they do to make sure that those who have sacrificed so much for our country are properly acknowledged and tribute is paid in the most appropriate way?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm grateful to my honourable friend for raising this, as she points out, very timely question. First of all, let me thank the Commonwealth War Graves Commission for all the fantastic work that they do. There aren't many, if any, constituencies around the country that aren't affected by the work that they do in one way or another. But also let me place on record my thanks and the House's thanks for the many volunteers across our country that work with the Commonwealth War Graves Commission and do excellent work in making sure that we remember those who made the ultimate sacrifice for our country.
colleagues can see it will be impossible for me to get everybody in. And in particular, if you're 13 minutes late, Mr Graham Morris, you most definitely will not be getting in. Martin Vickers.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the chairman of the Backbench Business Committee sends his apologies, and I'm standing in for him. It's unfortunate that we are going to miss an opportunity for a bit of backbench time next Thursday. But could I ask the Leader of the House to reconsider the following Thursday, when we have Lord's amendments to the Planning and Infrastructure Bill, which is likely to finish early, and perhaps there could be an hour or two at the end of the day for additional backbench business. Next Tuesday in Westminster Hall, there will be a debate on the impact of reductions of the official development assistance on international development. And on the 11th, there will be support for the dyslexic pupils at school. On the 13th of November, modern-day slavery in Pakistan. On the 18th of November, a debate to mark the 80th anniversary of UNESCO. And on the 20th of November, inequalities in unpaid carers and World COPD Day. Turning to my own question, Madam Deputy Speaker, I've raised on a number of occasions the impact on my local community of the possible closure of Lindsey Oil Refinery. There is growing concern amongst union representatives and the local community and indeed possible investors in the refinery that the government do not favour a bid that takes in the entire site and continues refining products. And indeed, one of those potential investors is considering a judicial review of the process. Could I ask the Leader of the House to arrange for a statement from the Minister in the next few days?
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm not sure I share his confidence that the planning bill amendments will be over as swiftly as he thinks. But there is a question of a balance between the time that the government needs for its legislation and proper scrutiny in this House and the rights of backbench business, which he knows I'm a proud defender of. But I will look to see whether or not there are opportunities for slots that need to be filled. And should I just say, I should have said he's an excellent stand-in for his honourable friend, and I welcome him to his place. I also commend him for his dedication to his constituency and for again raising this important matter. Our thoughts remain with the future of the workers of the Lindsey Oil Refinery. What we understand is a very difficult time for the community. I know he continues to raise this with ministers. I will raise this with ministers and ensure that he, and where appropriate, the House, is updated on any developments.
Caroline Harris.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As we approach the end of World Menopause Month, yesterday saw the launch of the report of the Menopause APPG into the experiences of those from historically marginalised communities. This government is making huge progress on women's health, but we must ensure that no woman gets left behind. So will the Leader of the House join me in thanking those who contributed to this report, and will he ask Cabinet colleagues to consider its recommendations so that we can improve outcomes for all women? Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank my friend for her work as chair on this important report, which will access to healthcare for women across England, and I will ensure that ministers hear what she's got to say, make sure that they see the report, and if she wants one, has a meeting with them to discuss it.
John Glenn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Could we have a debate on regressive taxation of single parents? If we look at the employment costs for 25-26 of employing a single parent on the national living wage for 30 hours a week, we find that the combination of the NI threshold going down 45%, a 6.7% increase in the cost of the national living wage, as well as additional costs related to national insurance, means it's 11% more expensive to employ somebody who's working 30 hours a week on the national living wage. Surely that isn't what a Labour government should be standing up for.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As the right honourable gentleman knows that at the end of this next month, the Chancellor will bring forward her budget, and some of those issues may or may not be addressed in that, but there certainly will be days of debate after the budget in which issues like that can be discussed. I will, however, in the meantime, draw attention to the Chancellor of the Honourable Gentleman's points, and if we can get a better answer, then certainly I could give him.
Chris Hinchcliffe.
White House, a loving father and grandfather who lived in my constituency of North East Hertfordshire, sadly lost his fight with cancer earlier this year. Neil was a lifelong advocate of the NHS, but tragically delays in communication between NHS departments may have prevented him receiving earlier life-saving treatment. We can't give Neil's family back the time they lost with him, but we can ensure the NHS he loved learns the lessons from his case. So can we have a debate on improving integration and communication within the NHS to honour Neil Whitehouse's memory?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm sure the whole House will join with me in sending our condolences to the family and friends of Neil Whitehouse. The 10-year health plan will deliver a single patient record, which will go live from 2028 following consultation, which will, we expect, go towards resolving some of the issues he describes. But he may wish to look towards the backbench business or indeed an adjournment debate to raise some of these matters, because I'm sure colleagues across the House will share some of his concerns.
Griffiths.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. At Prime Minister's questions yesterday, the Prime Minister offered scant reassurance to business owners trying to create jobs and growth in the face of higher taxes, costs and regulation. The IOD warns that business confidence has plumbed new depths. So ahead of Small Business Saturday on the 6th of December, will the Leader of the House provide government time for a debate to celebrate and recognise the business owners working so hard at great personal sacrifice to support jobs, services and our communities?
We do recognise the importance of small business in our constituencies and across communities and to the economy in general, which is why when we brought forward our small business strategy, it was welcomed by many small businesses. But the Honourable Lady will also have an opportunity, not only around Small Business Saturday, but as the budget approaches, to make those points to see how they might be better addressed.
Michael Payne.
I recently had the pleasure of visiting Arnold U3A, which is brilliantly chaired by Hazel Ward and provides excellent activities for its more than 500 members. Will the Leader join me in congratulating all the U3A groups across Gedling, and will he make time for a debate on tackling social isolation and loneliness through lifelong learning?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank my honourable friend for taking the opportunity to raise awareness of the work of Arnold U3A and Hazel Ward. Loneliness can have real consequences for individual health across our communities, and the government is committed to building on the work of our friend Joe Cox in supporting people to build the social connections that they need. I'm sure many people across the House will support such a backbench business debate should my honourable friend request one.
Mandel.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Kellerholm is a former mining community in my constituency, and like the rest of Upper Nithsdale has few amenities. It therefore came as a complete shock to local people when SNP-led Dumfries and Galloway Council suggested out of the blue closing the Hillview Leisure Centre in Kellerholm as a possible budget saving, despite the centre's pivotal role in the community for youth work, employment support programmes, children's parties and other social events, as well as gym, sport and recreation uses. Will the Leader of the House join me in calling on the Council to abandon this knee-jerk and ill-considered proposal that would do real damage in and around Kellerholm, and spend more time calling out the Scottish Government's deliberate policy of starving local authorities of the resources they need?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm not sure it's going to do the honourable gentleman much good, but I find myself agreeing with him on most Thursdays at this time, and I do thank him for his question. Of course, it is a matter for the local authority, but he has highlighted, as he does in an assiduous way, concerns of his constituents. The SNP government has received a record funding settlement, and I do agree with him that it's such a shame to see vital assets being underfunded and therefore under threat.
Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy. Concerned about antisocial behaviour on Colonnade, Somerset, Parkwood, Gladstone, Shelley, Wolverton and Haviland and nearby roads. I welcome the Labour Government's rollout of dedicated, visible, contactable officers and the requirement that police respond to all antisocial behaviour complaints within 72 hours. What more is the Labour Government doing to keep my constituents safe?
Deputy Speaker, my honourable friend raises really important issues that affect many of our constituents, as antisocial behaviour continues to be a blight on the communities that we serve, but with a government that is determined to bear down on that. Our crime and policing bill will introduce respect orders and strengthen police powers to tackle antisocial behaviour, and he may wish to raise these matters in person at the next Home Office question.
Deputy Speaker, in Wokingham there is a real issue with mainstream schools declaring they cannot meet needs of children with SEND. Specialist providers are also unavailable, which leaves children effectively out of formal education for many months, if not years. Can we have a debate in government time on a radically and rapidly expanding the availability of specialist provision for children with SEND to ensure that every child has a place at school?
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Gentleman has just raised further evidence that the SEND system is broken. It doesn't work for parents, it doesn't work for children, it doesn't really work for the staff of our schools either. We are committed to investing an additional £1 billion in SEND, but there is a wider issue, as the Government has recognised, and therefore we will be bringing forward proposals to radically alter the system. He asks for a debate. Should a debate through backbench business and adjournment debate be called by him, I think it will actually help the wider debate.
Andy MacDonald.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Earlier this week, I was pleased to welcome to the House health practitioners, charities and those with lived experience when the All-Party Parliamentary Group for Spinal Cord Injury published its new report, Fragmented to Coordinated, Building a National Strategy for Spinal Cord Injury. APPG officers are looking forward to the Government's considered response. So will the Leader of the House ask the Secretary of State for Health and the Minister for Public Health and Prevention to meet with the APPG officers and the Secretariat? And could we also have a statement from the Department in the House on the report's recommendations?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to thank my honourable friend for his work as the chair of the All-Party Group on Spinal Cord Injury. He has worked tirelessly on this matter across the years, and it's a very, very good example of the campaigning work which he does. I want to pay tribute to him, but also to the Injuries Unit at Middlesbrough James Cook University Hospital, which is a very, very good example. But unfortunately that isn't always replicated across the country. I'm sure health ministers will have heard his concerns, and should he and the all-party group wish a meeting, then I'm sure ministers will accommodate them.
Andrew Rosendale.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As Chairman of the Parliamentary Support Group for the Victims of Libyan-sponsored IRA terrorism, may I welcome the publication of the long overdue Shawcross report. But will the Leader of the House accept that the Government must now make a serious attempt to heal the wounds and deliver justice for the victims and their families that have waited so long for compensation? And with this in mind, will he find time for a debate on the recommendations of the report, the handling of the issue by successive governments, and the prospect of delivering specific compensation for the victims of the atrocities of the Docklands, the Baltic Exchange, Harrods, amongst other tragic attacks as called for by the families and specifically the Docklands Victims Group led by Jonathan Ganesh?
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Government is absolutely committed to bringing closure to these matters in a fair way and justice for people who have been affected in that way. He may wish to look towards the Backbench Business Committee or indeed an adjournment debate so that he can raise these matters directly and hear from the Minister.
Mayor Ellis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This week, over 100 business owners and trade unionists have sent a letter to the Secretary of State for Business to ask him to form a working time council to review the benefits of moving to a 4-day week nationally, which research now shows improves both productivity in business and overall wellness in society. Would the Leader grant time to debate the benefits of a 4-day week so we can ensure this important progressive idea can be discussed with the latest evidence and public opinion?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank my honourable friend for a question and make sure that the Department of Business and Trade have heard her remarks. She may wish to seek a backbench business debate or indeed an adjournment debate so that she can raise these matters because, of course, these have been discussed for quite a long time, are quite topical, and I'm sure it will be of interest across the Chamber.
Hester Munt.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My constituent John appealed his business rate demand 13 months ago, as the rateable value on his office is incorrect. He tells me the business rate appeals are taking between a year and 18 months. Can the Leader of the House ask the relevant Government Minister, please, to improve the check and challenge system to support businesses through what can be a real barrier to survival, let alone growth the Government desires?
Deputy Speaker, I will draw that to the attention of the relevant Minister, the individual case, but also a reminder that we are committed to wider business rate reform and will be pushing ahead with it.
Chris Blow.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Hot on the heels of Redditch Scarefest put on by the excellent Redditch Beard, we're swapping masks and pumpkins for Christmas jumpers, as on November 29th, Gareth Gates, Pop Idol runner-up, and West End star will be joining us to switch on the Christmas lights. If the Leader of the House can't join us himself, would he wish Redditch residents book their date in their diary to join us?
Deputy Speaker, it's a very tempting offer, I have to say. Albeit a very festive but slightly premature message, but I'll check my diary. As ever, he is a very positive advocate for Redditch, and I'm sure that the people of Redditch will feel the spirit in the sky next month when Gareth Gates switched the lights on, and we thank him for that. We must say it isn't so that anyone in his constituency will miss such a brilliant event.
Oh, tune.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Mayor of London is making £260 million of cuts to the Metropolitan Police, axing 1,700 police officers and staff, removing officers from schools and magistrates' courts, and now closing Bromley's police station's front counter overnight. This breaks his manifesto pledge to protect London's police stations. Given the government's promise to strengthen neighbourhood policing, would the Leader of the House find time for a debate on the impact of Sadiq Khan's policy and police cuts in London?
The honourable gentleman may wish to seek either an adjournment debate or indeed a backbench business debate to raise those matters so that colleagues across the House may have their say, including those that are able to point out to the the number of police officers that we are committed to going forward and bearing down on crime.
Dame Siobhan McDonagh.
When Lloyds closes in January, Mitcham will lose its last remaining bank, yet Link have refused a banking hub, claiming the nearest branch in Tooting is just 14 minutes away. That figure comes from the timetable, not real journeys by residents, many of whom record it as taking 20 minutes or longer. The whole dialogue risks becoming a dialogue of the deaf, a veil of respectability for decisions made in the interests of big banks and not the public. Will the Leader of the House find time for debates on access to banking so that common sense, not bus timetables, decides who gets a banking hub?
My honourable friend, as ever, is a strong advocate for her constituency, and I agree with her absolutely that banks have a responsibility on these matters. However, there have been closures in many constituencies, and I have to say, being present at the opening of the banking hub in Whitley Bay in my constituency last Friday, it's a great relief when banking hubs are brought forward, including with the Corporation of Banks, by the way, to make sure that people have that face-to-face contact. The government is committed to 350 banking hubs. That's not an upper limit, by the way, but that is the target that we've got at the moment. So apart from ensuring that Lloyds come to their senses, perhaps my honourable friend will push for a banking hub.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Local newspapers and media outlets are often those who break the most important stories for our constituents, but their ability to do so is increasingly at risk. Over the last month alone, we've heard of a proposed restructure of Reach plc, putting over 300 editorial jobs at risk, while STV have decided to close their Aberdeen office, axing their Northern News offering, which includes coverage of my city of Dundee. So can we have a debate on the future of local journalism and the impact of job cuts on local media, leaving communities without a trusted local voice?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The honourable gentleman raises a really important point, and many of our constituents will agree with the concerns that he has. He may wish to seek a backbench business debate or indeed an adjournment debate to raise these matters.
My parliamentary chess club partner who lost by 6 points to Kazakhstan, Wirinda Jus.
Very grateful, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last week I had the pleasure of attending the National Curry Awards here in Parliament when Ben Tandoori, who are just down the road from where I live in my constituency of Wolverhampton West, was named Wolverhampton Restaurant of the Year. Will the Leader of the House please join me in congratulating Pen Tandoori for their well-deserved win? And does he agree that it is crucial that this government invests in and supports our local hospitality businesses so that they can continue to grow and thrive?
Yes. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I send my congratulations to Pen Tandoori for their win, but also to restaurants across our country that provide fantastic service to local communities, including Shakira in Whitley Bay, which won the North East Awards. The government is committed to supporting hospitality businesses to thrive and to create the right economy in which they can do so.
Dr Luke Evans.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Could we have a debate in government time on mid-contract mobile phone bill rises? It's something I've been raising for a long time, and we're pleased to welcome Ofcom's change at the start of the year. It does seem, though, that new companies like O2 are finding ways around it and increasing bills by 40%. This is shocking when it's in mid-contract and people aren't aware of it. Now, people can cancel, but they don't know that they can cancel. So could we have this debate so we could put it out into the public domain that this is going on and look for solutions?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As ever, the honourable gentleman raises pertinent issues on behalf of not just his constituents, but many of ours. Backbench business debate and adjournment debate would allow that airing of those concerns, but I will also draw them to the attention of the department.
Thank
you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This evening I will be joining the Long Eaton Men Walking and Talking Group, who meet every Thursday to go for a walk in the park to discuss life and their mental health. The group gives men a safe space to open up about their mental health and provide each other with support, judgment-free. Will the Leader of the House join me in congratulating the Long Eaton Men Walking and Talking Group for everything they do in support of my community in Erewash?
Leader.
Thank you. I join my honourable friend in congratulating the Long Eaton Men's Walking and Talking Group on the work that they do. Can I also say what a fantastic campaigner he is for men's mental health. Our forthcoming men's health strategy will set out how we can find the right ways to promote healthy behaviour and improve outcomes for the conditions that hit men harder.
Speaker, many residents are writing to me to share their frustrations with long delays with the DVLA following medical disclosures, describing it as not fit for purpose. I'm particularly concerned for young people like Maisie from Shapwick and Alfie from Camford Heath, who can't use the Section 88 clause to keep driving as they're waiting for provisional licences, and those like Joseph who are facing disputes over who's going to pay for the medical reports needed. Can we have a debate on government time on modernising the DVLA so we can keep people driving and give young people their independence? Leader.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Honourable Lady raises issues about DVLA, which I'm sure will be, some of which will be shared across the House. She may wish to seek a backbench business debate or indeed an adjournment debate so that ministers can not just hear her concerns but see what improvements can be made.
Kerry Whistle. Communities already feel divided. The leader of the Conservative group on Bolton Council recently branded a motion on the horrific suffering in Gaza sectarian and suggested Muslim councillors cared only out of prejudice against Israel. This language not only threatens and undermines local councillors and groups like the Bolton Council of Mosques, who have worked tirelessly for community cohesion, but also legitimises a divisive climate that goes against our British values. Does the Leader of the House agree with me that this behaviour is symptomatic of Bolton Conservatives' complete disregard for the value of community cohesion? Leader of the House.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Social cohesion is so important, particularly at this time, and I agree with my honourable friend that this matter should be taken seriously. I hope the Shadow Leader, who is a decent man, will have heard my honourable friend's questions and see what can be done to respond to this matter. But I want to make it clear once again from this dispatch box that all of us in public life have a responsibility to conduct debate without recourse to division or offensive language.
Wendy Morton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It wouldn't be business questions if I didn't raise a certain topic, and I've let the newly appointed Leader of the House settle into his real role before I raise the issue of Aldridge train station. But in 2021, it was the Conservative Mayor who committed £30 million to build a new station in Aldridge, something we were absolutely delighted about, but this risk being undermined by the Labour Mayor of the Combined Authority in the West Midlands, who has diverted the funding elsewhere. So can I ask the Leader of the House if he could put some pressure on the Mayor of the West Midlands to firstly respond to my letter of many, many months ago and look at ways to reinstate that funding? Thank you.
Leader.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm sure the West Midlands Mayor will have heard the Honourable Lady's comments today and indeed over the past. But I would gently point out that whatever commitments were made around transport infrastructure in the run-up to a general election, probably the money wasn't there in the first place. So it's absolutely important that the new government goes back and has a look at what money is available and make sure that it's spent appropriately.
Liz Twist.
Thank you, Speaker. Amazing community groups such as Pickle Palace, Ledgate Salvation Army, Gateshead Youth Initiative, Building Self-Belief have all been nominated by residents in my constituency to receive one of my Red Kite Awards, created to celebrate all the work that our incredible volunteers do across the constituency to ensure our communities are vibrant and full of support. So can we have a debate in government time on how we can support the voluntary sector at the heart of our communities?
Leader.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I congratulate every one of the groups nominated for the Red Kite Awards, including her constituency's Salvation Army, which she will know, as well as I do, that her constituency produced the world's first ever Salvation Army brass band. I think the Red Kite Awards is a fantastic way to recognise their importance, and I thank her for that. Should she wish to apply for a debate on supporting volunteers, I'm sure it would be well attended.
Richard Tice.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Given the government's difficulties and delays in establishing a public inquiry into the grooming gang scandal, will the leader and the government actually consider establishing a joint committee of both houses into the grooming gang scandal, which would have parliamentary powers to summon people and papers to arrive at answers and the truth faster and more effectively?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I like to think that I'm across what is happening in the House and indeed obviously across politics, but I'm losing count of the different variations that the Honourable Gentleman's parties want in relation to grooming gangs. They want the one, then they don't want one, and then when one is granted it's not the right one. So I would gently point out to him, there is a simple fact in all of this, that this government is absolutely determined that there will be an inquiry, it will get to the truth, that victims will be at the centre of it, and we will deliver and carry out the recommendations of that inquiry and improve the situation which the Honourable Gentleman's party is in risk of just playing politics with.
Conor Rand.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My 8-year-old constituent Phoebe is bravely battling cancer, and both her parents and her oncologist believe that a liver transplant offers her the best hope of recovery. But this has been refused by the NHS trusts overseeing her treatment, and having been told there's no right of appeal, her parents are now crowdfunding for a transplant abroad. I've already written to the Health Secretary on this issue, but could we have a debate in government time about child cancer treatments and support for both parents and children going through this horrific ordeal?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank my honourable friend for this question, and I am sincerely sorry to hear about Phoebe's situation. It must be very painful and worrying for her and obviously for her family. I will follow up with the Health Secretary, but I know ministers have received his letter and he will be getting a response shortly. He may also wish to apply for a debate, but I will ensure that the House is updated when the Comprehensive National Cancer Plan is published in the new year.
Greg Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Liberal Democrat-chaired Buckinghamshire and Milton Keynes Fire Authority have cooked up a dangerous plan to remove nearly a third of the fire engines from the area, including in Hadnam, as well as fully closing Stoke and Church and Great Missenden fire stations in my constituency. So can we have a debate in government time, not just on the importance of local fire services, but to ensure there is joined-up thinking when it is his government that wishes to massively increase the number of homes built in Buckinghamshire, as well as plaster our countryside in dangerous things like battery energy storage systems that contain a huge fire risk.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. If and where housing takes place, he will know that infrastructure is an important part of that, and we will want to make sure that is included in any proposals going forward. He is, of course, at liberty to apply for a debate to raise these matters himself, but I would very gently point out that it is a matter for the local authority and the local fire service, actually, about how it deploys the resources that they've got. But we're in this situation because his party left public services on their knees.
Noah Law.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Leader of the House may have heard my question earlier today to the Parliamentary Under-Secretary for Business and Trade regarding the financing of Cornwall's industrial potential.
But will the leader meet with myself and Cornish MPs to discuss how we can bring this together as part of a wider devolution package that finally gets Cornwall the powers and investment that we need?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm always willing to meet with my colleagues from Cornwall, and so the answer is yes.
Christine Jardine.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I have previously raised the case here of a young constituent with an inoperable brain tumour. He has since been granted named person access to a drug which has been trialled, and he is responding well. Unfortunately, however, NICE recently decided not to allow it to be used in the NHS in England yet, and the decision will be considered by a second committee in November. My constituent and his family are concerned about the wider issue of access to these drugs, and particularly the relationship between NICE and the Scottish Medicines Consortium. So I wonder if it would be possible to have a meeting with the Minister to clarify the situation and see what next steps could be taken.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'll draw attention the Honourable Lady's comments to Ministers and ask that they arrange a meeting as soon as possible.
Tip for members, look at your questions, cross out half of it, speak half the length of time. Rachel Hopkins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We're delighted in Luton to have been granted £1.5 million of the Pride in Place Impact Fund, and myself and my honourable friend from Luton North have launched our survey to get views from local residents about how we can use that funding to improve our neighbourhoods. Would the Leader of the House grant a debate in government time around the important role that local communities and grassroots organisations have in shaping their places and talking about improvements?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We will be investing £5 billion through a new flagship Pride in Place programme to the 244 places that need it most. I'm sure a backbench business debate would be well attended so that we can further debate the issue, not just about resources, but how communities have to be at the very heart of decision making.
Sir Julian Lewis.
Have a statement from a local government minister about a calculated abuse of the planning system whereby people proceed with projects knowingly not getting planning permission, then apply for retrospective permission, and then cash-strapped councils feel, on the advice of their officers, that they've got to grant that permission because otherwise they might have to fight a legal case. Shouldn't there be a presumption against granting retrospective planning permission when the offence has been deliberate?
Thank you. I invite the honourable gentleman to raise this matter as an adjournment debate, or indeed backbench business, because it has been raised by other colleagues across the chamber, so that ministers can not only hear what he says but also respond.
Perrin Moon.
Whereas, Madam Deputy Leader, yesterday after a sewage pipe burst, excrement flowed into Hale Harbour. This follows the cancellation of the National Interclub Surfing Championship due to sewage pollution at Porthtowan and the total and persistent loss of mains water into the village of Chiverton. On the back of rising bills, the people of Campbell, Redruth and Hale are fed up with the lame excuses from the management of South West Water. Can the Leader please help me secure a meeting with DEFRA ministers to discuss their performance?
Madam Deputy Speaker, we inherited a broken water system. We passed the Landmark Water Act and we're giving the Environment Agency the ability to tackle all rule breaking. I will draw this unfortunate case to the attention of the department, and hopefully my honourable friend will get the meeting that he seeks.
Ramsey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My constituent Nicola is one of 29 families who lost loved ones in the Chinook helicopter crash. With many documents not released, the families have been denied truth and justice. Will the Leader of the House find time for a debate on this matter? And in the meantime, will he arrange for the Secretary of State to meet the families and the cross-party group of MPs who are supporting them?
Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Truth and justice, I said earlier, how important it is that people get access to the information that they need when tragedies such as these unfortunately happen. We understand the lack of certainty involved in this situation. And we've only really just got the Chinook Justice Campaigner's formal claim for a judicial review, so I'm not going to comment on that, but I'm sure the Secretary of State will have heard the honourable gentleman's remarks.
Jazz Atwell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Metropolitan Police have decided not to close a small section of the eastbound A12 during the annual remembrance service at Ilford War Memorial, something they've done for decades. That choice diminishes the solemnity of the occasion and the memory of those who gave their lives for our freedom. As a comparison, the community across Europe at Men and Gate honour their fallen without hesitation every single day. Just simply pausing traffic once a year for 2 minutes and the parade to pass is surely not beyond us. Will the Leader of the House assist me in urging the Metropolitan Police to think again and reverse this deeply regrettable decision?
Thank you. My honourable friend will recognise that this is an operational matter for the Met Police, but in this case, and indeed, I hope that local councils and the police do work together to make sure that people who come together, rightly to remember, do so in safety.
Callum Miller.
Madam Deputy Speaker, in a week that the Home Affairs Select Committee has highlighted this mismanagement and costs associated with asylum hotels, I'm deeply concerned about the management of the contract for the Campsfield House Immigration Removal Centre in my constituency. The former Home Secretary announced that this would be built in August 2024, and we recently discovered at a public meeting that the contract has not yet been tendered. So will the Leader of the House make time for the Home Secretary to come and make a statement to the House about the management of procurement and contracts in the Home Office, specifically with regard to immigration removal centres?
Leader.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The honourable gentleman raises local concerns quite rightly about this, but I have to say that the government shares his concern about the absolute chaos that we inherited with asylum hotels, and I don't have time to go into the details of what we're going to do about it, but I will make sure that Home Office ministers are made aware of this, and perhaps he may wish to meet them and make the points himself.
Sarah Hall.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. According to NHS data, while the number of people waiting for an autism assessment is levelling out, the time they are waiting is rocketing. The average wait time is 200 days higher than a year ago. While ICB should be following the NHS England national framework and operational guidance to provide a standardised autism assessment process in order to reduce waiting times, it's clear that in many cases this is not happening. Will the Leader of the House ask the relevant Health Minister to arrange a meeting with me to discuss which ICBs are struggling to implement the framework and what action is being taken to support them to ensure they have the resources to follow the framework?
Leader.
Madam Deputy Speaker, yes, I will.
Brendan O'Hara. No?
Sorry.
Seamus Logan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This government came to power on a promise to restore confidence in government and ensure ministers are held to the highest standards. In light of growing public concern about standards in public life, with senior government figures making headlines for all the wrong reasons almost on a weekly basis, will the Leader of the House agree to a debate on government time on the Nolan principles?
Deputy Speaker, the premise is very clear about the importance of ministers operating to the highest standards. The honourable gentleman may wish to call a debate on this himself, because I'm sure we'll be able to give the response that if he's alluding to recent events in recent issues here, I would gently point out that the people concerned did report themselves and have been investigated in an independent way. And we need faith in these matters. It's right that they're independently investigated, and it's right that we abide whatever decision comes at the end of it all.
Ewan Steinbank.
Deputy Speaker, my constituent Brian is currently suffering from cancer and is unable to work. He has been unable to alter his child maintenance payments despite persistent contact over a number of months in reaction to this, and has subsequently been paying over half of his income. Can I ask the Leader when the Government will be reacting to the Working Pensions Select Committee inquiry into the quality and pace of communication people receive from CMS?
Thank you. I'm sure this is a distressing situation for Brian, and I know that my honourable friend has already reached out to the department on this case. I'll make sure that he gets a ministerial response in the hope that this issue can be resolved.
Claire Young.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Constituents in Pilning are outraged that a stadium-sized warehouse is being built next to the village under a 1957 consent, avoiding modern conditions, with another planned twice the size. Will the Leader of the House enable a debate in government time on tackling outdated IDO consents that lack modern conditions?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Honourable Lady will know that we are seeking to change planning law, and I'm sure if there's a debate on these matters, she will want to raise these, or if it's not appropriate in that situation, to get an adjournment debate or a backbench business debate to raise her constituents' concerns.
Thank you, Madam.
Last month, I raised the case of my constituents in ex-MOD housing in Wittering who are facing huge backdated gas bills because their supplier won't take them off an MOD contract. This has escalated, Total Energies won't engage, sending only stock replies telling residents to fill in a transfer form, and when they do, they're being sent further debt collection notices demanding they cough up to £8,000 or be disconnected within a week. Could the Leader advise how this House can hold such private energy companies to account for making constituents' lives a misery?
Leader.
It's absolutely right that my honourable friend continues to pursue this matter on behalf of his constituents, and I hope that Total Energies will have heard his comments today. I'd also encourage his constituents, if they haven't already done so, to contact the Energy Ombudsman to see whether their cases are suitable for investigation. And I will make sure that my honourable friend gets a full response from the relevant department.
Anne Davies.
Madam Llefarydd. I've had the pleasure today of hosting the Royal Welsh Show Rural Leadership Participant in Parliament, where we met at Committee Room 12. And for those of you who don't know, Committee Room 12 was the very place where the Royal Welsh Show was formed in February 1904, 121 years ago, and they're up there in the gallery with me. Will the Leader of the House congratulate the Royal Welsh Show on its continued success and wish the participants from all over Wales well in their endeavours in keeping rural Wales the vibrant, food-producing community that we all want to continue? And can I thank you, diolch yn fawr iawn I chi gyd, thank them all for their work.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I've been here quite a while, Madam Deputy Speaker, and you learn something every day, don't you? I didn't know that about Room 12. But I do welcome Royal Welsh Show people here today. I welcome to the gallery and congratulate them on the fantastic work that they do.
Christina Murray.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Cumbernauld Theatre in my constituency is a modern, thriving community venue, but it faces closure after Creative Scotland refused a multi-year funding. The Trust is currently fundraising for the $300,000 needed by mid-December to keep the venue open, but the Scottish Government could still step in and save it. Community theatres matter for inclusion. Theatre is not just about cities. Can I ask the Leader of the House if we can have a debate on the importance of local theatre and the need for investment in the arts?
Yeah. Local theatres are a very important part of the UK's creative industry, and they play a vital role in our local communities. In England, Madam Deputy Speaker, our Arts Everywhere Fund will include support for local arts and music venues. And as I've already said once this morning, the SNP government has received record funding settlement. It's a shame to see that assets are being underfunded. And should my honourable friend seek a debate on this to highlight this case, I'm sure it will be well attended.
Madam Deputy Speaker. In Bath, we are so lucky to have 3 independent bookshops, Toppings, Persephone Books and Mr. B. The proposed changes to maximum payment terms risk devastating the independent book industry, forcing them to be much more cautious and less willing to take on debut authors. Can we have a debate on these proposed changes and how the government can actually support the creative industries of which writers, editors and independent booksellers are very much part of?
I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady for raising the importance of the independent bookselling industry, and I'll make sure that her words are heard by the relevant minister. We are changing for example, maximum payment terms, giving the certainty to companies that they will be paid on time, because our shopkeepers and family-run firms work hard and they deserve this government's backing, and we're determined to give them that backing. However, too often they're held back by late payments.
Samantha Niblett.
Newhouse Farm School in my part of Mickleover in South Derbyshire is planned and groundworks complete. The trigger point for the release of the Section 106 funds is 314 houses, and this is likely to be met in November. But we have yet to receive a clear signal to go ahead and build the school from the Department for Education, and we don't want to lose out. So will the Leader of the House please help me get that clear signal so that families in Mickleover and the local vicinity can be assured of their children's education in a state-of-the-art modern local school?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I understand the anxiety felt by my honourable friends' constituencies and the need for certainty when it comes to future education for their children. The Minister for Children and Families has committed to provide an update on the outcomes of the review of mainstream free school projects later this year. It is a substantial exercise covering 44 projects. However, I will certainly ensure that members are notified as soon as there's a decision.
Robin Swan.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Royal Horticultural Society has today launched its report, Space to Grow, realising the potential of the community gardening movement. Will the Leader of the House join with me in recognising and celebrating the work of Tidy Randallstown in my constituency of South Antrim, but also look to the opportunity for the Government, along with devolved governments, to embed the Space to Grow campaign in both legislation and policy.
I do, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is really, really important in many communities, and I thank him for raising the example from his own. Community gardens are really important to bring community together, but of course often for the mental health of people that are as well. So it's great that he's brought it to the floor of the House today, and I do join with him in thanking the community gardens movement.
Yes, Salter.
Delighted that next week a new 107 bus will serve residents in the Gunton area of Lowestoft, following representations I made to First Bus. However, many of my constituents rely on the number 99 to get to and from the town centre. On Mondays to Saturdays, the last bus home leaves at 5:40 p.m, closing off our town to tourists. Will the Leader of the House find time for a debate on the impact of buses on local growth and regeneration?
Leader.
Thank you. I hope that the decision makers in her local bus companies have heard my honourable friend's passionate support for the rights of her constituents to have decent public transport. Public transport locally should be designed with the interests of the local people that they serve, and I hope that campaigns going forward, should this arise in the future, will be successful. Our landmark Bus Services Act, which became law earlier this week, actually, puts power over local bus services back into the hands of local leaders.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. 27th of October, Monday past, marked the International Religious Freedom Day. In the UK, we are very fortunate to enjoy the freedom to believe or not to believe without fear of prosecution. Sadly, in countries such as Nigeria and Sudan, which was mentioned this morning, many religious minorities continue to suffer appalling daily discrimination and violence. So will the Leader of the House join me in marking this significant day and urge the Government to reaffirm its commitment to making religious freedom a key priority in its foreign policy? Thank you.
I'm happy, Madam Deputy Speaker, to join with the honourable gentleman in his cause, which he raises steadfastly, and he's right to do so. The UK is committed to defending freedom of religion and belief for all, right across the globe, wherever that happens to be. No one should experience discrimination for exercising their right to freedom of religion or belief, and I encourage him, I've no need to because he will, to continue to raise these matters in the future.
Thank you.
As we approach Remembrance Day, I thank volunteers like the Chellaston Women's Institute, Little Angels at St Andrew's Nursery, Green a Little Over in Blakeries, Carlisle Against Crime, Scout Troops, Marine Training Corps and many more. Will my right honourable friend join me in recognising the fantastic efforts to honour the courage and sacrifice of our armed forces?
I absolutely join my honourable friend in recognising our armed forces, and I thank both past and present servicemen and women for their valiant work in keeping us safe. As I look around the chamber, Madam Deputy Speaker, I see members proudly wearing their poppies, so I know that that sentiment is shared right across the House.
Picture.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can the Leader of the House update us on the progress being made to finalise the transfer of the £2.3 billion reserve of the British Coal Staff Superannuation Scheme?
Thank you. We are working with the BCSS trustees to consider these proposals. We're trying to get an agreement and an outcome that could be implemented later this year, and I'll make sure that the House is kept updated on any decisions.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Bolton Mountain Rescue Team, based in my constituency, provide life-saving emergency support across Greater Manchester and Lancashire. Currently, voluntary search and rescue organisations like Bolton MRT must pay vehicle excise duty, costing the team £3,800 a year. That's money that could otherwise be diverted back into the team's frontline services. So will the Leader of the House allow time for a debate to discuss the invaluable contribution of mountain rescue teams and what financial support the Government might provide to them?
Leader.
Well, first of all, can I begin by paying tribute to the vital work that mountain rescue volunteers and other organisations like them provide across our country. There are currently no VED exemptions for search and rescue voluntary organisations, but the Government does annually review taxes such as vehicle excise duty, and I'll ensure that the Chancellor has heard his concerns ahead of the budget, and as I said previously, of course there will be budget debates on these matters.
Madam Deputy Speaker, as we approach Remembrance Sunday, we honour those who gave their lives for our freedom and remember the often overlooked women who served as code breakers, factory workers and countless vital roles. In light of this, I've written to Dudley Council asking them to permanently install the first ever Women of War silhouette, which was funded by the Sedgley Towns Women's Guild, and I'd like to thank them for their dedication. So will my right honourable friend join me in remembering thousands of women who serve and continue to, and will he make time for a debate for their contributions?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is our duty to never forget all of those who gave their lives for our country, especially during this remembrance period. I have to say I'm always particularly moved when I pass the memorial in Whitehall to women who served our country in world wars. They played a fundamental role in the war effort, and we must honour and mark that. And on Armistice Day, there will be a debate in this House, and I hope that my honourable friend will be able to raise the points that she has raised this morning.
Swallow.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Over the summer, I spoke to almost 1,000 Bracknell Forest residents as part of my campaign on road safety, and last week I published my findings with recommendations including more action on off-road bikes, uninsured drivers and headlight dazzle. Will the Leader of the House ask the local Transport Minister to meet with me to discuss my report further?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My honourable friend is right to raise these matters on road safety, and I'll make sure that the Minister hears his remarks and we'll see if we can get a meeting for him.
Jenny Riddle-Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On the 18th of October, the Post Office in Leiston shut its counter for the final time. Will the Leader of the House do two things? Will he join me in urging the Post Office to secure alternative premises urgently? And secondly, will he support me in my request to have a meeting with the relevant ministers to discuss this vital issue?
Leader.
Yes, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to do both of those things.
Alex Meyer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. A year ago, I delivered a petition to Downing Street calling for quieter fireworks, so keeping the whoosh but getting rid of the bang. This year, Fireworks Day falls on a Wednesday. Would the Leader of the House consider a debate on designating a specific weekend as bonfire night for fireworks to reduce all the disruption to animals and people?
Leader.
Yes, the government is acutely aware, particularly this time of year, of concerns, not least around animal welfare. So I would encourage my honourable friend to seek a debate, either an adjournment debate or a backbench business debate, so that she can raise those concerns and we ensure that legislation on fireworks is kept up to date.
Jim Dixon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I warmly welcome the news today from the Office of Rail and Road that competition can start on international rail lines to the continent, and I'd like to thank the Government for their strong support in this. Would the Leader of the House agree with me that it is vital that the new operator, Virgin, commit to restoring rail services to Kent, and that they commit to stopping Ebbsfleet and Ashford stations, and would the Leader of the House commit to a debate on this matter?
I join my honourable friend in welcoming this news. It's an important step forward in being able to operate cross-border train services using the Channel Tunnel. It's unlocked investment in new services and in the creation of hundreds of new jobs. And it's a win for passengers, customer choice and indeed for economic growth. And I would invite my honourable friend to apply either for an adjournment or a backbench business to highlight this matter.
Rachel Blake.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last year, my constituent Alexander Johnson bravely intervened to stop a phone theft by armed would-be criminals, having himself been a victim of violent mugging. Will the Leader of the House join me in commending Mr Johnson's bravery and agree with me that the steps taken to address this sort of crime, in particular the Metropolitan Police's Operation Echo Steep, is one of the largest crackdowns on phone theft in the UK, and it's essential to maintaining our reputation here in the centre of London as a centre of culture, tourism and an economic engine.
I absolutely join my honourable friend in commending Mr Johnson for his selfless act of heroism, and I thank her for raising this important matter. We are determined to take the strongest possible action to reduce phone thefts, and I commend Operation Echo Steep. We're backing police forces up with stronger powers to tackle this very issue in the Crime and Policing Bill.
Adam Joggi.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. In recent days, a number of women out in Newcastle Lyme town centre have reported being spiked. This is both criminal and evil and doesn't reflect the town I live in, represent or know. I've raised this issue with the Home Secretary and with Staffshire's Police Commissioner. So will the Leader join me in urging Staff's Police to work round the clock to find the criminals who did this, and can I urge government to do all they can to ensure that our communities are safe for women and girls up and down our United Kingdom?
I'm sorry to hear of the cases that my honourable friend raises, and I certainly join with him in expressing how important this matter is. Tackling violence against women and girls is a national emergency. Our mission is to halve levels within a decade. The Crime and Policing Bill will introduce new criminal offences for spiking, and our upcoming violence against women and girls strategy will look across the whole of government to see how we can best protect victims.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Does the Leader of the House believe that sufficient progress is being made in rolling out additional driving test appointments? Learner drivers and their instructors in Glasgow West would suggest not. And will he agree to a debate in government time on the issue?
Thank you very much indeed. The short answer to that from a personal perspective, Madam Deputy Speaker, is no, I don't believe that it's being addressed swiftly. However, we are taking action to deliver about another 10,000 additional driving tests every month, and accelerating a consultation into abuse of the driver test booking system, which I understand is a big part of the problem. I'll ensure that the Transport Secretary has heard her concerns directly. She may wish to raise it in a backbench business debate.
Donald. Thank you very much. Ruby Bishop is an incredible wheelchair tennis player from Norwich who proudly represents Great Britain internationally. Despite her success, she faced many barriers at school in accessing sport. She's now campaigning to change things for other children and young people. Will the leader join me in paying tribute to Ruby, and would he help make time for a debate on how we can make sport and PE inclusive for all children?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Ruby sounds like an exceptional individual, and of course I join my honourable friend in paying tribute to her. Our Inclusion 2028 programme will improve opportunities for pupils with SEND to take part in sport, and I think this would be a popular topic for a backbench business debate, so she may wish to apply for one.
Dan Aldridge.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Weston-super-Mare and Wirral residents are rightly proud of their community, but abandoned commercial waste and rubbish spilling into once proud public spaces undermines our town and civic pride. It shifts the burden of clean-up onto cash-strapped councils and volunteers. Will the Leader of the House allocate time for a debate on how we all, businesses, councils, communities, can help our high streets, keep our high streets clean?
Leader.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I invite my honourable friend to apply for a debate either in backbench business time or as an adjournment debate. But everyone, he is right, has a role to play. Local authorities have a key role to play in using powers to make sure that spaces are kept clean. And as part of our Pride in Place strategy, we plan to bring forward statutory enforcement guidance on things like littering and fly tipping.
Super short questions, and I'll try and get everybody in. Jane Kirkham.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In Cornwall, we have fantastic F&E education providers, and I welcome the government's recent announcement. However, one of our challenges is the cost and availability of public transport to get learners to and from their college and workplace. Will the Leader of the House arrange for colleagues in the Department of Transport to meet with me to ensure students in coastal areas can get to college?
Yes, I will, Madam Deputy Speaker.
James Naish.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I recently met with Ali and Gemma from my constituency of Rushcliffe, who founded We Are Repairs, an online community of 3,000 business members bringing repairers together to combat throwaway culture. Will the Leader of the House join me in commending their work and commit to ensuring the House receives an update on the progress of the Circular Economy Task Force?
I do join my honourable friend in congratulating them in their very important work. The work of the Circular Economy Task Force is a vital component of our sustainability ambitions, and we'll make sure that Britain is a world leader in circular innovation and make us a clean energy superpower. And I'll make sure that ministers keep the House updated.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My knees nearly gave way when I ran the Morley 10K last month, possibly the hilliest race in the UK, and it is part of the bobbing here too. But I persevered, and I did so because Morley Running Club have raised 20,000 for good causes over the last 4 years, and firefighters in full kit were outpacing me. Will the Leader of the House join me in paying tribute to Morley Running Club, to the firefighters raising money for the firefighters charity, and perhaps grant a debate on the need to support these running clubs to run more charitable races, although ones that are less punishing on the knees?
I do congratulate Morley Running Club and the local firefighters for the work that they do, raising such a good cause, and I congratulate him on finishing the run himself, though for me I think it would be more than my knees given way. It's a great contribution of community groups and volunteers coming together. It brings out the best in our local communities.
Josh Newbury.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Earlier this month in Bridgetown, a 12-year-old girl was hit by a car whilst crossing a dangerous crossroads on the A5. Despite being thrown to the other side of the road, she miraculously escaped with minor injuries, but this has reignited long-standing concerns from residents in Bridgetown, including her parents Andrew and Becky, about pedestrian safety at this crossing. Will the Leader of the House join me in urging National Highways to review this crossing, and could we have a debate on improving pedestrian safety on major roads to prevent further tragedies?
Leader.
I'm first of all glad to hear that the girl in question only suffered minor injuries, but nevertheless it's a tragic event in many ways, and my honourable friend is right to raise those concerns. I would urge National Highways and indeed everybody else that has a role to play in this to listen very carefully to what he asks for, and also he may wish to highlight that either through backbench business or indeed an adjournment debate.
Mike Reader.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Royal and Derngate in Northampton has been named the UK's most welcoming theatre. Will the Leader join me in commending Joe Gordon, the Chief Exec, Jessie Jones, our Artistic Director, and all the team at the Royal and Derngate?
Yes, I congratulate the Royal and Derngate Theatre, Madam Deputy Speaker, on being named the UK's most welcoming theatre. Local theatres are an important part of the UK's creative industry. They play a vital role in our local communities, and I thank everyone involved with the theatre concerned.
Darren Puffy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My constituent Clive has a rare and incurable neuroendocrine cancer. The NICE has recommended that selective internal radiation therapy could be used for people with his condition and improve both the life quality and expectancy. But this still isn't happening. Would the Leader make time for a debate on what more is needed for the NHS to finally fund and implement this cost-effective and proven treatment?
I'm sorry to hear of his constituents' concern. The government recognises the need to offer patients the most suitable treatment, but he will know that radiotherapy treatment for cancer is highly individualised and decisions are made, quite rightly, by clinicians. But I'm sure ministers will have heard his concerns, and some of the concerns that he raised will be shared by people across the House. He may wish, therefore, to raise it in a debate.
Alice Strickland.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I was proud to welcome thousands of visitors to my constituency recently to celebrate the 200th anniversary of the Stockton and Darlington Railway. But we want to build a permanent tourism legacy. Will the Leader help me to meet relevant ministers to discuss whether we could put forward this fantastic historic line to be a UNESCO World Heritage Site?
Leader.
My honourable friend is absolutely right to champion such a worthy cause. As the House will know, the Stockton to Darlington Railway was the first public railway to use steam trains. I will ensure that he gets a meeting with the relevant ministers to make his case.
Last person, Andy McNay.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Reform-led Lancashire County Council proposing to close a gritting depot that serves my borough of Rosendale. And this could cause absolute chaos this winter. It's just one of many cuts that Reform are considering, with nurseries and care homes already in the firing line. So would you join me in calling in Lancashire County Council to listen to our communities and stop cutting the services we rely on?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It wouldn't be business questions without a question about the mismanagement of Reform-led Lancashire County Council. So I congratulate my honourable friend for raising these matters. Of course, he's right to continue the fight for services that his constituents rely on. And as I've said previously, raising these matters in adjournment debates or in backbench business debates does shine a light on the record of reform councils, not just in Lancashire but across the country.
I thank members for working with me and speaking at lightning speed, and for the Leader who's got his exercise in for the week. I'll let the front benches shuffle over for the next statement on infected blood compensation. Barely touched the lever. We come to the statement on infected blood compensation, and I call the Minister, Minister Nick Thomas-Symonds.
Madam Deputy Speaker, with your permission, I'd like to update the House on the Government's progress in establishing an infected blood compensation scheme. In July, the Infected Blood Inquiry published its additional report, and the report made a number of recommendations on ways the compensation scheme could be amended to achieve a scheme that works better for all infected and affected people. I updated the House then to confirm that the Government was responding positively to the additional recommendations, that we would bring forward legislation as soon as we could to address the recommendations that we could implement immediately. And the regulations before the House today will achieve a number of those changes and demonstrate this Government's commitment to responding swiftly and constructively to the recommendations of the inquiry. Specifically, these recommendations respond to 5 of the inquiry's recommendations by removing the HIV eligibility start date, removing the minimum earnings threshold for a person to claim the Exceptional Financial Loss Award, removing the requirement for evidence of the date of diagnosis of hepatitis B or C, making changes to the deeming provisions for the severity of hepatitis C, and expanding eligibility to include estates of all affected people who've died between the 21st of May 2024 and the 31st of March 2031, which actually goes further than the inquiry's recommended date range. The regulations also put back the transfer of responsibility to make support scheme payments from the infected blood support schemes to the Infected Blood Compensation Authority, or IBCA, by 1 calendar year. This means IBCA will begin making phased support scheme payments from January to March 2027. IBCA requested this change to allow them to concentrate on accelerating the delivery of compensation and expanding the service to all eligible groups this year, whilst ensuring, which is essential, there is no disruption to those receiving support scheme payments. Now, of course, Madam Deputy Speaker, there will be a separate opportunity for the House to debate these regulations in fuller detail before they're approved, and I, of course, look forward to that debate. I would also like to inform the House that we have implemented the inquiry's recommendation to reinstate support scheme payments to partners bereaved after the 31st of March this year until they have received compensation. Applications for those individuals reopened on the 22nd of October, and I'm grateful to colleagues across the devolved administrations and their support schemes for the collaborative approach to make this happen. Today, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm also launching a public consultation on proposed changes to the Infected Blood Compensation Scheme as recommended by the inquiry, and I encourage responses from the infected blood community and indeed all those with an interest in the infected blood inquiry, and I can assure you that every response, Madam Deputy Speaker, will be considered carefully. The consultation sets out questions across 7 issues, specifically harm caused by interferon treatment, the special category mechanism and its equivalents, severe psychological harm, past financial loss and past care, evidence requirements for exceptional loss, supplementary awards for affected people, and unethical research. The Government has sought initial advice from an infected blood compensation scheme technical expert group to develop proposals on these topics in response to the inquiry's additional report for this public consultation. The feedback that we receive through the consultation will inform the decisions the Government takes, and the technical expert group will also take part in targeted engagement with the community. Now, I previously gave the House an undertaking that transparency will be at the heart of any expert group going forward. That's why the 5 additional members that have been appointed to the technical expert group were appointed following valuable feedback from the infected blood community stakeholders, and it's why I'm also today, Madam Deputy Speaker, publishing the minutes of the meetings of the group that have taken place so far. I look forward to hearing the views of the community within the consultation process and beyond as we work together to ensure the Government's response meets expectations. We will publish a response to the consultation on gov.uk within 12 weeks of it closing, and as I set out in July, we will also need to bring forward further regulations next year to implement changes following the outcome of the consultation. Listening to and working with the infected blood community is essential to ensure a compensation scheme which works for everyone, and I am hopeful the consultation will allow us to do just that. I now turn, Madam Deputy Speaker, to the delivery of the compensation scheme as it currently stands. IBCA has made significant progress in the delivery of compensation. As of the 21st of October, 2,476 people have received an offer of compensation, and over £1.35 billion has now been paid. IBCA reached that significant milestone of having paid out over £1 billion in compensation last month. I'm sure the House will agree that this is a welcome and notable progress in delivery of compensation. And I can also tell the House that there are offers that have now been made totalling over £1.8 billion. As of the end of September, All infected people registered with a support scheme have been contacted to begin their claim, and IBCA has set out its intention to open to unregistered infected people in November. In order to open, IBCA must build a service which allows them to confirm an infection before a claim begins, check the identity of each person claiming, and ensuring that all the necessary legal and financial support is in place for anyone who wishes to use it. This approach, which IBCA also took with the first group of people making a claim, means that the numbers will initially be lower, but I expect that, as with the first group, those numbers will rise exponentially as progress is made. Now, earlier this month, Madam Deputy Speaker, IBCA also launched a registration service for people who intend to make a claim to register their details. As of the 21st of October, they have received 10,573 registrations of intent to make a constant compensation claim. But to be clear, what that figure is all registrations, it's not unique people or claims. These registrations will be particularly helpful to identify the unregistered infected people for the next group, and indeed more as the service grows. Now, as members of the House will be aware from my previous statements on this matter, IBCA is an independent arm's-length body, and it's vital we respect that independence whilst also ensuring I do what I can to drive progress forward. So that is why in July I had asked for an independent review of IBCA's delivery of the scheme. That review, led by Sir Tyrone Urch, began in August and concluded earlier this month. And today I'm publishing that review, and I've deposited a copy in both libraries of the House. And what the report notes is that IBCA has made, and I quote, substantial early progress, close quotes, toward delivering compensation to victims of infected blood. But the report also makes recommendations to aid the scaling up of operations and delivery of compensation to complex cohorts, and I will of course be considering all those recommendations carefully. Alongside IBCA's delivery of the compensation scheme, the Government has also continued to make progress on interim payments. In July, I informed the House that we would make a further interim payment of £210,000 to the estates of infected persons who were registered with an infected blood support scheme or predecessor scheme and had sadly passed away, in addition to the interim payments of £100,000 which opened for application in October 2024. I'm pleased that applications for those payments opened last week, meaning that some estates could now be eligible for up to £310,000 in interim payments. Since applications for the initial interim payments opened last year, over 600 estates have received payment, totalling over £60 million. That's in addition to the £1.2 billion the Government has paid in interim compensation more widely. I hope that this additional interim payment brings some temporary relief to the families impacted. I hope that IBCA's intention to begin the first claims on behalf of estates of deceased infected people by the end of this year provides some reassurance. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I am resolute that we get this right. And I hope that the progress that I've set out today shows that we are taking positive action, and crucially as well that we are listening to and making progress alongside the community. After all, those who have been so impacted by this horrendous scandal must be at the core of every decision we make in government and indeed across this House. They deserve no less. And I commend this statement to the House.
I call the Shadow Minister, Mike.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his statement, for advance sight of it, although just under an hour is not a lot of time to digest 75 pages of documentation, so I will do my best. But I'd like to start by joining the Minister in acknowledging the work done by Sir Brian Langstaff and his inquiries, but also in acknowledging the significant improvement in the pace of payments that IBCA have made in recent months. And so we thank Sir Robert Francis, David Foley and all of their team at IBCA. I also welcome on behalf of the opposition the measures that the Minister has announced that implement some of Sir Brian's recommendations from the additional report, and particularly those on HIV start dates, deeming of severity bands, evidence of date of diagnosis, affected estates and bereaved partner support scheme payments. But turning to the recommendations around hepatitis, we of course welcome confirmation that the government will remove the earnings floor on the supplementary route exceptional loss award. However, I didn't hear any specific reference to measures to address recommendation 4C in the additional report around effective treatment. So perhaps the Paymaster General would be able to set out how the government intends to give effect to that recommendation in particular. And similarly, could the Paymaster General also set out what measures the government is taking beyond the appointment of the new members of the technical expert group that is announced in response to recommendation 2E on the transparency of scheme design, which is of course particularly important in light of the inquiries worrying finding that victims did not feel that they were being listened to. Turning to those recommendations that the government did not feel able to accept immediately, I welcome the fact that the Minister is consulting on a way forward on those issues. And clearly there is a need for transparency, as I have said, and for proper consultation. This consultation period lasts until the end of January next year, and of course we recognise there is little that the Minister can do about that clearly defined period. But given the clear need to address these measures without undue delay, will he ensure that once the consultation period does close, that the government responds swiftly to that consultation paper and introduces any necessary further regulations with maximum speed, so that this House can consider any further measures that are necessary? And more broadly, can the Minister set out how the government is applying the lessons that have been learned from the implementation of payment schemes for people infected to better inform the operation of payments to people affected and to their estates that is set out in his statement? And what action is the Minister taking with the, as he said, independent Infected Blood Compensation Authority to ensure that the welcome progress in the pace of payments continues to accelerate, and that progress is not jeopardised by changes to rules and to processes? Madam Deputy Speaker, as I opened, Sir Brian's inquiries have done incredible and invaluable work to give a voice to those who have battled so courageously against decades of injustice, and to ensure that victims and their families have some remedy, although clearly no amount of money can ever reverse the terrible harm done by this scandal over many, many years. The recommendations in the additional report that Sir Brian published shortly before the summer are an invaluable contribution to that. But looking forward, there will obviously need to be a degree of policy certainty as we move from a period of review to one of rectification and delivery. And that's one of the reasons, of course, why the cross-party work both before and since the election, I think, has been so important to give confidence in that certainty. But looking ahead, does the Minister have any indication as to when we might expect the inquiry to draw to a close, and what might be the mechanism for doing so at an appropriate time?
Thomas Simmons.
I'm grateful to the Shadow Minister for the tone of his remarks. And I do note what he said about the time that he received the statement and indeed other documents, and he knows me well enough to know by now that I have great respect for this House and always facilitate shadows having material with plenty of time, so I will certainly take that away and look at why that happened. And I do join the Shadow Minister in paying tribute to the work of the inquiry, but also to Sir Robert Francis and to the Chief Executive of IBCA, David Foley. This House, quite rightly, held me to account in the past for the number of payments that had been made, and IBCA were running a test and learn approach, and what I always said to the House was there would be that smaller number that was a representative sample of cases, but what it would do is allow IBCA to scale up exponentially, and we are now in that exponential phase, that steep curve phase, where when I look, as I do every single week, at the number of payments that have been made, it is now starting to increase very significantly, which I know will be welcome to members across the House. With regard to the point the Honourable Gentleman makes about treatment for hepatitis, of course, in the consultation, one of the things we are looking at is the impact of interferon, which I know had such a detrimental impact on so many people. The Shadow Minister is right to raise the transparency mechanism, and whilst I don't need a piece of legislation for that, that is something that I'm looking at and want to get into place as soon as possible. With regard to, we'll have the 12-week consultation. The government will then respond within 12 weeks, and I will then want to bring forward a fourth set of regulations with the greatest possible speed. And to the Shadow Minister's final point about learning lessons, that's precisely why I asked Sir Tyrone Urch to carry out the work that he has done. Firstly, to learn the lessons from what's happened so far and how we can best take it forward, but also what are the practical steps that I can assist IBCA with in terms of scaling up now to make payments to affected people, which is clearly going to be a far larger number of people that IBCA are going to deal with. And just to finish on a consensual point, I do think the cross-party support for this has been hugely important. The continuity between the work I did and the work of my predecessor as Paymaster General, the Right Honourable Member for Salisbury, and I think maintaining that has been hugely important in the delivery of this scheme.
Clive Effort.
Deputy Speaker, I welcome the statement from my right honourable friend. This is an issue that has its origins back in the 1940s and has been going on for an extraordinarily long time, where the state has not been responding or providing information to people it should have been there to serve. And now we find ourselves in a situation where people have lived almost all their lives waiting for compensation, and now there's this issue arising that they may pass away having just received compensation, and their estate will then be subject to inheritance tax. That seems that the state is giving with one hand and taking back with the other. I don't realise that he is not the Treasury, but we need to take that issue forwards. And there's also this outstanding issue of support to the campaigning groups that support the applications of people who are infected and affected. And that's part of one of the recommendations of Sir Brian Langstaff, that they needed extra support. That comes from the Department of Health. But with both these issues, what can my right honourable friend do to assist the people who are making these applications and get the response to Sir Brian Langstaff's recommendations that they deserve?
I'm grateful to my honourable friend and pay tribute to the work that he does with the all-party parliamentary group. With regard to the first question, the compensation that's been received clearly is exempt from tax, and I understand exactly the point he is making, which is around the issue of where you have people who are, say, for example, a widow who inherits and has the compensation on behalf of a deceased partner. Of course, that money will be received tax-free, but I appreciate his point about the speed that is needed because of so many people who are the victims of this scandal and the age they are now at, through no fault of their own, but the fault of the state. But the tax exemption is in line with the policy that is pursued consistently across government. On his second point around the campaigning groups, I'm very conscious of the fact that we are approaching the end of another tax year. I pay tribute to the work that the charities do, and I will undertake to him that I will take up that matter with the Department for Health and Social Care.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson, Tessamand.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Minister very much indeed for his statement, and he'll see the pile of papers, which I hope are the criticisms I never have to raise again. I welcome his statement and the work that's been done, particularly that by Sir Brian Langstaff and others, and for his intention to listen to and work with the infected blood community. This scandal remains the worst treatment disaster that's happened in the history of our National Health Service, and it's a source of shame for successive governments and for that health service. And those people whom we heard from as constituents have been let down by medical professionals and the NHS, and in many cases they were indeed victims of deliberate malpractice and of cover-up. So all those warnings about unsafe blood were ignored, and officials failed to inform patients, and in many cases those patients paid and are still paying with their lives. So we had an estimated 30,000 victims who suffered, and that was compounded by the further injustice of having to wait decades for compensation. I understand that as of my latest data, 6 times as many people have died waiting for justice as have benefited from this scheme. I hope the Minister might be able to update me with a slightly more accurate figure, but payments have been made up to date at an infuriatingly glacial pace. So, if I may, I'd like to ask the Minister, please, about the timelines for delivering compensation, and that he might be able to reaffirm that all eligible victims, all 30,000, will receive compensation by 2029. I'd also like to ask him to confirm that the consultation he's going to undertake will not delay in any way the payments that are currently being made and the speed at which they are being made. More specifically, can I ask him about the 916 victims of the special category mechanism, about which I've challenged him before? Are they in a different state from the advice that was given in August last year, and has this changed completely from the situation that changed in February this year when the rules changed? And I just wanted to check, I'm not entirely clear, the inflicted blood compensation authority, the current approach was that people were not able to apply for compensation. Now you're saying, I believe, that they can and that they won't have to be waiting.
Miss Munt, now you're saying I wasn't. And I hope you're coming to a conclusion.
Indeed, and I apologise. I wonder whether the Minister would confirm that they won't have to wait, and that those 10,573 registrations are only part of those when we recognise that there are 30,000 victims. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Yes, and I thank the Honourable Lady for the tone of her comments. On the final point, yes, that's just the number of registrations. It's not the totality of the number of victims. On the point she raises, I entirely share her concern that, and I've always applied this test, this is what I said when I gave evidence to the inquiry in May, that in terms of making changes, I always have at the forefront of my mind not causing additional undue delay to the payment of compensation. She asked me as well about 2029. That is a backstop, right? That is not a target date. And I said that to the inquiry as well in May. The target is to get the payments out as quickly as possible. And as I said in response to the Shadow Minister, the test and learn approach was always taken because we felt that that would ultimately be the way, and that's what IBCA felt would ultimately be the way to get the money out to the largest number of people as quickly as possible. And I think we are in now an exponential phase where the number of payments are going up quickly, and she's entirely right as well to draw attention to the number of people who died before they actually secured justice, and that's again the reason why I've been pushing forward for payments as quickly as possible. And finally, on the special category mechanism, it's one of the 7 issues that is in the consultation. I know it's been asked before, and I would urge whether it is her, indeed her constituents, to respond to that.
Graham Morris.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Could I thank my right honourable friend for the content, clarification and the tone of his statement. Clearly it's an awful situation. I'd like to speak up for my constituents in Easington, and I would also like to seek some clarification in respect of those people who contracted hepatitis C. Can the Minister confirm there will be access to the consultation for all in the infected blood community, including those suffering with hepatitis C, as was recommended by Sir Brian Longstaff? I do understand the consultation closes in January, and you mentioned there'd be a 12-week period when the government would consider that.
Yes, is the straight answer. My honourable friend is a powerful advocate for the victims in his constituency of Easington. And what I would say to him is, in terms of whether it's Hep C victims or indeed the other victims of this scandal, I want the consultation to be as accessible as possible. And I very much hope, and I'm sure he will encourage his constituents to respond to it.
Sir Julian Lewis.
The Minister is clearly totally committed to this subject, and I thank him for the way he reaches out to MPs who he knows to have an interest in it. And perhaps he will join with me in commending IPCA for the quality of their communications. Both the website and the MP's toolkit recently sent out could not be more free of jargon than they are, and it sets an excellent example. But may I just come back to the point raised by the chairman of the APPG? As I understand it, if a compensation grant is made to a family of someone who has already died, those relatives will receive it tax-free. But if the grant is made to the individual who then dies a very short time later, the very same members of the family might have to pay inheritance tax on it. This is clearly an anomaly, and would he speak to the Treasury about it?
So on the, and I pay tribute to the right honourable gentleman who's been a campaigner on this issue for many, many years. With regard to his first point, I do agree, and whether it is in terms of documents that go out from the government or indeed documents and communication from IBCA, I am constantly pressing for plain English, in which, to be fair to those who are tasked with producing this document, some of it, I'm afraid, is complicated, but trying to communicate in accessible ways is hugely important. To his second point around the tax exemption that he raises, he is correct, I think, in his interpretation that there is a single tax exemption. So when it is received in the first instance, it is received free of tax. But that it is then, there's then not a subsequent tax exemption is the situation that is in line with general government policy on tax exemptions across the board.
Dame Meg Hillier.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his statement. And he talks about lessons learned, so I hope he's looked at the National Audit Office work into different compensation schemes so that we can learn from that. And I hope he also supports the national campaign to get people who received a blood transfusion and contracted hepatitis C to be tested for that, because the helpline's getting 2 people a week saying that they've been infected in that, each month infected in that period. But I do want to press him further on the point raised by my honourable friend, the member for Eltham and Chislehurst, and the honourable gentleman just now. It is a real issue for this particular scheme that people are getting it because they are dying, because they got infected blood. So it is not it's not a random and coincidental thing that they might die of something else and then a family member inherit it. They're getting it because they're dying. And if they happen to receive it just before they die and their family inherit it, they pay inheritance tax. And if those victims will feel wanting to make sure that their family are properly supported because they are no longer able to do that. So could he renew his efforts to talk to the Treasury about this? It's a small and defined group of people. It doesn't need to set a precedent more generally, but I think for this particular scheme, where the state failed people so much, it is really an important issue to resolve.
Well, with regard to my right honourable friend, I pay tribute to the work that she does. I entirely agree with her about learning the lessons across the different compensation schemes that have been run across a number of different governments in recent decades. And look, with regard to the second point around the tax exemptions, look, I've said at the position, but I hear very strongly what different members are saying.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the right honourable gentleman for his meticulous and thorough analysis of all the different strands of this challenging problem, and for the work that he's done to deal with all the complexity of different groups' concerns over the delivery of it. And I'd also like to thank Brian Longstaff for what he has done. However, it is true that after 6 years, £140 million has been spent on this inquiry, and we don't have the accounts for the current year. And in the review that the Minister mentioned of Sir Tyrone Urch, it says its first recommendation is around policy stability. Could he say something about how we're going to achieve policy stability? Isn't it time, respectfully, to thank Sir Brian and Sir Robert for their work and now focus on the delivery of IPCA rather than more iterations of recommendations which don't achieve very much for the individuals who need this accelerated?
Yeah, can I thank the Right Honourable Gentleman first of all for his painstaking work on this, the very significant work he did over the period of time that he was the Paymaster General. And indeed, the reference to Sir Tyrone Urch in his report is a really apposite one, because I asked Sir Tyrone to look at the workings of IPCA, to look at practically what are the barriers that are still there to delivering compensation quickly. And of course, the first recommendation was around policy stability. When I was before the inquiry in May, I said, of course, that when we were making changes to the scheme, what we wouldn't want to be doing is doing that to the detriment of being able to deliver the compensation very, very quickly. And that's something I think is really important going forward.
Snell, after which I will call Steve Darling. Gareth Snell.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I congratulate and thank the Minister for his work on this. I know how much of his time it is taking. But further to the points by my honourable friend from Eltham and Chislehurst and Hackney South and Shoreditch and the honourable gentleman from New Forest East, there is a perversity here that people who were failed by the state will very quickly be asked potentially to repay 40% of their compensation to the same state that failed them. The honourable gentleman has clearly set out that it is in line with policy. Is he willing to stand at that dispatch box and state categorically that that is fair? And if he can't say that it is fair, will he at least give an undertaking to re-raise this issue with the Treasury so those people who were failed by the state are not then penalised by that same state?
Look, I mean, look, the honourable gentleman, as a number of members have said, have made this case very powerfully. And what I say to the House is they can be assured that I look at all aspects of this scheme, all aspects, and test whether they're fair. And I think across party, we can see what the strength of feeling is on this today.
Steve Darling.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to congratulate the Minister in making real progress on this matter after many years of delays. I've recently met with Jean Hill and her daughters. She's been campaigning on this issue for 30 years. Sadly, her husband died in 2004 at the age of 47. His brother died at 25 and a nephew died in more recent years. What assurance can I have and Jean have from the Minister that payments to deceased estates will be expedited as a matter of urgency, and what added resources will be put in place to achieve this? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I pay tribute to the work, and I know the honourable gentleman has raised this on previous occasions. With regard to the deceased estates, you'll have heard what I said in the statement about the interim payments, which, there are additional interim payments that have just opened, which I think shows the urgency of the situation to the government and the importance of that money getting to where it is needed, which is why I made sure that it was opened in recent weeks.
Patricia Ferguson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his statement today and for the work he has done. One of the issues raised with me by a constituent is that when she applied for the interim payment, she filled out lots of forms and gave information, as she has been doing for many years now, because her husband died some time ago and contracted infection back in, I think, the 1970s. But she now has to apply again, and once again, the same information will be asked for. There must be a way of expediting that process to make life slightly simpler for people like her. But she too is in the situation where, at the age of 88, and not having received all the payments she is likely to get, she is worried about inheritance tax, not on her own behalf, but on behalf of her children. So can I ask, I'm sorry to belabour the point, but can I add my voice to those around the chamber? And perhaps those voices will help the Minister to have the ammunition to take to Treasury to say, we're not happy with this.
So, Madam Deputy Speaker, with regard to the first point on the interim payments, there is an expedited process if the details are unchanged from the first interim application. But if my honourable friend wants to write to me with the particular details of her consideration, I'm happy to look at it. On the second point, listen, I think the strength of feeling around the House is very clear.
Seamus Logan.
Madam Deputy Speaker, on previous occasions I've paid tribute to the Minister's sincerity and hard work in this matter. And I want to add to that the collegiate and consensual way that he approaches all of this, particularly his work with devolved administrations, the Scottish Government in particular. Now, I previously asked for the work of voluntary organisations, third charity organisations, to be placed on a statutory basis. And the Minister will understand that claimants, particularly those who are unwell, despite the system being fairly straightforward and simple, as has been acknowledged, they still need support. So can the Minister advise if this is now the case, that that work is now on a statutory basis?
Well, on the first point that the honourable gentleman makes, yes, absolutely, I've worked with the devolved administrations throughout, and I think we have to take into account with this scandal, it's a pre-devolution scandal, so it is a UK-wide scandal. So a number of Sir Brian's recommendations from his initial report are UK-wide, and of course they are now within devolved competence, so it's hugely important. And I've always been conscious of this. I work with the devolved administrations in Northern Ireland, indeed in Scotland, and indeed in Wales as well. With regard to his second point, on the issue of voluntary bodies, there's a couple of different issues mixed up on that question. If he wants to write to me precisely about the bit that he means on a statutory footing, I will give him an answer to that. But could I comment more generally that I do think the work of voluntary bodies and charities supporting the victims has been absolutely invaluable. I'm very conscious as well of the financial pressures they're facing.
Tom Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. So many lives have been scarred or ended by this betrayal of trust, cover-ups, denials and delays. And my constituents have waited for up to decades for justice. Many are concerned that they won't see this in their lifetimes. Can the Minister outline how he will ensure that my constituents find this consultation accessible, and how the infected blood community can also see the consultation as accessible? And can he say when the third set of regulations that have been published will become law?
Yes, so directly to the honourable gentleman's second question, subject of course, Madam Deputy Speaker, to the House, I really would like those done by the end of the year, the third set of regulations. With regard to his advocacy for his constituents, it's never been anything short of impressive, and any of his specific case he wants to bring to me, I'm more than happy to look at.
Jim Shannon.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I thank the Minister very much for his commitment to finding solutions, and also can I say the Minister's compassionate demeanour that he shows, how he handles these issues, and that comes through in an incredible way, and I thank him for that. I think we all thank him for that. With the new streamlined scheme for compensation opened just 3 weeks ago, can the Minister confirm that indeed this is easier for people to access the money that they deserve? And this is not adding, I hope not, adding more worry and stress to those who live their life under a burden not of their making. And is government truly sharing the load with them? And what more can government and the Minister in particular do to make the process smoother? Thank you so much.
I think that the honourable gentleman has raised a very useful point. It builds on the point that was made by my honourable friend a moment or two ago, because I am very keen that the consultation is as accessible as possible. And some of Sir Brian Langstaff's recommendations are quite technical. Some of them are very technical about, for example, calculations between how you compare past loss and future loss. But I am always saying, both to the department but also to IBCA as well, everything that we can do to make it simpler, but where we also need to have ready explainers alongside things as well, is really, really important, and he can be assured I'll continue to push that.
Alex Barras-Curtis.
Deputy Speaker, and I want to thank my right honourable friend for his continued commitment and compassion with this cause, and for the communications we've had about affected constituents in my constituency. As he will recall, their concerns were about bureaucracy and delays. So given what he said in this statement, can he assure me that this government remains committed to ensuring all affected and infected individuals will see their compensation as quickly as is possible? And what assurances can he give me and my constituents as to when they will be invited to start their claims?
Yes, I'm grateful to my honourable friend, and he, as ever, makes a powerful case on behalf of his constituents. At the moment, there are offers that have been made of over £1.8 billion, but I remain restless for the speed of progress to continue to increase. I'm very conscious of the fact that IBCA will be moving from dealing with those who've been infected to the much larger number of those who've been affected. To that end, that's why I appointed Sir Tyrone Urch to look at this, to look at the lessons that we can learn and look at how best IBCA can then scale up to deal with that much larger number of claims. And indeed, there's also been, of course, the registration of over 10,000 claims as well. I stand ready to assist and support IBCA as we now move forward into that new phase.
Thank you,
Madam Speaker. I thank the Minister for his statement and I think we can all see is his very clear personal commitment on this issue. Minister will be aware that building and maintaining trust between the affected families and the government is essential. I'm sure he'll agree with me that the Hillsborough Law coming to the House next week is one such example of how we can continue to repay that trust and demonstrate that we're determined to see recommendations like the duty of candour implemented into statute. But my constituents affected by the scandal, they still continually ask me for reassurance on transparency. So will he consider publishing regular data on claims received, assessed and paid so the public can clearly see the progress that's being made, exponential or otherwise?
Yes, I mean, my honourable friend's entirely correct about transparency, and IBCA continue to publish those statistics, which are very, very important. I've also today published the technical experts group's minutes, which I think is a very important point too. But my honourable friend also puts his finger on another really important aspect of the response to Sir Brian Langstaff's report of last year, and that is the duty of candour, which is going to be hugely important in terms of driving cultural change across public service. And I'm proud that the government will, of course, have the second reading of the relevant bill for that on Monday.
Back.
Mr. Speaker, I welcome the Minister's statement and the opening of further interim payments last week. The families of infected people in Falkirk have raised with me in the past concerns about the fact that systems could be better streamlined and that this is impacting the pace of delivery. I know the pace of delivery will continue to be imperative for families, so what assurances can the Minister provide that the actions contained in this statement and following the consultation will continue to reflect the feedback of infected people and affected families?
Yes, my honourable friend is entirely correct, and that is why both the consultation, the introduction of the transparency mechanism, but also acting and looking at very seriously the recommendations that Tyrone Urch has made are both about ensuring that the speed of payments continues to increase, but as my honourable friend says, making absolutely sure that the feedback from victims is at the heart of it as well.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. One of the first contributions I had the privilege to make in this House was raising the case of the Blake family. Their son Stuart was infected at age 6 and he died at the age of 27 back in 2006. I've been in regular contact with the Blake family. It was my privilege to show them around this place just a few weeks ago. I'm sure the Minister in the House will understand that given that this has consumed their family for 4 decades, they are still seeking reassurance on the urgency of the government to bring forward payments as quickly as we possibly can. I'm really encouraged by the statement today. They are eligible for the second interim payment, but I'd be grateful if the Minister can confirm his personal commitment for cases like those to be brought to resolution as soon as possible.
I mean, my honourable friend has spoken to me movingly previously about the experience of the Blake family. It's exactly families who've had that experience that I know at the forefront of all our minds across the House as we drive this forward. And I can, of course, give him that personal commitment that I will continue to do all I can to quicken even further the pace of the compensation payments.
Nish.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and on behalf of my constituents, I thank the Minister for the update, and especially on behalf of my constituent Robert, who lost his brother at age 31 and has been in regular contact with me on this issue. The government previously announced that it was allocating funding for charities, which was a recommendation from the inquiry. Will the Minister confirm the steps that he has been taking with the Department of Health and Social Care to make sure that money gets to those charities so that they are funded to be able to process applications as quickly as possible?
Yes, my honourable friend raises a really important issue because the charities have played an absolutely vital role in supporting victims and advocating for the victims of this scandal. I know there was money already allocated in terms of this financial year. I know there are concerns going forward. He can be assured that I'll be working closely with ministerial colleagues in the Department for Health and Social Care to look at that.
Final question, Mark Stewart.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm very grateful to the Minister for his update today, and I'm pleased to report that one of my constituents, the one that I've been most in contact with the Minister about, has finally been fully compensated, which is a huge relief to him and his family. I spoke with him this morning. He's watching now, and although, of course, he welcomes the improved service from ICFA, and I, of course, find it reassuring that the intention is to begin the first claims on behalf of estates of deceased infected people by the end of this year, my constituent does ask if there's anything that we can do to prioritise those close to the end of their lives, bearing in mind the valid inheritance tax concerns that have already been raised across the House today, so that they can still get the justice they deserve in life.
Yes, and I am pleased to hear that his constituent has had his compensation payment, and my honourable friend speaks very powerfully on his constituent's behalf. And with regard to the point he makes about those who are nearing the end of their lives, of course, IBCA have themselves published a prioritisation in terms of how they deal with claims, but he can be assured, and his constituents should be assured, that exactly those people who may be now at an advanced age are dealing with this at this moment in their lives for no other reason other than the state's failure to deal with this matter over decades. And it's people in that position that's certainly at the forefront of my mind as I try to drive progress even faster.
That is the end of the statement, and I'll give the front benches a moment to shuffle over. Is that point of order, Peter Swallow?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On a point of order, this weekend, the Honourable Member for East Wiltshire suggested on a Reform UK broadcast that the country could soon be run by an appalling, Hamas-supporting, LGBT-supporting nationalist party. As a gay man and an MP, I'm proud to say I will always support LGBT rights. Yeah. And to suggest that that support is the same as backing Hamas, a vile terrorist organisation which systematically persecutes LGBT people, is beyond the pale. Yeah. What can we do across this House to make it clear to him and his party that supporting LGBT rights is fundamental to our British values and to the values of this Parliament?
Yeah. Thank the honourable gentleman for notice of his point of order and his assurance that the member concerned has been notified. I can see you nodding. What members say outside the chamber is not a matter for the chair, but he's most definitely put his point on the record, and most likely has also most recently read the Speaker's Commission's most recent report, which once again talked about colleagues using moderate and political discourse as well. Thank you. Point of order, Sarah Olney.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In July this year, a Treasury Minister agreed to meet with me regarding the closure of the Lending Standards Board ahead of the launch of their ethnicity code. This meeting was scheduled to take place in September, but was cancelled due to the government reshuffle. And despite initial indication that this meeting would be rescheduled, I've had no recent response from to requests from my office regarding a date or a time. Given that the Lending Standards Board is now due to close tomorrow, I wish to ask your advice, Madam Deputy Speaker, on what further steps I can take to ask the Government to engage with me on the ethnicity code.
I thank the Honourable Lady for notice of her point of order and her assurance that she has notified the Minister. While this is not a matter for the Chair, I'm sure the Treasury front bench, I'm making eye contact here, like myself, has heard and noted her frustration. Thank you. We'll move on to the next bit of business. We now come to the Select Committee statement on behalf of the Foreign Affairs Committee, the Israel-Palestine conflict government response. Emily Thornberry will speak for up to 10 minutes, during which no interventions may be taken. At the conclusion of a statement, I will call members to ask questions on the subject of the statement. These should be brief questions, not full speeches. Can I emphasise that questions should be directed to the Select Committee Chair and not the relevant Government Minister? Front benchers may take part in questioning. I call Dame Emily Thornberry.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I have to say, in the 20 years I've been in Parliament,
I have a confession to make. I've never done one of these before, so it's all entirely new to me. And if I am doing anything wrong, please, and I'm sure you will, put me back on the straight and narrow. The situation in Palestine is a humanitarian catastrophe, an injustice, great unfinished business. It's also been a huge diplomatic challenge for our country and indeed for the rest of the world. We as a country believe that we have some responsibility to try to find a way through, rightly so, given our history in the region and the potential assistance that we can give. For a long time now, our policy in relation to Israel and Palestine has been dictated by being close to the Americans, believing that they're the ones with the influence. But the Americans, until recently, weren't really doing anything, and the Israelis certainly weren't listening to the Americans in any event. And they weren't listening to us, that was for sure. And the international community, I think, just stood and watched as the hopes of a two-state solution just ran into the sand. Meanwhile, our long-standing alliances with countries such as the Arab countries were blemished by our continual refusal to recognise Palestine. So while we had willingness, we weren't as influential as we should be or we could be. And in the view of our committee, we believe that Britain needed to have a stronger voice, and there is more that we could do. And in the words of the former member for North East Bedfordshire and Middle East Minister, we tended to do too little and too late. Most of us thought that it was beyond time to recognise a Palestinian state. It was of immense importance as an expression of intent and goodwill and to help reset those really important relationships in the region. I was really pleased that 4 days after our report was published, the government committed to recognising a Palestinian state.
Hear, hear.
Now, it wasn't just because of our report, I accept, that persuaded them. It was also the circumstances of the French-Saudi conference and the campaigning of a great many people, not least members of Parliament from this House, and in particular the member for Rotherham and chair of the International Development Committee.
Hear, hear. Hear.
Our report also recommended that humanitarian aid must immediately flow in under the auspices of the UN and called for the immediate dismantling of the Humanitarian Foundation. I'm glad that we can see the back of that organisation, and good riddance. But I am keen to hear more from the government on its contribution to the UN 60-day plan to deliver vital food, aid and sanitation. But it isn't just about Gaza. We all agreed that everything has to be done to protect the West Bank from an increasingly violent and organised settler movement with representation at the highest levels on the Israeli government. We went on a visit. We saw evidence of settlers thinking that they could act with impunity and met organisations that had been established to monitor settlements who were being undermined by Israeli legislation that takes away NGO funding. We urged the government to prepare a comprehensive ban on the import of settlement goods. Because when we say that settlements are illegal, we must mean it, and we must follow through. We also called for the government to immediately evacuate injured children for medical treatment in the UK, and I'm pleased that the government immediately committed to doing that. We called for the government to participate in peace building and kickstart negotiations for a long-term two-state solution. The government told us that it had played a full part in the Saudi-French conference. But the question really now is, what's happening now? How are we going to keep moving forward? We have to keep moving forward. Many of us have been asked to express a conclusion on breaches of international law from genocide downwards. Now, the government has consistently maintained the position that they are not able to make a determination, firstly because it isn't for them, it's for a court, and secondly because we need to see the evidence. I have to say, if you ask me, it looks like a genocide to me, but I know that I'm not a court. And that is why we need to play a role in collecting evidence for the future legal reckoning that must come. I'm really disappointed. I'm more than disappointed. I'm genuinely surprised that the government, in its response to our report, didn't agree to this. One of the things that the Labour government prides itself in, and I'm proud of it too, is its commitment to upholding international law, no matter how difficult it is. So I really don't understand why they've taken that view. Our report in the sum is the sum of a huge amount of work by members of the committee and committee staff, for which I am hugely grateful. Of course, we always knew that it would, as soon as it was published, go out of date, and maybe it's gone out of date in a good way. At least there is some semblance of a ceasefire now, and the hostages have been released. though it is very difficult to say all of that given the events of this week. What remains consistent is the approach that we believe that the government should take to be consistent, to be clear, to act as a convener, a sensible friend, a force for good, to work hard, to refuse to look away, and to take seriously our responsibilities in the region, because peace will come. It's a question of when and how, and whether Britain will be at the forefront of crafting that, because we believe that Britain should.
Sir Julian Lewis.
I congratulate the Right Honourable Lady on her report, and may I just ask her in relation to the government's response to the 7th recommendation about a Palestinian state, where the government states that, and I quote, "Our message to the terrorists of Hamas is unchanged and unequivocal. They must immediately release all the hostages, sign up to a ceasefire, disarm, and accept they will play no part in the government of Gaza." Did her committee give consideration as to what should be done if Hamas refuses to disarm and refuses to give way to, for example, the Palestinian Authority?
We find ourselves at the moment in a vacuum where there is no plan for what is to happen to the Strip now. And in a lawless situation, it is extremely challenging. That is why we have to keep moving forward. The ceasefire is not the answer. It is only the first step. And there needs to be, and there is some work being done, but I would like to be reassured that we are playing a central role in that, because I believe that we should and we could.
Uma Kamaran.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I thank the Chair for this statement and recognition of the members of the FAC Committee. Relating to Recommendation 6 on the Gaza reconstruction, Gaza is still the most dangerous place in the world to be a child. Over 64,000 children are reported to be killed or injured. Nearly the same amount have lost a parent. UNICEF, who are headquartered in my constituency, have raised urgent concerns about the devastating and long-term consequences the children are facing, including the trauma of mass displacement. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that the long road to recovery must include specialist care for children, so many of whom have witnessed unimaginable horrors and whose survival, safety and dignity have been imperilled by war and humanitarian crisis for over 2 years?
I'd like to thank my honourable friend for all the work that she's done on this report, and her contribution has been so important, and she's of course right. What we're trying to do in finding a peace is to bring hope and a future, not just for Palestinian children, but for Israeli children too, so that they can live in peace together and actually get a decent future.
I'm grateful to the Chair. In this place, we use the phrase two-state solution very readily and very often, so much so that it becomes a cliche. And our visits as a committee to the Knesset revealed just how limited support is for a two-state solution there. I was pleased that the government announced its intention to recognise a Palestinian state on the 29th of July, just 4 days after the committee published its report. But I want to draw attention in particular of the House to the September conference, the two-state solution conference convened by France and Saudi Arabia. In responding to our report, the government said that it played a full part in that conference, and it did so by co-chairing the working group on humanitarian action and reconstruction. Does the Right Honourable Member share my view that the UK's contribution needs to go beyond humanitarian action and thinking about our continued engagement on how we might make a two-state solution a reality?
Again, I would like to thank the honourable member for the contribution that he made to the report and all the work that he's done. It has been a great deal of work, and he's certainly played his part in it, and thank you. Yes, Britain can do so much. We have experience in the region, we have really good friends, and we have the experience of Northern Ireland, when people said there was no chance of getting peace and a long-term solution in Northern Ireland until suddenly it was. And we need to bring that hopeful and positive attitude to it. And I believe that there's an important contribution we can make.
Alex Ballinger.
Speaker, and I welcome the statement from the Chair. I think we're all on the committee relieved that since our report was published, we have now reached a ceasefire. The UN has been able to now re-enter Gaza, and the situation that they've seen on the ground is devastating. The UN's humanitarian chief described it as like going through the ruins of Hiroshima. Whilst it is welcome that the UN is able to restart its humanitarian deliveries, of course this is only a first step towards the lasting peace that is needed. So does the Chair agree with me that the UK must play its part with international partners on the security and governance as we move towards that two-state solution? And we need to enable Palestinians to rebuild the place that they live in a way that is fair for them.
My right honourable friend is another member of the committee who worked very hard on this report, and his focus and commitment to this has really made a difference to the report, and I'd like to thank him for that. We are concerned, aren't we, on the committee, that when it comes to the funding of assistance that can be given not just in Gaza but in other countries to governance and to defending democracy and creating states, we're very concerned about the budget and exactly how much there will be available for being able to do this vital work that Britain is really good at, and we don't want to withdraw from the field.
Dean.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the Chair for her committee's report. She mentioned the possible determination of genocide and said that perhaps in her personal view that's what's taken place. There is of course a UN report now that has reached that conclusion as well, and I'm fairly certain that should place certain obligations on the UK. So can a committee commit to investigating exactly what the UK's obligations are to any kind of international accountability process?
We will continue to, obviously, we can't look, just like I don't think that Britain as a country can look away from what's happening, our committee can't look away either. We have asked the government for its response to that particular court case. We're still awaiting a proper response because there may well be some obligations that are attached to it, and we do think that it's taken too long for the government to respond.
Olivia Blake.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the Chair of the Select Committee and the committee itself for the report. I thought it was a very helpful and insightful report. I share the concerns that the Chair outlined about gathering of evidence, but I also wanted to link that to access for media into the Gaza Strip and wanted to ask whether that is some of the future work that the committee could look at, and if she had a view on how that might help or hinder evidence gathering.
We called in our report for the media to have free and full access to Gaza. The question has to be, what have people got to hide? And it is a breach of established norms. The media is allowed in no matter how difficult the circumstances. It is for them to decide whether or not they should take the risk of going into a particular area. But the world does need to know there has to be some form of accountability. And there has been limited accountability, but nothing like the accountability that there ought to have been if there had been free access from the media.
Chair and the Select Committee very much for the report. I think it's positive in relation to what they're saying. The United States of America, the United Kingdom, the EU and many Arab states have all pushed for the peace. They all state collectively that Hamas cannot have any part in the future of Palestine. Hamas are the obstacle. Disarm Hamas. They can never ever be allowed to exist, and for a lasting peace to mean something, Hamas has to go. Does the Honourable Lady agree with that?
Of course I agree with that, and I respect the experience that the honourable gentleman has had in relation to Northern Ireland, and the importance of disarming terrorists and being able to move on is absolutely crucial. Of course it is. Thank you.
Final question, Dame Meg Hillier.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I congratulate the committee on this important report and thank the Chair for coming and explaining it and answering questions in the House today. There's been a lot of discussion already in this short interchange about gathering evidence, and she's highlighted the position of the government, but there are international bodies that need to do this, and of course reflecting the points that even journalists are not allowed in there. What hope has she, or what evidence can she give us of other evidence that's being gathered by international organisations, and what more does she think the international community should do, not just individual governments?
It's a very good question, and of course the problem is that there's still not free access for anyone going in. And part of the concern, obviously, is an attempt to undermine international jurists and the international courts by not just Israel, but some of its allies. And we need to ensure that we stand by the rule of law and international courts. And there does need to be a reckoning on both sides. There have been the most terrible crimes on the face of it committed, and we need to ensure that people are held to account. And we must not be afraid. We have to do that.
That is the end of the Israel-Palestine Conflict Select Committee statements. If colleagues want to leave the chamber, they should do sharpish as we get on to backbench business debates. Now come to the backbench business debate on property service charges, and I call Rebecca Paul, who will speak for around 15 minutes. Rebecca Paul.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I beg to move that this House considers property service charges. It is a privilege to bring this important debate to the House today, and I thank the Backbench Business Committee for granting it. I remember vividly the day over 20 years ago now that I picked up the keys to my first flat in South East London. It took time to get into a position where my salary was sufficient to secure a mortgage and to save up the deposit, but I managed to do it. I spent the first few weeks on a mattress on the floor whilst I saved for a bed. But it was the most amazing feeling in the world to own my own home. Now, I was fortunate enough to have purchased the freehold, so I never had to face paying service charges that I couldn't afford. I never had to rely on a third-party management company to make essential repairs. And when the time was right for me to move on, my flat was easy to sell. But others haven't been so lucky. They've bought leasehold on a private estate, and with it comes a life sentence. Today, I want to give a voice to those people on the hook for ever-increasing service charges, trapped in homes they can't afford but can't sell either, who thought they were buying their dream home, but actually it was the start of a nightmare. And make no mistake, this is no exaggeration on my part. People's lives have and are being ruined by excessive service charges. Madam Deputy Speaker, let me start by telling you about Park 25, a housing estate in Redhill. It was built 18 years ago and has 500 homes, a mixture of houses and flats. It is a contemporary and stunning site with the type of homes that people want to live in. It is particularly attractive to key workers like doctors and nurses due to its proximity to East Surrey Hospital. Like many new estates, it was built by private developers with no arrangements made for the local authority to adopt the communal land after completion. So First Port was appointed as the property manager to maintain the estate. This means residents of Park 25 pay an expensive service charge to First Port on top of their mortgage, on top of their council tax for pretty basic services. And these service charges are going up significantly every year, driving some of these homeowners to the absolute brink. I first became aware of this issue when I met Louise, a single mum, at my first ever surgery last year, a meeting I will never forget. She told me how she purchased a one-bed flat on Park 25 when they were first built, but the service charges quickly increased, becoming unaffordable for her, in part due to the expensive biomass communal heating system. In desperation, she tried to sell, but 3 times over, she lost her buyer. She now lets out the flat and has moved back in with her family, unable to access the equity that would allow her to buy somewhere else. She is trapped, not able to move on with her life. And then there's Alfie, who purchased a 2-bed flat in 2018. He was thrilled to get on the property ladder at the age of 23, thinking it was a valuable investment. His first service charge payment was just under £2,200 per annum. 6 years later, it is over £3,600, a 70% increase. For that, he says, they basically cut the grass and insure the building. When heating is included, it gets even worse due to the biomass system. The first amount becomes £3,400, going up to a whopping £8,000 per annum, a 135% increase. And Madam Deputy Speaker, again, I remind you that he's paying council tax and a mortgage on top. Alfie did consider challenging the service fees at tribunal, but he was advised by the Leasehold Advisory Service that for any chance of success, he'd need to appoint a surveyor to review the service charges. But to do this, they needed a recognised tenants association. And to set this up, over 50% of leaseholders needed to agree. In the case of Park 25, he quickly found this to be an impossible task, as many rent out their properties, so are not easily traced. With that door closed to him, he tried to sell his property for over 2 years, even for £50,000 less than he bought it, just to cover the mortgage. There was lots of interest, but every time the potential purchaser found out about the service charges, they withdrew. Alfie says, understandably, nobody wants to buy it. The We Buy Any property companies won't touch it, and even the auction sites which run a no sale, no fee policy don't want to take it on. I will, of course, give way.
Commend Honourable Lady Farage for bringing this forward, and the fact that we have so many in the House would be an indication of the importance of it. In my own constituent of Strangford, I've seen an increase in problems with people who bought their house or flat many years ago who are now facing increasing difficulties over the level of charges, unexpected cost increases, poor communication or service quality. Does the Honourable Lady not agree that a service charge can never be seen as a blank cheque for the owners, and the spend of charges must be itemised and clear?
I thank the Honourable Member for that intervention, and I do completely agree. Going back to Alfie, to add insult to injury, he told me that First Port charges an £80 administration fee if payment is not made within 30 days of demand. In 2023, he received this fee on Christmas Day, whilst in discussions about a payment plan to settle outstanding fees. First Port refused to remove the charge in spite of his financial struggles. I will in just 2 seconds. Alfie has now left the UK and is renting his flat out at a loss because that is the only option available to him. I will, of course, give way.
Highlights this problem of residents being charged late payment fees. I have a number of constituents who never received the original letter demanding payment, who are then being charged these late payment fees despite not knowing a payment was due. Does she agree with me that the kind of lack of communication there is another critical issue here that we've got to address?
I thank the Honourable Member for raising that, and I completely agree that that is very much an issue, and I have heard that issue as well. Madam Deputy Speaker, Alfie and Louise sadly are not alone. So many other people on Park 25 find themselves in the same situation, trapped, unable to sell and move on with their lives, wishing they had never bought the property in the first place. Sam, another resident, said, "It's not an exaggeration to say this is ruining people's lives. He has a wife and child and wants to have another, but he can't move to a bigger property as he can't sell this one. It is literally stopping them growing their family." He even tried selling his flat for £80,000 less than the valuation, and he still couldn't sell it due to the service charges. This is devastating for them as a family.
Will she allow me?
I will, of course.
I'm very grateful. As a constituency MP, I've had some appalling experiences with First Port. At Oak Lodge in Hockley and at Temple Way in King George's Court in Rayleigh, the latter a 4-storey McCarthy and Stone development that they manage, where the lift was out of action for almost a year. Isn't the fundamental problem with First Port that they are ultimately owned by several offshore venture capital companies who are very aggressive in seeking revenue from their tenants, but don't seem to be very willing to provide a decent quality service in return?
I thank my honourable friend for giving that very useful context, and I will come on to this further in my speech. I think this is one of the challenges we have. Property service companies are seeking to make a profit, yet they are unregulated and they are free to do as they will, and it is for this place to get a handle on that. And I hope today we can constructively think about the potential solutions to address this problem that I know across this House we all recognise the scale of the issue, and we don't want our constituents to continue to face this. And I'm afraid to say First Port aren't covering themselves in glory. I've now heard hundreds of times over about their lack of responsiveness, lack of transparency on costs, and inadequate explanations of service charge increases. Residents have told me about being billed for services they've never received, like window cleaning, with no avenue to formally challenge and remediate. Any opportunity to charge a resident is used to the full. All of these things are symptomatic of an industry that prioritises extracting maximum value from leaseholders, regardless of the human cost. And that's because there's no incentive for property service companies to act any differently, because it's incredibly hard for leaseholders to remove them. So they have free rein to pretty much do what they like. This fundamental power imbalance must be addressed, and it must be easier for leaseholders to take their business elsewhere. Park 25 service charge for the year ended 30th of April 2026 is estimated to be just under £1.9 million, 13% higher than last year's estimate. The increase in cost is primarily for the future replacement of playground equipment, street lighting, road repairs and other infrastructure. Park 25 residents are also paying council tax for exactly these type of things outside the estate. Madam Deputy Speaker, out of the 1.9 million service charge, First Sport keeps around £142,000 in fees, which works out as just under 8% of the total service charge. How easy was it for me to find this £142,000 number in First Sport's breakdown? Not very. I had to total up numbers across many pages of costs. There wasn't a nice, neat summary at the front showing the total amount. Now, this 8% may or may not be out of kilter with industry. I found it difficult when researching to confirm one way or the other, which is an issue in itself. But the key point to recognise here is that there is absolutely no incentive or requirement for First Sport to keep the cost base low. In fact, the more money spent on maintaining the estate, the more people they employ to deliver services, the smaller the percentage proportion their management fee appears to be. A perverse incentive indeed. Now, it would be very easy for me to berate property service companies throughout the speech, and I suspect others will take up that mantle during this debate. But we must recognise that it's the current system that allows them to operate in this way. I will, of course, give way.
Honourable Member for giving way. My local district council, South Derbyshire District Council, have taken the bold and rather commendable decision to ban any of these new management fees, backdating it to January 2025. But that doesn't help people that have already got homes that they bought before 2025. So I wonder whether she agrees with me that we should press on our government to make legislation so that we can help people that are tied into these arrangements come out of them.
I thank the honourable member for that point, and I think an important debate that we need to have today is about what we do going forwards for those people who haven't yet bought a leaseholder, but also what we do to help our constituents right now in the situation, and I'm really interested to hear everyone's different views on that. So these companies, they are a symptom of the problem. They are opportunists making money from an inequitable system. It is this House that must take responsibility for addressing the intrinsic unfairness and urgently make the changes needed to unshackle leaseholders. So today, I hope we'll hear honourable members' views on solutions as well, not just issues. We can't keep building new housing estates under this same model, perpetuating the problem. This is increasingly important in light of the government's ambitious plans for building 1.5 million new homes over the next few years. I have to say, when the time comes for my children to purchase a property, if nothing has changed, I will be strongly advising them to not purchase a leasehold on a private estate. Yeah. To start us off, I will give you my view. I think making it easier for leaseholders to change property service company is important, as is better regulation and higher standards. But they aren't going to fundamentally transform the situation. What is needed, what is critical, is a change to the default model so that homeowners aren't paying the council and a private company for the exact same services. One sensible and equitable option would be that local authorities are obliged, in all but the most exceptional of cases, to adopt communal land and infrastructure on completion of new estates. But for this to work in practice, developers would also need to be obliged to ensure the infrastructure meets the council's standards before transfer. That way, owners of leasehold properties are put on an equal footing with everyone else, paying for communal services once through their council tax. That would certainly deal with future issues, but what of those, like my constituents, your constituents, already trapped? Maybe something more radical is needed, like a mandatory direction to all local authorities to adopt communal land where requested by existing estates. Difficult, I know, in this current financial environment and the likely variability of estate quality, but it would certainly address much of the issue and allow my constituents to sell their properties and move on with their lives. I know this government is also keen to move forwards and towards common hold arrangements, especially for flats, which essentially put management of the estate in the hands of leaseholders themselves. There are some benefits to this over the current model, but it's not the silver bullet needed and brings its own set of problems. Anyone like me who has been involved in a resident association or similar organisation, or indeed even just understands human nature, will know that most people don't want to pay out for significant works. So the works just won't get done. And in time, that will result in crumbling roads, failing roofs, and falling home values. Again, it will become difficult for residents to sell their properties. It's just another version of the same trap, and one that pits neighbours against each other. So I would urge the government to think again on plans to make common hold the default tenure for new build flats. I will, of course, give way.
I thank her for her excellent speech. She's making some excellent points. And I really think the radical solutions are the end of solutions that we need to be looking at. I should probably declare an interest because I'm a director of a right to manage company who got so fed up of their freeholder failing to manage our building properly. We took back control, but as she rightly points out, that is not the end of the story. You still need to get a lot of people to agree on a lot of things, particularly building up that reserve fund is very, very difficult. So can I just encourage her to keep coming up with these ideas that are bolder than the ones that are out there at the moment, because it is a sticky problem to fix.
I thank the honourable member for his encouragement, and I will keep coming with the radical ideas. Just before I finish, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to raise the issue of education and information provision to home buyers. If most people knew the current problems with leasehold arrangements, they wouldn't buy them, or they certainly wouldn't pay as much for them. Now, I'm sure conveyancers will include warnings and information when managing the sale and purchase process, but it's not cutting through. People are sleepwalking into purchases with little or no understanding of the uncapped service charges they are signing up to. We must do more to make sure people are adequately advised and informed before signing on the dotted line. Madam Deputy Speaker, I would be most grateful if the Minister today could give their view on how best we can address the current power imbalance between leaseholders and property service companies, what role he sees a regulator for the industry playing in driving higher standards, and what default tenure model should be used for future housing estates to reduce the incidences of these issues in the first place. I would also appreciate the Minister's views on my suggestion to move to a mandatory adoption model after development completion. Thank you.
The question is as on the order paper, and I call Justin Madders, and all backbenchers are now on a 6-minute speaking limit. Justin Madders.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I congratulate the Honourable Member for Reigate for her excellent speech and for bringing this debate. Can I also state for the record, I'm a patron of the Leasehold Knowledge Partnership. We do such good work in advising leaseholders. It was 8 years ago that I stood over on that side of the chamber and described the use of leasehold in new developments as the PPI of the house building industry. And I'm pleased to say the previous government eventually started to tackle that, and the current government are hopefully going to complete that work soon so that we can finally condemn leasehold to the history books. And it was 4 years ago in this chamber, and I was also stood over there, when I warned that estate management fees could replace leasehold as the new PPI of the house building industry, or as the indomitable women of the National Leasehold Campaign termed it, fleecehold. And now it has come to pass. It just seems that about every new development built in this country adopts the same exploitative model, and the public are rightly asking, what are we going to do about it? I know the Minister has amassed great expertise in this area and is keen to crack on with reform. But there are actually a number of ongoing legal cases. I'm pleased to see that the bogus argument about human rights has been dispatched by the High Court. But there are a number of others where well-resourced freeholders are trying to preserve the status quo. And not every court is as wise as the High Court were in that human rights case. The Court of Appeal recently found in the Romney House case that where a tenant goes to the first-tier tribunal to challenge a service charge, then the tribunal only need to consider whether the process was reasonable, not whether the charges were actually reasonable themselves. This is absurd and has had the effect of those leaseholders having to pay for the refurbishment of a gym which they don't actually own. And it is the freeholders with their seemingly limitless resources that can challenge and delay actions by leaseholders to preserve their rotten system at every turn. So the sooner we implement the Leasehold Act in full, the better. And there is a clear warning in this as to why we must crack on with tackling estate management fees more broadly as well. I look forward to the government's response on the consultation, but would suggest, as the Honourable Member for Reigate did, that in terms of stopping any more estates being built in this way, and we must end this practice as a matter of urgency, is actually going to be much easier to do that than ending leasehold will be. So I'd urge the Minister to send a clear instruction to local authorities that estate management arrangements will no longer be accepted in planning applications, and to legislate to ban them on any new developments if necessary. The longer we put off fixing that, the longer it will take us to fix this mess. I fear the Minister will be told that such a move would have an impact on the ambitious house building plans that we rightly have, and how it would damage the housing market more generally. But weren't we first faced with the same arguments when we tried to abolish the leasehold? After all, these developers don't have to pay a commuted sum to the local authority. Indeed, they have an additional lucrative income stream But despite these new income sources, it doesn't seem to have had any impact on the price that they charge for people to buy the homes in the first place. The reality is that an estate management company is nothing more than a calculation on the balance sheet. The developers have zero interest in keeping the verges neat and tidy after they have gone. If they can make the bottom line look more attractive by creating a management company, they will, and they keep getting away with it because we let them. And of course we must act to protect those already caught in this trap. It is very clear, as we've heard, many people are not aware of the implications of an estate management company or how much it will cost them when they buy their home. Often first-time buyers, they're excited by the prospect of owning a new home, and they place their trust in the system, the lenders, the developers, the lawyers, and the echoes of the leasehold scandal with this are very loud. Glitzy sales staff paint a very different picture. They never set out the reality that in addition to the significant commitment that they are making when they buy a home, they're also agreeing to pay an unspecified sum to often unspecified recipients for as long as they stay in the home. The mis-selling and the failure to properly advise has all the hallmarks of the leasehold scandal, and we should not be surprised by this because the same actors are involved in that industry as they are involved in these rip-offs as well. A recent example of some of the novel ways that this financial trap can be described by sales staff came to my attention when constituents on a recently built estate all had the common explanation given to them that this service charge was for a storm drain, but that it would be paid off in a few years, so they didn't need to worry about it. Well, 15 years later, they're still paying, and they're not even sure if there is a storm drain, and even if there is, who is actually responsible for it. Yet the invoices and threatening letters still come in. We also met recently with interested parties on another new development where we were trying to clarify who was responsible for maintaining what and who they were accountable to. And because the estate had been developed over several years by different developers, we had about 10 different organisations represented at that meeting. It's little wonder we struggle for transparency with so many people involved. But the fundamental question from the homeowner is this: why are they paying twice for the maintenance of open spaces? Once through a management fee and once through their council tax. We should start from the basic principle that local councils should be doing all of this work and that estate management companies are an unnecessary tax on homeowners. How long before we see a concerted campaign for people to get reductions on their council tax on the basis they are being taxed twice? In the wrong hands, this sort of campaign could really pit communities against one another. And let's not forget, buying a home is the biggest single purchase people will ever make. It needs far greater accountability for what developers say and what they build. Housing is of course a critical part of our infrastructure. It's a fundamental part of a person's life, but it's been shown time and again that we cannot rely on the market to deliver that in a responsible way. So let's get control of these companies, empower the homeowners, and let's legislate if necessary so that this rotten, avaricious model becomes history, just like leasehold eventually will be.
Katie Lamb.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I congratulate my honourable friend, the member for Reigate, for securing this debate in the House today. Earlier this year, I wrote to hundreds of residents across the world of Kent to get a better understanding of how property management companies are operating across our home. What I discovered was very worrying, and as many members here will recognise, it is an all too common story. To date, I have heard from nearly 100 people across 11 estates, all complaining about their property management company, Firstport. The pattern is as depressing as it is predictable. Steep and unexplained increases in service charges, slow and inadequate responses to maintenance issues, and a serious lack of accountability and transparency. Let me share a few examples, Madam Deputy Speaker. Constituents in Yalding and Headcorn have told me that they are facing a 70% and 40% rise in their management fees, respectively. These are not minor uplifts, and nobody can tell them clearly what they are paying for. I understand that costs are rising, not least for things like insurance, but at the very least, hikes like this should be very clearly explained. Constituents in Marden and Kingsnorth have documented cases where no maintenance at all was carried out for months, despite repeated chasing. Grass not cut, lights not fixed, rubbish not cleared, yet the bills keep coming. And finally, constituents in Tenterden and Cooksheath have told me that it is beginning to affect the value of their homes, as my honourable friend mentioned earlier. Some have said that their properties are becoming unsellable because buyers will not take on the liability of these charges and this management. In one case, two sisters are trying to sell their late father's flat. He bought it for £150,000 and they now cannot sell it even at £60,000. At auction, the price has fallen below £20,000. They told me local estate agents refused to list it because of the fees associated with managing the property. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, much of this is part of a wider pattern. Many residents on these estates are paying twice for what most people would regard as the same basic services. They pay full council tax to their local authority, as everyone does, but on a growing number of estates, the council has not taken over the roads, the street lighting or the green spaces, and therefore does not maintain them. I will.
I'm grateful. To that point about councils not having yet adopted such things as the roads or the pavements, I have the example of Pebble Beach in Seaton, where I represent, where residents have been charged fees and even threatened with legal action before the estate has been handed from the developer to the property management company. Has she come across this too?
I'm afraid so, fairly regularly, in fact, and the legal action that the Honourable Member mentions is an important thing to reflect on, because it can, in some cases, be really deeply distressing and seem very aggressive for people who are just trying to get what it is that they've already paid for, or in some cases, what they're paying for that doesn't even exist yet. Residents are required to pay a second set of charges on top of this council tax to a private management company such as Firstport. So they pay council tax for street lighting, and then they pay a private company for street lighting. They pay council tax for maintaining the verges, and then they pay again for someone to cut the grass, except, of course, in many cases, the grass is not, in fact, cut. In these situations, the homeowner has almost no practical leverage. The council says it is private land. The management company says you're contractually obliged to pay us anyway, and the person who lives there, who cannot simply switch provider and who must disclose these charges when they come to sell, is left with very little ability to challenge poor value. People are paying more and getting less. There is also a continuing lack of transparency, with residents routinely denied a proper breakdown of charges, not given meaningful answers, and in some cases not even given the dignity of a reply. Firstport is one of many property management companies that have been allowed, in some respects, to conduct themselves with impunity, largely because local residents have almost no consumer power or transparency. I've met with representatives of Firstport, and they do assure me that the company is changing and improving. I very much hope this is true. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, in case this does not happen, the last government did take important steps to address this through the Leasehold and Freehold Reform Act 2024. The purpose of that act is to give residents clear information about what they are being charged and why, to widen access to redress when something goes wrong, which I think is crucial, and to make sure that disputes with management companies can be resolved fairly. But residents won't see those benefits until all the secondary legislation is brought into force, guidance is published, and management companies are given a clear expectation that they will need to comply. So I would caution, perhaps, this government against assuming that the answer might be to layer on fresh regulation or to draft a new bill. But I would like to encourage the government, please, to accelerate implementation of these elements of the Act. My constituents would not like to wait another, say, year to see itemised comprehensive service charge bills and prompt access to redress. My constituents accept that the streetlights must be maintained, the gutters cleared and the insurance must be bought. They know that all of this costs money. But what they won't accept, and nor should they, is paying more for less with no answers and no accountability.
Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome this important debate and thank the Honourable Member for Reigate for securing it very much on behalf of many, many constituents who come to my surgeries, who write to me, who I meet when I'm out and about in many developments across Putney, Southfields, Roehampton and Wandsworth Town. And I'm speaking today on behalf of those leaseholders across the country, as well as my constituency, who feel that they're being let down by the broken system, one that continues to allow unfair and sharply rising service charges, poor communication and substandard services to persist unchecked, with limited rights to challenge these changes, leaving people feel like they're fighting this battle on their own. But we know from the number of members that are here today, we know from many other meetings as well, that these are issues faced across the country. And so there's something wrong, not just with those individual managing agents that we're all thinking of today, but also with the system itself. And to raise that issue of regulation, the Honourable Member just before me raised that issue of regulation. Do we need more layers? But we also need to look at the fact that the current system and the checks and balances within it, and asking people just to go to the first tier tribunal as the last resort, is just so daunting and so cumbersome that it's not actually being a proper check on the system. I really welcome the government's decisive action to tackle long-standing injustices in leasehold and estate management. I thank the Minister who's here in his place today for all the work that he is doing on that and the changes that we know are coming. This is a debate that is full of hope for those changes making some of the difference. Ahead of the closure of the government's recent consultation on strengthening leaseholder protections, I conducted my own service charge consultation in my constituency because I know what a big issue it is for so many developments. The results were deeply troubling, and I have submitted them to the government. More than 200 constituents responded, and I think they speak for hundreds more themselves. Over 90% said that reported significant increases in their service charges. Even more, 96% said that they felt that those increases were unjustified. And that goes down to not only the poor communication, but the fact that many of those charges do seem to be unjustified. They're not isolated cases, as we're hearing in the debate today. In 2024, service charges rose on average by 11%, which is well above inflation of 2.5%, and averaging, in my constituency, £2,300 a year. I see countless examples of eye-watering hikes. For example, one constituent reported that their annual service charge increased from £1,600 a year to £6,660 a year. Another told me that they were sent an additional large bill right before Christmas to claw back more money from an error in their managing agent's accounting. And this happens often during the year, that the amount has already risen a lot and then it will rise a lot more because of extra charges that were made and services that were provided, or in many constituents' views, not provided. Too many leaseholders are being ignored by managing agents. They're being charged for services that are substandard or not delivered at all. Cleaning services that show no signs of leaving the building cleaner. Painting in areas that don't need to be painted or are communal areas, or they know the charge would be less. Gardening services for gardens that don't exist in one case. One of the most shocking examples from my constituency came from a large development, and they said that they report a revolving door of housing managers, inexperienced, unqualified, overstretched, unfamiliar with the building's history. The managing agents present accounts that simply don't add up. Contractors are paid without checks, faults go unpenalised, and it's residents who are left to clean up the mess time and time again. The managing agent in question for this development has ignored numerous industry experts who've stated that important plumbing works need to be carried out. Some have said that the building is in serious danger of complete structural failure. Basic services are not carried out, and yet leaseholders continue to foot the bill. The managing agent is supposed to paint the exterior every 10 years, but nothing happens. It's the same old story again and again. There are 6 managing agents in my constituency that were named in that consultation many, many times. I'm not going to name them here because it is damaging for the people who are living in those developments. But it's clear that there are some good managing agents and some good landlords, but there are some very bad ones. And those are the ones that we need the new provisions in the bill to provide for. And under the Leasehold and Freehold Reform Act, there are proposals for greater transparency through standardised accounts, mandatory reserve funds and easier routes to challenge unreasonable service charge rises, and managing agents will face mandatory qualifications and enforced membership of professional bodies, all of which are very, very welcome. The previous Conservative government had 14 years to act on this, but only passed leasehold reforms in the dying days of the last Parliament that were rushed, poorly drafted and failed to ban new leasehold homes. Yeah. So I'm very glad that this debate is a chance to talk more about industry regulation and going further on that, to welcome the Common Hold Bill coming forward as well. Leaseholders in my constituency across the country have waited long enough. The system is broken, the injustice is real, and the need for reform is urgent.
Yeah. I call David Reid, and many congratulations on baby Reuben. David Reid.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's nice to have his name on record. I'm very grateful for the opportunity to speak in this debate, and I thank my honourable friend, the member for Reigate, for bringing it to the House's attention. In my constituency of Exmouth and Exeter East, this is rapidly becoming one of the most frequently raised issues. And I think the biggest issue for me is that people that have worked hard, saved responsibly and brought it home in good faith are finding themselves trapped in a system that's opaque, unaccountable, and in worse places, exploitative. Since being elected, I've been inundated. I know that many members will have had the same experiences with complaints about one company in particular, and we all know their name, First Ports. It is, by some distance, the most problematic housing management company operating in my constituency, and my office is currently dealing with close to 40 open cases with developments that they manage. The stories are depressingly consistent. Residents describe unexplained charges, unclear billing, long delays in resolving the simplest issues, and we've heard many of those today. They send long chains of unanswered emails, and they attend my surgeries exhausted and very frustrated. When my team contacts First Port on behalf, we often wait for an unacceptable amount of time, and progress is slow, if at all. Earlier this year, I met with First Port's Manager Director along with other members of this House. And I would hope that, Madam Deputy Speaker, you would see me as a chilled out kind of guy. But I left that meeting with my blood boiling. And I know that other honourable and right honourable members across this House had a similar experience. We asked straightforward questions, and what we received were vague answers, rehearsed corporate language, and no clear commitment to improving customer services. Now, a group of MPs will be meeting with First Port again shortly, and I hope that the company has set to work in earnest. I think, on reflection, what angered me most is that many of the people caught up in these issues are elderly. They feel intimidated by the complexities of the system. They are passed from pillar to post, ignored when they raise legitimate concerns, and made feel like an inconvenience for simply asking what their money is being spent on. Yet when First Port wants payment, and this is something that they're very good at, their communication becomes very clear, and they are very persistent. In several developments, when residents try to move away from First Ports, essential financial documents, including sinking fund balances and reconciliation statements, were withheld. And in some cases, large sums of residents' money were retained for months, preventing new management companies from planning maintenance or accounting properly. Local residents, directors in my constituency, Karen Wheeler and David Biller, fierce campaigners, have documented delays in fund transfers, missing paperwork and opaque accounting. And Karen eventually gave up trying to reconcile the final balance because, in her words, the spreadsheets were unfathomable. For her, the cost was about £500, which to many of the elderly residents is quite significant. But my honourable friend for Reigate hit the nail on the head when she said the real issue here is the power imbalance. Residents had no transparency, no clarity, and no meaningful route to resolution. And this is despite First Port's own code of conduct promising transparency, value for money, and excellent customer services. And I think we can all agree that that doesn't stack up. This is not an isolated concern, and it's not a partisan one. Former ministers have highlighted complaints from companies such as First Port as being consistently associated with high charges and poor service. The BBC has reported homeowners being billed for things like terrorism insurance without any context, while basic ground maintenance wasn't being completed. More than 30 MPs have now written jointly to First Port demanding action. We all know this, that the problem is structural. Far too many homeowners are locked into contracts they never chose, forced to pay for service charges for poorly maintained communal areas, with no ability to change providers when these services fail. For homeowners on private estates, the so-called freehold estates, many are effectively paying twice, and we've heard that, once through council tax and once through these services charges. Leaseholders trying to sell their homes frequently face long delays and eye-watering administration fees. And what should be a proud milestone, owning or selling a home, becomes a source of stress and financial burden. Now, we've heard as well, legal protections do exist, but they are not enough. The Leasehold and Freehold Reform Act, passed last year, will bring mandatory transparency through, I've got 1 minute left, I'll make my final points. Will bring mandatory transparency through standardised billing, greater rights to challenge charges, and easier routes to take over management. but these reforms are not yet implemented. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would like to know why, and I hope that the Minister in his closing remarks will set out a course for when these things will be implemented and what new legislation will be brought in to ensure that these people are protected. I want to finish with this, and it's one that I think we all agree on, that residents under these schemes do not need more consultations. They need action, and this Parliament must deliver.
It is up to members if they wish to take an intervention. If they do get an extra minute on their speaking time. Lee Pitcher.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Often I hear the same story across Doncaster East and the Isle of Axholme. Bills that jump without warning, charges people cannot control, invoices that are hard to decipher, work that arrives late or not at all. And if you pay for services, you should know what you are paying for, the standard you can expect, and how to put things right when they go wrong. Now, there has been some progress on what has been coined as fleasehold and on the rights of homeowners. I welcome steps to protect leaseholders from unjustified service charges and to raise standards in managing the aged sector. But to many people, they still feel powerless when a bill lands. Change must bite on the ground. Many households pay estate rent charges on top of council tax, as we've heard, and in the worst cases, there are excessive or unexplained fees, charges for services that would normally be provided by local authorities, arbitrary administration costs, and fees imposed during a sale. Too many discover too late that roads, verges, and play areas are not adopted. No family should be ambushed by a large one-off bill for works that they could not foresee. Clear pre-sale disclosure and sensible reserve planning are absolutely essential. Now, there are good actors. Resident-led management companies, responsible freeholders and professional agents already publish clear breakdowns and engage on works early. They should feel backed by a system that raises the floor and rewards good practice. So I asked the Minister today 4 things. First, to bring forward secondary legislation promptly, define what insurance fees are permitted and end hidden commissions, and require standardised, transparent statements so residents can see where every single pound goes. Second, set professional standards for managing agents, mandatory qualifications and a robust code of practice that will lift the quality bar and give residents confidence that estates are run properly. Third, fix the major works regime, provide clear pre-sale information, require early engagement on big projects, plan sensible reserves and put safeguards in place so households are not hit by avoidable spikes. And fourth, make redress fast and affordable. Resource the first-tier tribunal and publish simple guidance so residents can challenge unreasonable costs without needing to have deep pockets. A small number of timely rulings, I am sure, will reset behaviour across entire developments. Now, my constituents in Doncaster East and the Isle of Axholme are not asking for special treatment. They are just asking for fairness. Bills that are clear, charges that are reasonable, services delivered as promised. And I have set up a number of street surgeries to go to those particular areas where I'm getting the most number of comments around this at the moment, so that I can hear their voices and feed them directly back to the Minister and the Department as we move forward with legislation. With prompt secondary legislation, tight definitions on insurance, professional standards for agents and an accessible tribunal system, we can turn a confusing and stressful system into one that treats residents with respect and provides peace of mind. I most certainly will.
I'm grateful. The Honourable Member talks about secondary legislation in making suggestions about what should happen next. The Leasehold and Freehold Reform Act provides protections for leaseholders on private managed estates when it comes to them having the ability to go to a tribunal to challenge management charges. Does he think that that ought to exist also for freeholders?
I think he makes an absolute valid point, and it's certainly something that I think the Minister should listen to today and take into account as we go forwards. So I'm going to finish with this. I was at my concluding summary, actually, and that is our home should be places where we get to dream. They shouldn't be places where we have to have nightmares. Thank you.
Gagan Mahindra.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As a member of the Local Government Select Committee, I wanted to bring the House's attention that we did look into property management companies in the summer of this year. I know the chairman of the committee and the member for Vauxhall and Campbell Green would have been here if she wasn't already committed to a Westminster Hall debate at the same time, so I wish to send her apologies. Like many in this, can I thank my honourable friend from Reigate for securing this really important debate. Like many in this House, my residents have been affected by property charges and the lack of transparency that is given by certain companies. We've already heard about First Ports, and I wish to just expand on that in my constituency. In Penn Place in Rickmansworth, First Port look after about 140 apartments within an estate. Many of my constituents living there have contacted me regarding the ever-increasing service charges that they are being given, having seen their monthly payments more than double on occasions. They receive no communication either as to why the increase is needed or the justification for it in the first place. This is placing exorbitant pressure both financially and emotionally on those living there. We all are very aware of the cost of living of our communities at the moment, both with council tax, energy prices, licence fees for renting properties where applicable in certain London boroughs. Many of them, my residents, have been unable to sell or move due to people not wanting to purchase properties that come with these ever-increasing service charges. We've already heard that earlier today. This is not just an issue in my constituency. I have worked with many of my fellow Conservative MPs on this issue, and I know this is actually a proper cross-party issue. I have a huge amount of respect for the Minister, who I know will continue to ensure that this issue is addressed and build on the legacy from my previous government that we started, and I know that he will continue to push forward and hopefully at speed, and I look forward to that commitment when the Minister responds to this debate. Alongside these expensive charges, though, First Port are not even providing what I would argue is an adequate property management service. One of my constituents made me aware that carpets were not being replaced and walls not being repainted. There is also a high turnover of property managers, which is ineffective in maintaining the estate, and I think is symptomatic of what I would argue is a poorly run company. When we were in government, we brought in the Leasehold and Freehold Reform Act 2024, which would require transparency over leaseholder service charges, which would allow leaseholders, such as those in my constituents in Penn Place, to scrutinise and challenge increases if they are unreasonable. While this Act has received royal assent, it is yet to be brought fully into force. I understand some of the reasons behind that, but I would urge the Minister to, within his capacity, to get moving on this, and I'm sure he will give us that reassurance a bit later. In closing, Madam Deputy Speaker, can I ask the Minister what assurances he can provide my constituents and many across the country that they are constantly facing service charge increases with no increases of service provided, and how we can better protect those residents? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm so pleased that we're taking the time today to debate property service charges in depth. Across my constituency of North West Cambridgeshire, residents are drowning in soaring bills, deferred maintenance, opaque accounts, and a carousel of management companies passing the buck. These charges don't exist in a vacuum. They sit alongside dodgy contracts, conflicts of interest, and unadopted roads, a structural failure that leaves residents feeling trapped and powerless. Since being elected, I've had so many constituents come to me with leasehold horror stories. The service charge hikes, of course, are brought up most. In one case, a £4,600 charge in 2017 was due to increase to over £9,000 this year, in a property where many residents are retired and on a fixed income. That's not to mention a lack of transparency over what the charges were for. In this instance, residents pointed out that a £6,000 charge for staffing was levied during a time where there were no permanent on-site managers. I want to give credit where it's due. When I met with that management company for an explanation, they did hold their hands up and acknowledge things needed to improve, and have since followed up with residents. Other companies, however, are not quite as reflective. And having thought about this, I won't name them in my speech because I don't want to blight the developments in question, but I must warn these companies that that is an option in the future if we don't see improvements. So one development in my constituency, the managing agent did not respond positively to my letter setting out residents' concerns. And this development is displaying what I've come to call the four horsemen of the managing agent. Hikes in service charges, inadequate maintenance, poor communication with residents, and a lack of financial transparency. In a previous intervention in Parliament, I said residents had informed me of a 150% increase in the service charge in 2 years. In a very blunt reply, the managing agent said that was wrong, and the real increase was only a doubling in 4 years, which they consider reasonable. I don't, and nor do my affected constituents, who have pointed out that if we factor in various additional costs that used to be in the service charge but were then separated out, it's closer to the increase they cited. And maintenance work doesn't get done. When residents took me around the development this year, I saw for myself the shoddily constructed steps creating hazards, plus defective drainage, malfunctioning lighting, and so much more. Responsibility for some of the issues isn't clear, and the developer should be taking on some of the issues where they arose shortly after development. But a lack of clarity means that residents are dealing with onerous back and forths where responsibility is forever passed on, and maintenance issues seem like they will never be solved. Just today, a resident described to me how there was a rat infestation at one point, and a contractor was apparently paid £30,000 of residents' money to resolve it. They didn't. The Residents' Association was later able to sort it out, but not before this huge sum of their money was frittered away. And that brings me on to the poor communication. Highlighting the above, as well as concerns from residents about service charge breakdowns, I asked the managing agents what they would do going forward to improve communication. And I expected an answer that pushed back, but at least agreed to look into the concerns I had raised. I didn't even get that. The response said it all. We do not consider that communication requires improvement. Then we come to the fourth horseman, a lack of financial transparency. I've been told by residents that they are contractually bound to an insurance policy with a £5,000 excess, making it obviously completely unusable. And a resident's shown me figures for one block which show a total insurance premium charge of over £60,000, of which just under £20,000, around 30%, was commission in a confusing brokerage setup, with much of that going to a company linked to the managing agent in some quite clear ways, which really smacks of a conflict of interest or worse. And there are so many other examples of this. Another development in my constituency, for 3 of the last 5 years, accounts were provided late to residents. And in the most recent 2 years, accounts had not been provided at all, despite much pushing from residents and leaseholders. So it isn't just leaseholds in flats either that are affected by service charges. I haven't yet discussed the fleecehold scandal, sweeping up so many of my residents in the newly built developments of Hampton. Unadopted roads are rife, as others have mentioned, in new developments, meaning residents are paying twice for their local areas to be maintained, once in their council tax and once in a separate service charge. I counted the number of roads that need to be adopted but are without a Section 38 agreement, meaning there's a long way to go before they are, in the Peterborough part of my constituency. There are 289 of them, mostly housing roads. That's an unjust extra service charge for thousands of residents in Hampton, in Stanground, in Orton and elsewhere because roads aren't being adopted. And some suggestions have been proposed to help tackle this problem. The Home Builders Federation, for example, have put forward some useful suggestions around common adoptable standards and mandatory adoption by public authorities.
I went on a give way.
I will give way.
A lot of members have raised this issue about adoption of roads. Obviously, physical roads are easier to define. There are parts of private estates that are much more are only private for that estate. But does he not agree that there is a challenge with the current financial situation? Councils will have to adopt. They usually have to have some money to do that. So that could be, under the current law, a big hit on those leaseholders to pay that fee up front for the council to adopt.
It's a very useful point from my honourable friend, and I should have clarified that figure I gave had removed the private roads that weren't supposed to be adopted. This is purely the ones that are having this issue. And as my honourable friend says, councils are in a really difficult financial situation. The precarious state of local government finances after 14 years of cuts and freezes certainly haven't helped. But we've also got a lot of councils blaming developers and developers blaming councils, and an increasing divergence, I feel, between what council planning departments are requiring to grant permission for development and what the highways department of said councils is willing to adopt. And that's particularly vexing, actually, when there's not one council, when there's two, in a two-tier system, with planning at one level and highways at another. And so I hope local government reorganisation will help there. But this is happening in unitaries too, and we need to explore ways to deal with that. Ultimately, these are symptoms of a wider issue in how the system treats freeholders and leaseholders alike. The Leasehold and Commonhold Reform Bill will be a vital step forward. I'm pleased the government is committed to ending leasehold for new developments. From my experience, that change can't come soon enough. A key advantage of Commonhold becoming the default tenure is that managing agents will be appointed by and responsible to leaseholders, rather than absentee corporate freeholders. Of course, the situation with managing agents therefore still needs to be improved, and I'm very supportive of mandatory regulation as a core step toward that, which I hope the Minister will comment on. To conclude, this debate comes in a week of real progress. The Renters' Rights Act has finally become law, finally giving tenants the fair treatment they deserve. So let's keep up that progress, because nobody should have to pay through the nose for poor service, broken promises and a system that puts profit before residents.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm grateful to the Honourable Member for Reigate for securing this important debate. Across the country, and certainly across my constituency of Surrey Heath, leaseholders are trapped in a system that too often leaves them feeling powerless. They face spiralling service charges, opaque management practices and little or no accountability from the agents or freeholders who control their lived environments. These problems are particularly acute in my experience for elderly and more vulnerable residents, many of whom live in retirement developments and depend on the professionalism of those entrusted with managing their estates. Yet far too often what they experience is mismanagement, confusion and financial anxiety. To illustrate the scale of the issue, I want to draw on two cases from my own constituency of Surrey Heath which encapsulate these national failings. First, Mitchett Heath, a retirement complex managed by Cognatum Estates, a not-for-profit developer and operator based in the south and southeast of England. And then secondly, the Courtyard in Campbell, a residential building currently undergoing cladding remediation. In effect, two scandals rolled into one. At the Courtyard, to begin with, one of my constituents, Sharon, has seen her annual service charges rise by £1,394 between 2017 and 2025, paying a total of £22,727 over that period on top of council tax, as other members have already said. In 2021 alone, her bill rose by 38%, with no clear explanation. When she sought answers from Pinnacle, the managing agent, the responses were slow, incomplete and unhelpful. She's been left anxious, powerless and deeply mistrustful of those managing her building. At Mitchett Heath, residents face an equally troubling pattern, and I'm very grateful to the Honourable Member for North Dorset and indeed the Honourable Member for Honiton and Sidmouth, who've been supporting me in my investigations of that particular organisation. Maintenance costs appear without warning and without justification. And worse still, the managing fee at Mitchett Heath, the basic charge residents pay for estate management, has increased by 75% since 2019, an average of 10.7% per year. That far exceeds, as all of us know, inflation, wage growth and pension increases. And yet residents have been given no clear explanation of how those rises are to be justified, nor any transparent breakdown of where their money is going. Now, at present, there's no effective oversight mechanism for managing agents or freeholders. While residents can, in theory, appeal to the industry ombudsman, many are deterred from that process because it's too long, too complex, and often too costly. What's particularly concerning for my residents at Mitchett Heath is that the managing director of Cognatum Estates, Mr. John Lavin, also sits on the board of the Association of Retirement Housing Managers, the very trade body that purports to regulate and uphold standards across that particular sector. That, Madam Deputy Speaker, is a textbook case of marking one's own homework. Elderly residents, meanwhile, are left financially trapped, emotionally exhausted, and with nowhere to turn. The human cost of all of this is immense. Stress, anxiety, depleted savings, and a complete loss of peace of mind. These are retirees spending their later years poring over spreadsheets and unanswered emails when they should be enjoying the comfort and security they've worked for. Now, back in April, I met with the board of Cognatum Estates to hear their side of the story, and I was told that some residents were encouraging others to protest. And in a recent letter from Cognatum's CEO, I heard that complaints were, in fact, part of a coordinated campaign to denigrate the organisation. Madam Deputy Speaker, these are not political agitators, and I should know because I've met enough of them. These are elderly homeowners who are asking basic questions about the bills that they receive. They deserve answers, not accusations. So can I ask the Minister, just in conclusion, 3 very simple questions. When can leaseholders, particularly elderly residents, expect to be able to receive clear, itemised explanations of how their service charges are calculated? Second, when managing agents fail to communicate or justify large increases such as the 70% rise at Mitchett Heath's managing fee since 2019, what meaningful sanctions might they face? And finally, will the government review the governance of trade associations, such as the Association of Retirement Housing Managers, to ensure genuine independence and oversight, rather than industry insiders marking their own homework?
Hinchcliffe.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The scandal of property service charges is one of the most unjust, indefensible and generally enraging issues facing my constituents in North East Hertfordshire. In many cases, these charges amount to little more than a form of parasitic exploitation of ordinary people by absentee landlords and businesses, and it has been allowed to fester for far too long. Across the country, 5 million people are trapped in a broken system that leaves them beholden to obscure, often overseas companies with a licence to cream off their hard-earned earnings with almost complete impunity. They've gotten away with it for years because leaseholders simply are not able to effectively challenge this unfairness. As so often in Britain today, wealth is translated directly into power, and ordinary people are left without any real sense of agency over something as basic as their month-to-month finances. The issue of unfair and arbitrary property service charges is impacting every corner of North East Hertfordshire, from Royston to Chewin and Baldock to Buntingford, from freehold estates where constituents purchased a new build property under freehold conditions but then found that, in their own words, they are then hostages to the whims and designs of service companies who can charge any amount of service fee they wish and without redress, making a mockery of the notion of freehold, to housing association tenants paying eye-watering fees yet left with neglected and inadequate services, residents in retirement accommodation facing extortionate maintenance costs, leaving families struggling to pay care fees and trapped with property that has little resale value, and leaseholders facing huge hikes in service charges by freeholders, yet seeing little evidence of the maintenance they're supposedly paying for. One constituent put the experience plainly: they are committing service charge abuse, and they are making people's lives miserable. I've previously criticised privatised water companies and housing developers for raking in vast profits despite substandard delivery, but in many ways they pale in comparison with the sheer audacity of the leasehold scandal. These are issues rooted in feudal concepts of property ownership, and those trapped paying these fees with next to no ability to challenge or escape them are in effect still suffering from a form of economic serfdom, where those with the right title deeds can levy private taxes on ordinary people that bear practically no relation to services rendered. Nearly 1,000 years after William's conquest, I think the English have suffered under this Norman yoke quite enough. The government's own Competition and Markets Authority found no persuasive evidence that consumers receive anything in return for the ground rents they pay. In communities like Letchworth, that rings painfully true. We should all welcome the government's recent victory in the High Court over wealthy private interests who threw millions at trying to block vital reforms. I also welcome Minister's commitment to finishing the job of reforming leasehold, and I look forward to supporting further steps to end this scandal once and for all. The solution is clear: municipal estate ownership and the ability to move to common hold as quickly as reasonably possible. Home ownership should mean owning the bricks and mortar and come with a sense of freedom, not exposure to exploitation. No one should be left behind as we put this injustice to bed. Madam Deputy Speaker, I would also like to take this opportunity to highlight the broader campaign for a charter of community empowerment. Many of its principles are relevant to today's debate. If this government is to achieve that historic Labour mission of redistributing not just wealth but power into the hands of the majority, and in today's context, this must mean trusting ordinary people are more capable of upkeeping their own estates, managing their homes fairly, than offshore firms or the landowning aristocracy. For once, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm not going to rain down a series of detailed demands on the Minister. I know he faces a complex legal situation left by the previous administration. Today, I only want to urge him to cut this Gordian knot in this Parliament and give my constituents a straightforward way out of being forever tied to service fees by unaccountable companies. The economic benefits to our high streets, desperately needed in villages and market towns like those I represent, would be enormous, as thousands of families across the country find their disposable income is no longer slashed every month by charges that cannot be justified. The resistance the government has faced from the freehold lobby should only renew our sense of urgency, clinging desperately to their ill-gotten gains and the sacred right to turn hard-working people into cash cows. I'm sure we'll see more appeals and outcry from vested interests, and the government should know our party and millions outside this place are united behind them. After the High Court's ruling, the Residential Freehold Association warned the decision opens the door for government to intervene in markets far beyond the leasehold sector, or in other words, the terrible spectre that democracy may be empowered to secure the public good before private profit. Well, as my constituents lose out in an economy rigged against ordinary people, one that rewards wealthy property owners and unearned income rather than those who go out and work for a living, I say quite simply, I hope they're right.
Lewis Cocking.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I commend my friend, the member for Reigate, on securing this important debate, my honourable friend. I understand more than most the issues around property service charge because I'm a leaseholder where I live in Hoddesdon. A quarter of my constituents live in flats or masonettes, and 25% of the property transactions in Broxbourne last year were leasehold. But shockingly, as we've heard so far in this debate, what is hard to find from any leaseholder is that they don't have a good word to say about their landlord or their service charge. Landlords and solicitors do not provide enough information to new residents, and far too often prospective residents are not properly informed about how much service charges have increased in the previous years before they move in. Then they're hit with huge rises down the line, and it is also unclear where the money is going. A resident in Waltham Cross told me the service charge has skyrocketed from around £800 to £6,000 for each leaseholder. Yet living conditions remain extremely dire. Residents here face ongoing issues including trespassers, mould, broken security doors, mice infestations and squatters. Our building also has several defects including weak floors, fire safety issues, ongoing leakages, and at one point my flat became uninhabitable after a severe leak which took several months to resolve. I hear these stories again and again from constituents who have come to me at the last contact of resort after months and sometimes years of neglect to their property. In that particular case, I met with the management company involved, RMG, earlier this year, but nothing has changed. Whether it's RMG, First Port, Bamptons, EN8 Homes, Warwick Estates, leaseholders deserve better from their landlords and management companies who purely focus on collecting even higher service charges for worse services. But by far the worst treatment of leaseholders in my constituency has been at the hands of, and I hope the Minister is listening to this particular point, Labour-run Enfield Council. I was first contacted by residents on the Whitefields estate back in May last year. And what I heard left me outraged. Completely out of the blue, Enfield Council were demanding up to £50,000 from each leaseholder for urgent repairs. Roofs were earmarked to be replaced that had never had a leak. Windows would be fixed even though they had been used for years without issue. And understandably, my residents immediately asked, what about my service charge? Well, as the Leasehold Advisory Service says, many landlords collect money out of the service charge for a sinking fund to help cover the costs of exactly this kind of major works. But not Enfield Council. They expect my constituents to stump up all of the cash even after rising the service charge that year. And as far as the residents are concerned, not sending a single penny on the estate in decades. The Whitefields residents Association and Tenants Association, in particular leaseholder Nikki McCabe, have worked incredibly hard to bring the community together in response to this issue. But they simply demanded straightforward answers, and they asked straightforward questions, but were met with confusing statements from the representatives from Enfield Council, who, for them, it was just far too easy to say, that's not my job. And I mean, I attended the meeting, Madam Deputy Speaker, and there were a number of directors there from Enfield Council, all on significant sums of money, and they could not answer basic questions from my constituents about how much they would have to pay, about what was actually going to change on the estate, and the communication was absolutely shocking. Their fight is still ongoing, and they have my full support.
Will my honourable friend give way?
Of course I'll give way.
Thank my honourable friend for giving way, and I'm sure many members have those experiences of having to attend groups of meetings with residents who are at their wits' end at the end of processes of trying to resolve issues which are causing them so much anxiety. We have an example in Fylde, which is actually pre the management company, where an estate has been developed, flooded during the construction, flooded twice since, and now the estate company is desperate to get it into a management company to transfer all the flood risk liability to that company. Does he agree that is the kind of thing that will just cause further problems down the line?
I completely agree with my honourable friend, and he makes an excellent point for his stand up for his constituents. This is a really important point. We've all probably, as members across this House, as constituency MPs, gone to meetings, and these companies in particular are unable to answer the most basic questions and are paid considerable amounts of money, and they cannot answer simple questions from constituents about how much money they're going to have to pay, where the liability sits, and what work they're going to do. I will give way.
I don't know the particular case he's talking about, and I certainly agree that good communication is absolutely important. But it was his government under Margaret Thatcher that introduced right to buy. That meant we have got leaseholders mixed with council tenants. And so where a council has to improve a property, they do need to go to the leaseholders who own their property for their share of it. So there is always going to be a tension there, and he has to, I think, acknowledge that when we have pepper-potted estates, that's going to be a reality, notwithstanding that he obviously needs to fight for proper information for his constituents.
The honourable member for that intervention. I mean, I fully support the right to buy. It was a good policy, and I'm just stating out it was a good policy, and I supported that. But she makes an interesting point around the communication has got to be there. And as I've mentioned in my case, Enfield Council do not collect a sinking fund, which can go some of the way to mitigating some of the issues that she and I have both raised around that communication, around asking residents to stump up large bills in terms of when they are leaseholders. That can mitigate some of that, some of those issues. We need to have more transparency, we need to have better regulation, and we need to ensure, and I agree with honourable members from across this chamber who have made the points around councils should adopt outside amenity spaces, and we need to see real improvements around the way leaseholders are treated. Abolishing ground rent is a good first step, and the government needs to get on and deliver it. I also agree that common hold must be more widespread, but it is by no means a silver bullet and right for everyone. I urge the government to get on with it, improve the lives of hundreds of my constituents, and urgently implement more of the Leasehold and Reform Act 2024 and get on with those improvements and help hundreds of our constituents from across the chamber.
And with an immediate 5-minute time limit, Julie Minns.
And can I thank the honourable member from Reigate for bringing this debate and enabling members from across the House to give voice to our constituents like mine in Carlisle who, quite frankly, are fed up. They're fed up with being charged hundreds of pounds a year in estate management fees for services that are neither not delivered or delivered poorly. They're fed up with asking for transparency and getting vague spreadsheets instead of receipts for the services they're being told have been delivered. And they're fed up with being told they have no choice, no voice and no way to challenge it. One of the first pieces of casework I had as a member on my election last year did concern Firstport, and one of the more recent cases concerned another estate management company, Gateway. Different companies, the same problem. a problem with charges for grass cutting, street cleaning and lighting maintenance, all quite expected charges, one might say, but too often these charges are levied while the grass overgrows, the rubbish isn't picked up, the roads remain unlit, so residents rightly ask for proof of where their money has been going, and quite consistently when they do so, they get a list of costs, not invoices. No evidence, no accountability, and in some cases, the same service appears more than once under different names. It's confusing, it's opaque, and it's unfair. I do want to acknowledge the work begun by the last government and continued by our government. I was pleased to see swift action in the early months of the government to implement key provisions of the Leasehold and Freehold Reform Act. And I welcome the government's wider programme of reform, removing the threat of forfeiture, tackling abuse by managing agents and implementing the Law Commission's recommendations on right to manage. But we must go further, especially as we build new homes. The government's house build agenda is ambitious and is rightly so. We need more homes and we need them quickly. But we also need to make sure that when people move into these homes, they aren't being ripped off by management companies they did not choose. It's not enough just to get the bricks and mortar down. We need to make sure that the regulation around property charges is constructed properly too. We need enforceable standards for transparency. If a company charges for a service, they must be required to show that it was delivered and provide proof of what it cost. If the grass overgrows, if the litter piles up, if the roads remain unlit, residents should not be expected to pay. We also need a clear route to redress. At the moment, too many people feel trapped, tied to a management company they didn't choose, with no meaningful way to hold them to account. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is not about undermining the sector. It's about fairness. It's about restoring trust. It's about making sure that when people buy a home, they're not buying into a system that takes advantage of them. We've made a start, but if we're serious about protecting homeowners, we need to finish the job, and we need to bring cowboy estate management companies to heel.
Daniel Francis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to pay tribute to the Honourable Member for Reigate for securing today's debate, setting out the deep concerns that many of us see from our constituents relating to property service charges. We honestly don't have a clue what we are paying for. These were the words written to me by a constituent who lives in a development where service charges increased from £1,800 a year to £3,200 per year. Others describe themselves as cash cows and speak of financial hardship to those trapped in their clutches. Since being elected, I've received countless emails from constituents across Bexley Heath, Crayford and Slade Green who are struggling with rising service charges, lack of transparency and poor communication from managing agents. One constituent of mine, a pensioner, had to borrow money from her adult children, is now considering selling her car if another unexpected bill arrives. Another asked to spread an additional bill over monthly payments and was told they would have to be charged £60 for the trouble. I've been holding public meetings with residents across my constituency this year to discuss these issues, and these meetings have seen large turnouts and residents understandably at the end of their tether. I accept some increase in service charges can be explained by rising insurance costs, building safety costs and other economic factors, but other items on service charge bills beg a belief. £1,000 a year for CCTV when there is no CCTV. Service charges for a gym that hadn't been built. Service charges for a 24/7 concierge which operates 7 AM to 7 PM. And £5,000 a year to empty one dog bin which members of the public living outside the estate are using on a communal open space. Despite these costs, maintenance often remains poor. I'd like to focus on one example, which is the Eastside Quarter development in Bexley Heath on our former council civic offices built a few years ago. The development was originally managed by DJC, who were then bought by First Port, who were relieved of their duties and have now been replaced by a new managing agent. The directors of the management company took action to remove First Port in 2024 due to concerns of performance levels and lack of financial transparency raised by residents.
First Port were responsible for producing audited accounts for the years 2022, 23 and 24, but in the most recent correspondence I've received, they've failed to do so. As a result, the developer is legally pursuing these accounts at their cost. First Port were unable to provide any funds on account to the new managing agent. The new managing agent, in correspondence to me, stated the service charge bank account was empty and that many suppliers were owed substantial sums, with many of them having withdrawn services as a result. And continuing management on the estate was only possible because the developer provided substantial funding to the new managing agent to enable it to pay suppliers. And I've seen similar issues at Tower Hangers Close in Bexley Heath. And at Vickers Green in Crayford, where First Port have attended a public meeting and where I believe we are making some progress, I've seen that some of the fault lies, in my view, with the local authority, who agreed a planning development back in 2009, where residents took on responsibility for the roads, the lighting, and that public space, which includes that bin, which is then costed back to the residents. I welcome the government's consultation on plans to strengthen protections over charges and services, and hope will bring forward measures to support my constituents. I was proud to sponsor my honourable friend from Uxbridge and South Ruislip's Managing Agents Regulation Bill, and I support those calls from across the Chamber for the need for clear managing agent standards and regulation, and I would welcome the Minister's comments on these matters and the measures to be brought forward in secondary legislation. I support the Government's work within these areas, but will continue to press that we need further action to empower residents and deal with service charges to protect residents across the Bexley Heath and Crayford constituency.
Yeah. Joe Powell.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and I join others in congratulating the Honourable Member for Reigate for securing this debate. I know there will be leaseholders across the country watching this very closely, because the cost of being a leaseholder has contributed to the cost of living challenges that so many of our constituents have faced for such a long time. My leaseholder action group in Kensington and Bayswater, which the Minister kindly met with recently, regularly shares stories of escalating, unaccountable and untransparent service charges levied by managing agents that they have no control over. At the worst, the current system can represent a cartel, with a broken market in which competition between managing agents is undermined by monopoly-type relationships with some freeholders, and a broken connection between those that pay the bills and those that deliver the services. And the impact can be devastating. One of my constituents, Adriana, has taken her provider, her housing provider, to tribunal 3 separate times simply to get clarity on how her service charge was calculated. Each time she's won, but they are still not providing the information, and they are now indeed offering to withdraw all the charges rather than provide that information. That is not transparency, because what it does is rely on the assumption that the other residents, many of whom are elderly or financially strained, will not have the resources to challenge. And yet, rather than give up, Adriana now supports other residents in helping them understand their rights and how to contest these unfair practices. Her determination is admirable, but it should not fall to residents themselves to protect one another from a system that is supposed to protect them. Another group of residents who speak to me regularly about these issues in a building called Shaftesbury Place have been hit with crippling increases to their charges after a 2,489% increase in their building insurance premium. That annual cost, up from £15,000 to £375,000 a year, has been passed directly to the leaseholders through their service charges. The housing provider says the freeholder procured the insurance. The residents have seen evidence suggesting otherwise, but the confusion over who procured the insurance and how that premium was calculated has left leaseholders caught in the middle. The justification appears to rest on a fire risk assessment that many residents believe is flawed, but the result is that ordinary homeowners, including shared ownership homeowners trying to climb the ladder, have been left with unaffordable bills and no clear line of accountability for how these costs have been allowed to spiral. I will.
And the honourable gentleman for expounding so clearly the problems that are in common with my elderly residents in Aire Valley Court and Sutton Court in Bingley, where they too have seen above inflation rises in service charge, lack of transparency about the accounts and no evidence to justify them. So would my honourable friend agree with me that it's now time that we did licence and bring in stronger regulation of these managing agents like First Port?
I thank her for that intervention, and I agree entirely that there is now an overwhelming case for introducing mandatory professional standards, which I know the government is bringing forward, and to consider what regulation might look like, whether that's a new regulator or expanding on the current system. But it's clear that some of those suggestions that the government have consulted on in their leaseholder protection over charges and services consultation have the potential to really deliver for residents like hers and mine. And that includes a right to veto your property agent, and I hope that that can come in at a threshold level that will work in places like my constituency, where with a large number of overseas and absent owners, getting to high thresholds can be challenging. So I hope the threshold can be accessible. So I know my constituents would appreciate hearing from the Minister or from a different Minister later our progress on tackling those building insurance issues that obviously for, particularly for Metropolitan Members of Parliament, will be a big issue. This must, of course, go hand in hand with continuing on the path to full reform of the system. I was delighted with the High Court decision to comprehensively dismiss challenges brought to the Leasehold and Freehold Reform Act 2024. That is a vital step that will unlock progress on implementing reforms that make it easier and cheaper for leaseholders to extend their lease or buy their freehold. And I hope it will smooth the way for the new bill that will deliver on our manifesto commitment to leaseholders to bring the feudal leasehold system to an end in this Parliament. I'm incredibly proud of that commitment, and I know the millions of leaseholders watching want to see that delivered too, something previous governments promised but failed to deliver. Madam Deputy Speaker, this government have already taken decisive action to dramatically improve the rights of 4.6 million private rented households in England, abolishing no-fault eviction, increasing security in tenancies, and ensuring safe and healthy homes for all. Yeah. This government have taken action to dramatically improve the rights of 5 million social rented households in England, bringing Awab's law into force to guarantee emergency repairs in a statutory timeframe. And now we have the opportunity to deliver on our promise to the 5 million leasehold properties too.
Dave Robertson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I place on record my thanks to the Honourable Member for Reigate for bringing this debate, and indeed the Backbench Business Committee for scheduling time for it. I think we can all hear from the number of members in the Chamber today that this is a problem across the entire country, but it certainly is for people in Lichfield, Burnwood and the villages. In the time that I have, I'd just like to focus on one of the estates where this is an issue, the Roman Heights estate in the village of Streethay on the edge of Lichfield. People who live in that estate know just how difficult managing agents can be. I've had dozens of households get in touch to tell me about the appalling service that they've received from their managing agent, who I won't name, but I'm sure it will be the first name that we all think about. Over the summer, I held a town hall with residents, and I heard the same thing repeatedly over and over again. Bills for management that were coming through completely irregularly, sometimes 3 bills for 3 years in the space of 3 months, which is interesting. Absolutely no transparency about the level of charge, demands to come up with huge sums of money at a moment's notice, and all the while basic maintenance like cutting grass just not being done. It left residents wondering just what exactly they were paying for. Absolutely, I'll give way to my honourable friend.
Thank my honourable friend also from Staffordshire for giving way on that point. I've got a constituent who got in touch with me to say it genuinely feels like they're stealing money from us. Another one said, I just feel like we are a cash cow for these companies. Would my honourable friend agree with me that if managing agents and companies want to continue these services, they must increase transparency and make things more regular for their customers?
My honourable friend's right. My honourable friend is a very, very good friend and quite often might have seen speeches before I give them, but hasn't seen this one, and it's a perfect segue into my next point. That transparency is so important. When I surveyed residents in the affected estate, 85% of residents told me that billing was either poor or very poor. 85%. 79% has told me that the management of the estate was poor or very poor. Now, I have written to that management company and I am looking forward to meeting them because their written response is simply not good enough.
Would you allow?
Oh, absolutely.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Just much like my friend from Staffordshire, I have constituents who are under the same management company who, even trying to use mechanisms through the Landlord and Tenancy Act 1985, using the Section 21 request to see things, have been ignored, have been dismissed, and quite often are given incorrect information. So the question I wondered if my friend would agree with is, when the Minister sums up, whether he can talk a little bit about the technical measures for holding these organisations accountable and why they're not working as well, because enforcement of the existing rules ought to be enough, and when they're not, they should be changed. But there are mechanisms available that my constituents are trying to access that are simply not working either.
I thank my honourable friend for the intervention. Again, he's very well appraised over the specific issue. But I think part of the issue we may be facing is that he's referring to an Act of Parliament which is older than either of us.
Yes, that is true.
And potentially there may be some significant space for an update in this space. I think it's clear from my honourable friend's comments and from everything that we've heard this afternoon that this situation is all too common. Up and down the country, managing agents are just letting people down. The long-term solution has to be councils taking on the management of these estates themselves. It is an absolute travesty that we have a bizarre situation where some people are being charged twice for the same service. Last week, I and other Labour MPs met with the House Builders Federation to discuss this, and I'd like to place on the record my thanks to my honourable friend, the member for Hitchin, for organising that. It was very clear, the message that came out of that actually the adoption is holding up those companies as well. Those companies want to see these adoptions happening faster. There are massive issues with the way that they get approached for things. One story that we heard of a particular local authority that demands semi-permeable paving as part of their planning process, but their same highways department will never, apparently, adopt anything with semi-permeable paving. Just a totally bizarre situation. It's not a case of two councils, it's one organisation where one hand is not talking to the other. Councils need to work harder on this. They need to make sure that they're working with residents, with companies to get this right, but they also need to have the money and the expertise to be able to do that. And I think after 14 years of cuts, freezes and austerity on councils, it's left planning departments hollowed out. We need to make sure that we are rebuilding that capacity to make sure that this can be done correctly. I think it's really important that we take this issue very seriously so that residents in my constituency and across the country get a service that they so deeply need and apparently are paying through the nose for.
And with an immediate 4-minute time limit, Pam Cox.
Madam Deputy Speaker. Property service charges and the behaviour of the companies that levy them are causing real distress across the country, and I thank the member for Reigate for her speech setting out those challenges. In Colchester, I've heard from residents at Orchard Gardens, Colne View, Kingswood Heath, who are being charged astonishing amounts, often thousands of pounds a year, for services that are either poorly delivered or not delivered at all. Many of those homes are managed by one company. I need to imagine that company is Firstport. When I walked into the chamber, that Firstport had been named 39 times in the chamber this year. I imagine they've doubled that in the course of this afternoon. They claim to be an award-winning management company that makes customers feel safe and happy in their homes. Well, I think we've all got a little bit of news for Firstport. Retired residents in Orchard Gardens showed me demands for payments for services they say they never received, or for which they'd already paid. Residents at the Colne View development have faced a 15-year battle over neglect, overcharging and obfuscation. They faced extortionate service charges, sometimes doubling in a year, and yet their buildings are left mouldy, unsafe and unclean. they feel bullied, belittled and beyond hope that they will ever resolve what's become a living nightmare. I'm very pleased to say that one of those residents, Chair, was able to come into Parliament last week to give some evidence to a panel of MPs organised by the members for Hendon and Westminster, who've been working on this for some time, and I hope the Minister would consider that evidence that was gathered. I'm advised not to, if that's okay. Thank you, just so we keep to time. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, Lord Best, who is Chair of the Regulation of Property Agents Working Group, said in his recent evidence to the Housing Communities Local Government Select Committee that this is an unregulated sector, and his group has called for proper regulation. If property agents can't behave responsibly, they must be held to account. This is about fairness, this is about restoring trust, and it's about ensuring that nobody in Colchester or anywhere else has to pay over the odds for these basic services or fight tooth and nail just to get a straight answer from companies like Firstport. Yeah. So I would urge the Minister to move at pace to implement this new framework. Thank you so much.
Jim Dixon.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I just say I welcome this debate warmly. I pay tribute to the Honourable Member for Reigate for securing it and her excellent speech in introducing it, as well as the great contributions from other members. Property service charges, whether that's freeholders who have purchased homes on adapted new build estates or leaseholders living in flats, are a huge concern to residents across Dartford, and it's no exaggeration to say that the charges are causing misery to my constituents. As home to Ebbsfleet Garden City and other developments, including Ingress Park in Greenhive and the bridge near Dartford, the constituency I'm proud to represent has amongst the highest number of leaseholders and freeholders paying property service charges of any in the country. And as others have done, I have also surveyed my residents on managing agents and costs, and it is fair to say the summary is that residents are bemused by what seems to be the lack of a framework through which to assess what reasonable service charges should cover. Long-term trends in rising building insurance costs and energy price increases mixed with opaque charging practices by managing agents have created a toxic mix for residents. And as if that wasn't enough, residents long after buying their new property have been shocked to receive demands for 3 to 5 years of backdated service charges. This in some cases even predates their ownership of their property or very soon after they bought the property, with billing often containing immediate demands for repayment coming years after they started occupying their home. Another incredibly frustrating issue for residents, and this is one that I think the Minister might be able to pick up directly with developers, is how transparent they are with buyers about the level of service charges they should expect to pay on their new property. One constituent of mine ended up £4,000 in debt as he was being charged for the maintenance of the estate around his house, on which construction had not yet even been completed. Much of the area of the new build estates in my constituency remain unadopted by the local authority, an issue we discussed in a Westminster Hall debate early this year, secured by my honourable friend, the member for Hitchin. There is a huge sense of unease and unfairness amongst residents living on these unadopted estates. They're paying full council tax in addition to hefty service charges, paying for the local authority to maintain roads and parks in other parts of the area, but not the ones on the immediate estate on which they live. And I warmly welcome the Minister's response at that debate, confirming it remained a commitment to end the injustice of so-called leasehold estates, and I hope we can have an update on this at the end of the debate. I have been grateful to be part of over 100 MPs from this side of the House who have banded together to hold managing agents to account since November 2024, including Firstport and RMG and others, and we will not let managing agents off the hook for the extremely poor service that they deliver to our residents. We need to see a roadmap from the government on how unadopted roads and estates will be taken on by the relevant local authority, and I wonder finally if the Minister might remind the house builders that their choices of managing agents for new developments will cause them long-term reputational damage if they continue to select companies that simply aren't up to the job. Let's get this right on behalf of freeholders and leaseholders across the country.
Noah Law.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Whilst we've heard countless examples
of grievances with property service charges today, for many residents it ultimately boils down to one fundamental issue: disparity. So far be it from me to play devil's advocate for a broken sector, a market failure, but some residents face affordable service charges and benefit from management companies that are responsive and effective in resolving their problems. Yet others, often living in similar developments, are saddled with soaring fees and management companies that are slow, unaccountable, uncommunicative, leaving basic issues unresolved for months on end. And when people are forced to pay ever higher prices for worsening service, it's no wonder that frustration and resentment towards the sector as a whole is growing. One of my constituents recently wrote to me alarmed with the service charge that had risen from £161 a month to £266 the following year, a staggering 65, I think that might be a record today, a 65% increase. And the justification provided was that the management company, which I won't name, but we can hazard a guess again which it was, had simply overspent on the work that it had carried out. And such an arbitrary rise is unaffordable for so many households and illustrates the dramatic and damaging impact that unchecked service charges inflation can have. But beyond the question of cost lies an equally important issue: transparency. Too often residents have no idea, as we've heard, what they're paying for or why. Service charge statements are opaque, and when asked for explanations, they're often met with obfuscation and silence. And thirdly, there's a chronic lack of oversight and accountability, which I look forward to hearing more on the potential for from the Minister later. When residents wish to challenge higher unjustified costs, options, as we've heard, are limited for any form of recourse except through the courts. The balance of power lies entirely with the managing agents and not the homeowners footing the bill. Worst of all, we discover many discover only after moving on that the management company responsible for the estate is unfit for purpose, providing poor and inconsistent service in exchange for their hard-earned money. Residents still have to pay council tax in addition to their service charges, leading to a feeling of being double charged. And it's no surprise that my constituents are crying out for stronger abilities, therefore, to take on the right to manage. Areas that manage locally are often extraordinarily effective, with better services, better value for money and better local oversight, all compounding to support communities that thrive. Another of my constituents shared a frustration at the estate's management company consistently failing to maintain communal grounds. She wrote, "My issue is that we, the residents, have no real power or control over the management of communal grounds, but we're expected to pay that cost. I want that control. We should have the right to make our own choice of property manager." That sentiment is shared by thousands across the country. It speaks to an urgent need for the regulation of the sector, which to date has been a licence to print money, a high yield which gives private equity companies a perverse incentive dynamic, which the Honourable Lady for Reigate described so eloquently at the start of this debate. Problems often arise from a failure of local authorities to adopt highways, as we've heard, and that's due to a poor incentive structure as well. I therefore hope to see all of these issues, particularly around transparency, value for money, accountability and professional standards, addressed, if we can, in the Leasehold and Common Hold Reform Bill, which, after all of the progress we've made on renters' rights in the past week, represents a huge opportunity for leaseholders across the country, thanks to this Labour government. Because until we rebalance those relationships, residents will continue to feel powerless, exploited and unheard, and that's completely unacceptable.
Den McAleer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I declare an interest as a leaseholder myself, and I, alongside my honourable friend from South Cambridgeshire, am not naming any managing agent or developments, because many of my residents are very concerned that if their block is named, that will cause them very big issues in the future. And I was delighted to hear from my honourable friend from St Austell that there are some good management companies, because certainly it is mixed in my patch. And the company that's been named often manages some in my area, and some are better run than others for sure. And a lot does seem to depend on the individual property manager and how they how they operate their particular development. Also, the size of the development and the age of the development definitely have an impact. So it is certainly a mixed picture.
I want to raise, in the short time I've got, a couple of important issues. One is about insurance. We know that costs went up post-Grenfell because the insurance went from insuring just the floor that your flat was on to the entire block. But there are other increases that have arisen which are difficult to explain, and there is a danger that we are really struggling to get insurance. So one block in my patch was able to get one insurer quote for 12 months only, but only after, and they quoted an extortionately high excess rate at the beginning, in the region of £15,000 excess that you pay before anything happened. They managed to get that down. There was a housing association freeholder. They managed to get that down, but they could only get one 12-month period insured. And I think we need to be careful in the discussions that are being had about insurance companies and managing agents and those relationships. I know from my role as the chair of the Treasury Select Committee that there are very strict rules around ring-fencing operations, so that insurance companies and managing agents should not be having a cosy relationship, and in law they're not entitled to do that.
Well, I'm grateful to my honourable friend. I thank her for her work from the Treasury Select Committee on this. The insurance issue that I raised in my speech, my constituents have gone to the Financial Ombudsman Service about, but they're having some problems around whether it's a FOS issue or a property ombudsman issue, and it's just not very clear. So would my honourable friend join me in calling for some more clarity on that?
Absolutely, I completely agree with my honourable friend. We need clarity on this issue, because we're talking a lot about service charges, but the insurance industry has a responsibility because they are a very large chunk of those things, and regulators have a clear role to play here, and I think it's important that in all of the changes that we're discussing that is considered. I'm really pleased that the government's been consulting on these issues on service charges. Of course, it consulted and it ended in February, so I hope the Minister can give us an update. And I think it is also important to touch on a couple of other issues. That we know that poor maintenance leads to high costs, so there should be standards set and expectations on maintenance, which costs leaseholders but costs them less in the long run if things are maintained. And this is a repeated theme across my constituency. Some very modern blocks that have not been maintained properly, and that means that leaseholders end up paying more in the end than they should have done at the beginning. And there is also an issue about greening blocks. If I've got a constituents working very effectively to try and get electric vehicle charging points, better insulation. This is a block that was an old warehouse, very popular at one point in parts of my constituency, famous loft apartments. But in order to improve those things, that creates betterment, that increases the ground rent, because the owner of the building can say that's an improvement and I can charge you more. So in order to make their property greener and cleaner and more efficient and costing them less in a lot of ways, they're ending up putting up the cost somewhere else, and there seems to be a complete imbalance there which we haven't discussed today. But we talk about right to manage and common hold. I'm a co-op MP, Labour and co-op MP, and I'm very proud to be pushing for common hold, but there can be issues too where there is a right to manage, and I'm working with a particular development where there is a right to manage a company, but the directors have sort of hidden themselves away. They are not answering responsibly. They're not answering and providing information to their neighbours in this development. And I think governance needs to have an overhaul in this area as well. So it's not going to solve everything if residents take it over and then they don't do a good job. So there needs to be transparency all round. And I think that we know that this is on top of increased mortgage charges. Let's not forget the 2022 budget and what that did to mortgage charges. You've got people who are shared owners who are paying both mortgages, rents and service charges. This is all adding to the cost of living, and it is causing huge upset on top of the building safety requirements for spending that are hitting so many of my constituents. It is causing real problems, but we need to be clear, and I think rather than go through the list myself, I think my honourable friend, the member for Doncaster East and the Isle of Axholme, I listed all of the asks that I would endorse about transparency, openness and getting clearer rights for residents to challenge service charges and make sure that they have absolute understanding of why they're being charged the fees they have. That is the basic minimum, but we should be making sure that that happens. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Gideon Amos.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I congratulate warmly the Honourable Member for Reigate for securing what has clearly been an important debate, given the number of members who have taken part. Liberal members of this place have been campaigning to end residential leasehold and the charges it entails since Lloyd George, who at the time of his People's Budget in 1909 said the practice is not business, it is blackmail. Ground rent is a part of it. Fines, fees, and you're to make no alteration without somebody's consent. His words ring true today, Madam Deputy Speaker. Over a century later, we still have the same feudal system and charges that trap homeowners in a cycle of uncapped ground rents, exploitative charges, and similarly unreasonable estate management fees. The scale of the problem is staggering. There are 4.8 million leasehold properties in England, more than a fifth of the housing stock. But England, Wales and Australia are the only countries still operating such residential leasehold approaches. Most other countries are perfectly able to ensure building maintenance and safety without relying on such outdated practices. One of the things I hear most often from my constituents is how long it takes to get change in this place. And service charges and property charges are a perfect example. They've been around for decades, but very little seems to have happened. In 2019, the government commissioned the independent Lord Best to make his report. He did, and he laid out sensible solutions, a clear path ahead. A new property regulator to establish a code of practice, licensing of property managers and agents, and minimum qualifications for those working in the sector. Whilst I acknowledge the last government's work in this area, it did take them 5 years to bring forward the legislation. And when they did, in the Leasehold and Freehold Reform Act, they completely neglected to regulate property management or spiralling service charges. That is a measure of how leaseholders have been let down, despite the overwhelming evidence of the need for action. The Labour government then promised they would implement the rest of the Act, but well over a year later, little progress has been made. Progress which would give redress to those saddled with charges they cannot contest and marriage values that are wholly unreasonable. These delays are failing people trapped in these properties. Recently, I heard from one constituent about their experience with leasehold service charges. At the time they purchased their property, in 2022, service charges were £1,700. In 2023, it rose to £2,600, a 52% increase. The next year, it went up to £3,700, a further 43% increase. The following year, 2025, it reached £5,010, another 34% increase. Overall, the service charges tripled in just 3 years. And for what? Well, after a huge effort by residents asking to see quotes and see invoices, it turns out the answer was for nothing, or rather for incompetence and, as Lloyd George might have put it, for greed. Invoices relating to other buildings entirely, gaping differences between maintenance quotes and the actual costs. Eventually, through the right to manage, they appointed a new managing agent and got their charges back down to around £2,000. That means over those 4 years, residents paid approximately £13,000 in service charges. If they'd remained at the proper level, that would have been £2,000. So they've overpaid by £5,000 each, and that money will never be got back. Money that went straight to the pockets of unregulated managers. That is a cost of delay, a real cost being borne by constituents of mine and other members in the House today. And the constituents said to me the process was akin to having a full-time job, which is an entirely unreasonable way for the property industry to be working. But what about residents who are less able than my constituent, who are older perhaps, those in poor health or ill-equipped to the massive task of navigating that bureaucracy, or so busy with work, with children perhaps, they don't even know they've been ripped off until it's too late. Folk should not have to devote that level of time and energy to get redress. And let's not forget leasehold, as honourable members around the House have referred to, including my honourable friends for Surrey Heath and Honiton and Sidmouth highlighted, such as by companies such as Firstport, which I assure members is as much a problem in Taunton and Wellington as it is elsewhere. Freeholders often have even fewer rights than those who have leases to challenge estate management fees and charges. The arrangements operate almost like leaseholds. Such residents pay double, both their council tax and estate management charges. They often receive a far worse service than those who live on estates fully adopted by a local authority where the only charge is council tax. They have all the financial burdens of leasehold without the legal protections. Another constituent, a freeholder in Taunton, has come to me and has been awaiting the regulations for years now so he can take his case to a tribunal. Even the rights that exist on paper are worthless without effective enforcement. Currently, neither leaseholders nor those paying estate management charges have any easy way to ensure their rights are upheld. That's why we need both those provisions of the previous Act to be commenced and an independent regulator with teeth and the ability to cap unreasonable charges levied both on leaseholders and on freeholders. Even the British Property Federation back in 2023 said the lack of any provision to introduce competency standards or regulation to our sector is a missed opportunity. The Property Institute has welcomed proposals for oversight. When even those who would be regulated are asking for it, surely, honourable friends and members of this House, it is time to act. The government rightly has an ambition to build many more new homes, 300,000 per year. We Lib Dems would prefer that to include a stretching target of 150,000 social homes, but we agree that homes are needed. However, in doing so, we must not create a next generation of leasehold properties. The practice of developers building estates with shared roadways and public spaces, then retaining ownership through management companies and charging residents for their upkeep, while these same residents are paying council tax, has to end. For the vast majority of standard developments, there needs to be a presumption that shared areas must be adopted by the local authority, and crucially, councils need to be given the proper resources to allow this. The ability to recoup the costs of managing those spaces from developers and landowners, and powers to sanction those who fail to complete roads and similar infrastructure to the right standard. We cannot allow developers to profit from management companies while residents pay twice for the same services. It's been 116 years, Madam Deputy Speaker, since Lloyd George called out these practices. We have had 6 years since Lord Best's report laid out a clear path forward. We've had over a year with the new government in office. The evidence is overwhelming. The solutions are clear. Liberal Democrats, therefore, are calling for a new property regulator, as recommended in the Best report, establishing code of practice, minimum qualifications, and licensing property managers, leaseholders to be enabled to get alternative quotes for maintenance, a power for residents to act in common to take ownership of management companies in common areas, councils' powers to adopt to be strengthened with resources from developers or landowners, and for urgent abolition of ground rents for existing residential leases, and crucially, for the capping of unreasonable service and estate management charges. Millions of leaseholders and freeholders are waiting. They've waited long enough. It's time for the government to act and end what has become the great British property rip-off.
Yeah. Shadow Minister Sir James Cleverly.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I start by putting on record my gratitude, and I suspect this echoes the views of many people in the House today, honourable and right honourable members, in thanking the honourable member for Reigate for bringing this debate and setting out so clearly in her opening remarks the significance of this as an issue and the corrosive impact that it has on so many people. And the number of speeches today, the tone of those speeches, and sadly the regular themes that we have heard through those speeches tell a really tragic and frustrating story, because the experience of constituents across many different parts of the country is unfortunately consistent. That they are in a situation where they feel trapped, where they feel powerless, where they feel voiceless, where the balance of power is completely unfair, and it is all wrapped up in something which should be naturally a positive experience, owning a home and being able to enjoy the home that you have and its surroundings. I lose track, sorry, of the honourable gentleman's constituency, but he summed it up, I think, very well. Something that's meant to be a dream turning into a nightmare, and this is a consistent theme that we have heard. I pay tribute to the honourable gentleman for Elmsmere Port and Bromborough, and clearly, where he's not in his place. Oh, sorry. With clearly not just passion for this issue, but real experience for it. Experience of it, and also I pay tribute to my honourable and gallant friend, the member for Exmouth next to East, and I was very struck by his confession. I think it's fair to say that his normal mild-mannered demeanour sacrificed after the meeting, and I know his background. I'm not sure if all the honourable and right honourable members in the House know his background, but I do know his background, and I can assure you, and I think the management companies, this is not someone who you should inspire to lose their temper. But the debate today has been held, I think, in a very positive spirit. This is an issue which I think, and has been made evident today, generates genuine cross-party agreement. I'm proud of the fact that my party, when in government, started the process of reform in this area. And I will, of course, concede that it was not the completion of the process. We absolutely recognise that. But a number of things that we put in place have made a difference. We recognise there is more to do. And I have no intention on trying to play party politics on this, because the debate has shown that whether it's in a currently Labour-held constituency or a Lib Dem constituency or a Conservative-held constituency, the pain and suffering of leaseholders is real, and I think we are all collectively duty-bound to do something about it. And that is why I do encourage the government to continue with the process of implementing the Leasehold and Freehold Reform Act 2024, making sure the appropriate secondary legislation is fully in place, and to do so quickly, because for every piece of correspondence that we receive, and I, like others, have received numerous pieces of correspondence from people whose properties are managed by Firstport and others, and they want to see us get a grip of this situation. And there are political differences, philosophical differences, legitimate philosophical differences across this House. The Honourable Lady, the member for Hackney South and Shoreditch, I think made a very good point that one of the byproducts of what I and my side of the House regard as an incredibly positive move by the Thatcher government in the 80s, and I know that not everyone will agree with that for completely legitimate reasons, but one of the practical implications of this is a mixture of ownership types within a block of properties, and that has to be resolved. And that is not that resolution is not a political issue; it is a practical issue. And so, finding opportunities to work across the House to deliver those practical responses, I think, is absolutely key. My honourable friend, the member for South West Hertfordshire, I think recognised in his speech that there is cross-party unity, cross-party focus on this. And my honourable friend, the member for the Weald of Kent, I think made it clear that implementation is key. This is an issue now where grandstanding is not what people want. What people want is actual shoulder-to-the-wheel delivery. And I have no doubt that I speak for all the members of my party that in the boring behind-the-scenes get stuff done bit of this House's business, the government will enjoy our support in turning the legislation that we started off into a better living environment for the people that we serve. I'm not going to detain the House very much longer, because I think that the message that we need to send to the people that we serve is that we recognise this challenge. We recognise that the normal market forces which give consumer choice are not working properly in this situation. People are not able to choose between alternative providers. That the professionalism which is forced on commercial organisations through the pressure of competition is not working here, which is why we are seeing costs that are being hidden and obscured and, quite frankly, I think in some instances, completely created out of thin air. That is not how a market is meant to work. There has got to be government intervention in this, and I say as a free marketeer conservative, that is not my default setting, but in this instance it is clearly what we have to do. And as I say, I'll conclude on this point, Madam Deputy Speaker. When the government takes action to deliver on this, they can rest assured that this side of the House will give them practical support and will be chivying them along at every opportunity.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a genuine pleasure to follow that constructive speech by the Shadow Secretary of State. Can I begin by congratulating the Honourable Lady, the Member for Reigate, on securing a debate on what is, without question, a critically important and pressing issue for residential freeholders and leaseholders alike across the country, and one that, as the Shadow Secretary of State rightfully said, enjoys a significant amount of cross-party consensus, I'd say. In opening the debate, the Honourable Lady spoke forcefully and eloquently on behalf of her constituents in Red Hill, and in sharing their plight with the House, I think brought alive the financial and emotional toll that leasehold terms can take on homeowners across the country, and the many excellent contributions that followed, Madam Deputy Speaker, from honourable and right honourable members powerfully reinforced the arguments the Honourable Lady made. And the case studies littered across those contributions were shocking, but will have not surprised anyone in this House. We all know from the work we do supporting leaseholders and residential freeholders in our constituencies that for far too many of them, the reality of home ownership has fallen woefully short of the dream. And it is precisely because, Madam Deputy Speaker, this government is no longer prepared to accept that situation that we are determined to honour the commitments made in our manifesto and do what is necessary to finally bring the feudal leasehold system to an end in this Parliament. Now, I don't intend to detain the House for a huge amount of time. I know there's another debate to follow, Madam Deputy Speaker, but in the time I have available, I'd like to address the main issues that have been raised in the debate, starting with the various problems affecting homeowners on private and mixed tenure housing estates. But as ever, I'm more than happy to meet any honourable or right honourable member who has raised an issue that I'm unable to cover. Madam Deputy Speaker, as several honourable members have argued in their contributions, we have over recent years seen a significant shift away from a situation where local authorities, utility companies would generally adopt the respective amenities and public spaces within new residential developments to one where private management arrangements take hold, a so-called fleasehold arrangement. Shared amenities and open spaces are now routinely not adopted and maintained at the public expense, and the maintenance costs fall to residents through an estate rent charge, a fee paid in addition to council tax. The estate charge also normally covers the management costs of the estate management company, although, as been evidenced in the debate today, residential freeholders frequently complain that these companies deliver little, if anything, beyond what a local authority would usually provide in an area where amenities would have been adopted. Now, my department estimates that up to 1.75 million homes in England are located on such private and mixed tenure estates, although not all are subject to charges. Properties on these estates often have restrictive covenants registered at the land registry. They may require homeowners to seek permission, often for a fee, from the management company for actions such as selling or letting their home or altering its appearance. And in the worst cases, Madam Deputy Speaker, residents face excessive or unjustified charges levied for minimal services. These may include, just finish this point and I will happily give way. These may include fees for services normally provided by local authorities, arbitrary and costly administration fees, unexplained increase in charges and fees imposed during the sale of their home. I will give way.
Thank the Minister for giving way, and I just wanted to add one more case study to the plethora of case studies provided today, because we've heard from so many members today, but I also have a resident who has a one-bed flat who saw their charge rise by thousands in just a few years, a financial burden that also makes it even harder to sell their property. There's simply too many rogue developers and estate management companies, as alluded to, that are exploiting residents, demanding excessive fees for maintaining shared spaces and public space within development. So will the Minister, as many members have called for today, commit to finally cracking down on these money-grabbing companies, capping unreasonable service and management charges, and urgently abolish ground rents on existing leases?
Well, if the honourable lady had been present for the debate, she would have heard extensive exchanges on this subject. But I will set out what the government intends to do to provide leaseholders and residential freeholders with redress in these areas. I'm more than happy to meet with the honourable gentleman, as I do on a regular basis, about this issue and pick up these exchanges, but I do want to, Madam Deputy Speaker, make a bit of progress. And just lastly to say that the fragmentation of management on many of these estates compounds the problems we experience. Even on relatively new developments, homeowners may often have to deal with multiple management companies, each levying fees in ways that reduce transparency and increase the risk of exploitation. And homeowners understandably often feel in those situations misled and trapped. Now, no, I'm not going to give way. I'm not going to give way any further, Madam Deputy Speaker. I know there's another debate to follow, and I won't test your patience in that regard. It is worth saying, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the Competition and Markets Authority published a study into the house building industry last year. It recommended stronger protections for homeowners and called for mandatory adoption for certain amenities on new estates and, crucially, and this is crucial, common adoptable standards for those amenities. The government's response to that report accepted many of the report's recommendations in principle, but acknowledged that further work is required. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, can I reiterate today the government's firm commitment to end the injustice of leasehold entirely? As set out in my written ministerial statement of November 2024, we'll consult this year on legislative and policy options to reduce the prevalence of private estate management arrangements, which are the root cause of the problems experienced by many residential freeholders. And on this point, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'd say in congratulating the Honourable Gentleman on the birth of his child, also gently push back on his assertion that we don't need to consult. Through the consultation responses we're receiving on issues like service charge protections, there's a huge amount of information we're gathering about that will allow us to implement these changes effectively into the lasting benefit of leaseholders. It's also vital, Madam Deputy Speaker, that homeowners understand what will happen to the estate they're moving into, and the government is currently consulting on guidance to support estate agents with their legal responsibility to provide potential buyers with relevant material information during property transactions, as well as what should be considered material information for buyers. And the government also wants to empower homeowners already living on estates under these arrangements. In September this year, the Law Commission published its 14th programme of law reform, which included a project on the management of housing estates. It will consider how residents could be given greater control over the management of their housing estates, and my department is proud to be the sponsoring department for that project. Madam Deputy Speaker, in the short term, it's imperative that we protect residential freeholders on privately managed estates from unfair charges. As honourable members will be aware, the Leasehold and Freehold Reform Act contains provision for a new regulatory framework, broadly mirroring the rights already enjoyed by leaseholders, designed to give residential freeholders new consumer protections. We intend to consult again this year on how we implement these new protections to ensure the framework is effective, but I want to assure honourable members that I am determined to bring them into force as quickly as possible. Many honourable members have also raised service charges, Madam Deputy Speaker, in a wider sense, and it's right that they champion the cause of leaseholders in their constituencies. As I've made clear on many occasions in this House, this government recognised the considerable financial strain that rising service charges place on leaseholders and tenants. I reiterate the government's firm view that overcharging through service charges is completely unacceptable. In July this year, we consulted on the measures in the Leasehold and Freehold Reform Act 2024 designed to drive up the transparency of service charges. We also consulted on proposals to introduce a fairer litigation cost regime, helping leaseholders challenge service charges and protecting them from disproportionate legal expenses. And in that consultation were proposals on mandating reserve funds and reforming the major works process. As I say, we've got a huge amount of useful feedback from that consultation, which closed on the 26th of December, and I'd like to reassure honourable members that the stories I've heard today will inform my thinking on how the government responds in due course. And can I briefly say on this point, Madam Deputy Speaker, that I would welcome in written correspondence from my honourable friends, the members for Kensington, Bayswater, Stoke-on-Trent Central and Stafford, some further details about why judgments of the tribunal are not being enforced in the cases they raise. Just before I conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, I must address the legitimate concerns that have been raised in respect of the performance of managing agents, both on freehold estates and in leasehold blocks. We know there are good managing agents who work hard to ensure that the residents they're responsible for are safe and secure and that the homes are properly looked after, but we also know that for far too many leaseholders, they suffer from poor practice at the hands of unscrupulous managing agents. And I've heard that many references to firstborn in this debate, Madam Deputy Speaker, that while I've been sitting there, I've asked my private office to send a request to the Managing Director and ask him to come and meet me so that I can convey some of the concerns that have been raised. Because managing agents do play a key role in the maintenance of multi-occupancy buildings and freehold estates. Their importance is only going to increase in the future as we transition towards common hold, so it's essential that we strengthen the regulation of them to drive up the standard of their service. Now, as honourable members will know, the previous government committed to regulate the property agent sector in 2018. They asked a working group chaired by Lord Best to advise them on how to do it, yet they failed to respond to the group's final report published in July 2019. This government has engaged seriously and constructively with the findings set out in that report. We've already taken forward a number of its recommendations. In our recent consultation on strengthening leaseholder protections over charges and services that I referenced earlier, we consulted on powers to appoint a manager or replace a managing agent, as well as mandatory professional qualifications for managing agents in England. But that isn't the final step in that process, Madam Deputy Speaker, and we'll set out our full position on regulation of estate, letting and managing agents in due course. To conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady for giving the House an opportunity to debate these important matters. I thank all those members who participated in the debate today for sharing their concerns and insights, and I very much look forward to, and I say this genuinely, further engagement with Honourable and Right Honourable members as the Government continues to implement those reforms to the leasehold system already in statute and progresses the wider set of reforms necessary to end the feudal leasehold system for good in this Parliament, not least the ambitious draft Common Hold and Leasehold Reform Bill that we will publish before the end of the year.
Rebecca Paul to wind up.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I just first start by thanking all honourable members and right honourable members for participating today. And can I also thank all members for leaving politics at the door on the whole. I think everyone recognises there is a challenge. We all agree that that challenge is impacting our residents' lives in a really detrimental way. Right. And I think everyone came here to try and solve that today. I thank all members for that. Can I also thank the Minister who has clearly listened very closely to everything that was said today. And I'm so grateful to him for taking this with the seriousness that it deserves and already contacting First Sport. I mean, that's incredible. So I thank the Minister for that. I'd also like to thank the Shadow Secretary of State as well for his contributions today and the spokesperson for the Lib Dems. I'd also like to thank the Backbench Business Committee as well for allowing time for this. And I think it was time well spent, we can all agree, and I'm sure they'll be happy with the amount of members that came to speak today. And in summary, I'd just like to say we have heard some truly outstanding things today, and I'm sure we are all horrified by what some leaseholders are having to endure. What is clear is that some property service companies are exploiting leaseholders for their own benefit and profit. Some are not providing value for money service, not adequately maintaining communal areas, and most certainly not being transparent in their dealings. Their actions are trapping residents in homes they can't afford and can't sell. But the current law of the land allows them to do this. It is a travesty and an absolute scandal, and I look forward to the Minister and the Government acting quickly to prevent further abuse, and I will be cheerleading them on and supporting them in that. Thank you.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. I'll give the front benches a few moments to swap over. We now come to the backbench debate on ageing community and end-of-life care. I call Jim Shannon, who will speak for around 15 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I beg to move that this House is considered ageing community and the end-of-life care. Can I first of all thank the Backbench Committee for selecting my debate to be heard today, and I declare an interest as a son of Mona Shannon, who is 94 years young and is residing in a nursing home near to Killilea in my constituency of Strangford. Along with most other middle-aged, or in my case maybe a wee bit more than middle-aged, sons or daughters, I'm acutely aware that time is marching on, and so are my mum's needs. The wee 5-foot-nothing lady who kept 3 6-foot sons under control, is no longer to live alone, but she's as sharp as a tack, and I'm thankful for the wisdom she gives me when I visit her twice weekly. Indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker, I suspect that every Friday and every Sunday I get a wee bit of wisdom and maybe a wee bit of a telling off in relation. She always likes to know what happens in this house, and I'll be able to tell her that. But also, she'll then give me her opinion, and her opinion is one that I never ignore. Indeed, I probably keep to it as much as I can. I think those visits to the nursing home, coupled with the focus on assisted dying, have highlighted to me with greater effect the changes that are needed in how we handle our older generation and their needs. And I've spoken with both the Sue Ryder Foundation and the Marie Curie to not simply highlight the difficulties most of us will be aware of, but to offer some ways that we can improve. Very pleased to see the Minister in his place. I think he and I are becoming a bit of a tag team, because it's been 3 days this week. He's been the Minister. The Minister has responded to each of the debates that I've been involved with, and indeed the Shadow Minister has always been there as well, so he never to be left off. In the next 25 years, according to Marie Curie in Northern Ireland, I know it's not the Ministers, but I want to give the facts, the stats, which I believe are important. They say that 20,500 people requiring this type of care, a rise of 32%. This includes a doubling of need by those aged over 85 years of age. It also projected that the number of deaths in the community in Northern Ireland could rise by 74% during this time, and approximately 60% of the cost of care delivered through the independent hospice centre in Northern Ireland is relying on charity, and this, I believe, is unsustainable. A new palliative care strategy for Northern Ireland, which takes account of demographic changes, associated requirements for service transformation, and investment is urgently needed as well. So these are some of the things that happen in Northern Ireland. In the mainland, of course, things are very similar. Marie Curie have highlighted that as population ages, more people will be living with and dying with multiple complex conditions. In my office every week, when it comes to benefits and assisting those of my mum's generation, and perhaps maybe some of my own, to be fair, I see multiple complex needs more than ever. It's not just one thing that people are suffering from, it's a multiple of things. The number of people in need of palliative and end-of-life care in the UK will rise by some, here's the figure, by 147,000 to over 745,000 people every year. And this increase will be driven by growth in the number of people dying over the age of 85. Really important stats, can't ignore them. They're I believe, what the Minister will be focusing upon. Around 90% of the people who die each year need palliative care, but 1 in 4 of them is missing out. Older people, particularly those with a non-cancer diagnosis, are at risk of missing out on the palliative care they need at the end of life. And research indicates that most people want to receive care at the end of their life and die at home. You ask any elderly people what they want. They tell me it all the time. They want to be at home.
I'm very grateful to the Honourable Member, and I know he's pressed for time. The charity Together for Short Lives points out that where children's palliative care is concerned, there's wide variations across different regions in the country. Is he afraid that this applies to the ageing population as well, that there is no consistency in terms of the amount of palliative care available?
I absolutely do. I thank the Right Honourable Member for his intervention, for his wisdom that he brings to all of the debates that he participates in as well. The Minister's listening, and he's a good Minister, and I know that he will come back with the response that we hope to have, and thank you for that. How often have we listened to family members who are past themselves with exhaustion and guilt about how they're caring for their loved one, how they feel unprepared and yet unwilling to let them go into nursing care. With more support, their lives would be easier and their loved one's life even happier. So that knowledge is why I wasn't surprised to learn that almost £12 billion of public funds was spent on healthcare for people in their last year of life. 81% of this was spent in hospital, only 11% was spent in primary and community care. Access to 24/7 palliative care advice and support telephone line has been recommended as a minimum service for nearly 2 decades, but research shows that really very little has happened, and that underlines the issue that the Honourable Gentleman said. Only 7 of the 42 ICBs in England said they have a dedicated 24/7 single point of access to palliative and end-of-life care advice, guidance and onward referral. All important factors, and when meted to other services. Despite the introduction of a new legal duty for ICB to commission palliative care services in the Health and Care Act of 2022, the urgency and the importance of ensuring everyone has the best possible care and support at the end of life has yet to be recognised as a national priority. I'm hoping that the Minister will come back with some assurance in relation to these things, because that's what Marie Curie wants, that's what Sue Ryder thinks, and that's what every mum and dad and parents and family members want as well. Very happy to, yes.
It's a grand day, a remarkable day, the day I get to intervene on such an amazing honourable member from Strangford. I live in a very rural area and an area where there are places of real socio-economic deprivation, and I know for a fact that there is huge inequality when it comes to palliative care in those kind of areas. Would the honourable member agree with me that that is absolutely something that the Minister and the Government need to look at over the next 10 years to reduce that inequality?
Can I thank our member for the intervention? And he's absolutely right. Look, politics aside, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want the Minister and this Government to do the job. That's what I want. It doesn't matter who the politician, it doesn't matter who their political party is. Let's just give our people some hope, and that's what I wish to see coming out of this. What assessment has the Government made of the need for a national strategy for palliative and end-of-life care? How will the Government ensure that palliative care specialists are included within neighbourhood health centres? And what progress is the Government making on ensuring that every person with palliative care needs in the UK has access to a 24/7 support and advice line? I believe we can find a route. I believe honestly we can towards an acceptable standard of life, not simply for those who can afford private health care, but indeed for all within our ageing communities. I understand the Minister has a copy of my notes, so that my 7 points will be in there, and I look forward very much to realise the 10-year plan objectives, which I support. And I've said it very clearly, I support. I want it to happen. I want to see it happen as soon as possible. Palliative and end-of-life care must be recognised as a vital part of our health and social care system. Without making palliative and end-of-life care a priority for health reform, then government will not achieve its bold ambition to provide more care in the community. And I want this government to achieve that ambition. Happy to give way.
I spoke with the honourable gentleman earlier today to ask if he'd take an intervention from me. When my mum was placed on end-of-life care earlier this year, I had to, and she was put into the local hospital to receive that care, I had to repeatedly ask for hospital staff to transfer her to be transferred to our local excellent Eden Valley Hospice. It took 3 days for that request to be actioned. Does the honourable member agree with me that one of the changes that we can make is that in our hospitals, when someone is placed on end-of-life care, their families could be immediately appraised of the alternative provision that exists in our communities?
You're absolutely right. That's one of my 7 points, by the way. So the Honourable Lady and I, although we've spoken, but not exactly about that, it's exactly, this debate brings us together, and the requests we have from the Minister and for this Government, and we thank them for that. Only 38% of those who died aged 65 or older received care from palliative care specialists, compared to 51.5% for those 65 to 84 and 59.3% for the 18 to 64. The 18 to 64 spent most of their final months in a private home, and that refers to the Honourable Gentleman's intervention earlier on. Fewer than 50% of those aged 85 or older spent that time there. So 1 in 7 people, 15% who died in hospital, have been there for less than 24 hours. And when you're coming to your last days, there's two things. There's many things in the complex needs, but there's 2 things in particular. It'll be pain, number 1, and it'll probably be breathlessness that the person has to deal with, plus what the problems for the family. Almost 2/3 of unpaid carers felt anxious most or all of the time about the dying person's illness or treatment. Shifting care from the hospital to community to benefit older people, support the shift from hospital to community, analogue to digital, and to prevent avoidable emergency care admissions. These are all things I believe that government must develop in the national strategy for palliative and end-of-life care. Strategy must deliver, and these are the 7 points. An integrated whole system approach is needed, enabling patients at the end of life to seamlessly move through services as their health changes. The government must secondly place palliative care to centre plans for neighbourhood health centres and should ensure the inclusion of palliative care specialists. A key benefit of including palliative and end-of-life care in neighbourhood health centres will be the earlier identification of palliative care need and greater uptake of advanced care planning. Thirdly, government must also implement models of emergency and urgent care which can minimise avoidable A&E visits. These are financial savings as well. It's giving a better care and a better system reducing the costs upon the NHS and giving the input of the families, the very thing that we all wish to see in relation to it. Government needs to strengthen the statutory guidance on the legal duty to commission palliative care services in the Health and Care Act of 2022. Holding integrated care boards to account for the delivery of this duty must be part of that. Introduce national quality standards for palliative and end-of-life care that must be met in all health and care settings, and strengthening accountability, catalysing the 10-year health plan's targeted shift from hospital to community for patients at the end of life, and supporting more equitable implementation of the vision set out in the Ambitions National Framework for Local Action. Offer access to 24/7 support, the very thing that other people are asking for, by creating a universal gateway to 24/7 specialist palliative and end-of-life care advice, guidance and support through NHS 111, or if you would say in my constituency, yin yin yin. A long-term and sustainable funding solution for palliative and end-of-life care, reduce reliance on charitable fundraising, ensuring parity of esteem for the NHS and the non-HSS palliative care workforce, creating a transformation fund to invest in innovative and integrated models of care to meet different community needs. The Minister's probably saying to himself, my goodness, is it just 7? Yes, I'm going to stop at the 7th. And I just want to make some comments about the Sue Ryder if I can. The issues are all the stats that I can become figures on a page, but when I read them, I think of the wee mummy lying on her bathroom floor after a fall, all night in tears. I think of my constituents who sob in my office begging for help with their dying parent. I think of the carers who are run ragged and knowing that their 15-minute call with that elderly person can't ever possibly cater to their hygiene needs as well as feeding them. I think of the district nurses who are late home because they wouldn't leave their elderly patient upset after a wound change and made them the wee cup of tea and stay for that comforting chat that they didn't have time allocated to them for. Professor Jugdeep Desi, President of the British Geriatric Society, said, everyone should have access to high quality care until the end of their life, including palliative and end of life care when they need it. And sadly, this is not the case for many older people across the United Kingdom. Sue Ryder have asked me to highlight some issues, and I want to do that. Sue Ryder is working to create a new ecosystem around palliative and end of life care. They seek to unlock hospital productivity through swiftly shifting care to the community in a progressive way that is sensitive to the resources available across the wider system, and focused, Madam Deputy Speaker, on genuine collaboration at a local, place and system level. The envisaged ecosystem would absorb patients from across the acute setting and increase referrals to community settings, helping the NHS, our wonderful NHS, to use its bed capacity more effectively and relieving strain on the discharge system. Sue Ryder model will shift care into the community by increasing hospice at home services and in virtual wards, funded in line with national currencies and reform of fast-track reform. It is believed that this new approach to hospital care will develop dedicated care alongside suites on NHS sites to provide compassionate, tailored care for those approaching the end of life and relieve pressure on hospital teams. Increased support for people in their own homes, that's really what I want. It's what the Honourable Lady in her intervention wants. I think it's probably all that we're all seeking. Expanding care in the community through partnerships, virtual wards, increased hospice at home services to help more people die at home and to reduce emergency admissions. We must aim to make full use of hospice expertise and space to support people with complex multi-morbidities and those in the last 1,000 days of life, preventing emergency admissions and helping people to live well. I'm coming to the end, Madam Chair. I'm trying to keep exactly to your time scale. Thank you. End of life is not, as my last comment, it's not a happy topic. But it is, I believe, a necessary conversation. And we need to open the conversation to ensure that people feel able to record their wishes for their end of life, so more of their needs are met by the people involved in their care. We need to ensure that there's information above all funding to deal with the growing pressure, the family issue, the very thing the Honourable Lady has referred to, remembering that how we treat the most vulnerable in our society is a measure that we will all be judged by. I'm not better than anybody else, Madam Deputy Speaker, but I know that you and I and everyone in this chamber, as I like to represent, what we want to do is the best for our people. So today we ask for the best for our people. So I worked alongside my mum to ensure that her last time is the best we can be. I know that I can safely say it's the desire of this House, and indeed I believe it's the desire of this Minister as well. to provide this for every person in the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. But we can't do it without government buy-in. We can't do it without the help from the Minister, the help from the Labour government and those in power. I asked the Minister, the hospice sector is looking for a way forward to do things better. So I asked the Minister to join with those who know this inside out and find a route to help our ageing community and those in end-of-life care. That's to Marie Curry, that's to Sue Ryder, that's Professor Desi as well. All those people and all of us as MPs on behalf of our constituents. Minister, thank you for your time. Look forward to your response.
Yeah. The question is as on the order paper, and before I call the first speaker, members will have noticed that we are pushed-ish for time. So if I ask for members to keep their comments to around 8 minutes. Anna Dixon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for Strangford for securing this backbench debate. I just draw members' attention to my register of interests. In particular, I'm officer of the APPG Carers, the APPG Housing and Care for Older People, and I was formerly the Chief Executive of the Centre for Ageing Better. So ageing is something that's quite close to my heart. I thought I'd check out today on the ONS life expectancy calculator what my latest personal life expectancy projection was. So it turns out that I have a 1 in 4 chance of living till 95. Now, many of you would go, oh, how fantastic. Yes, we all want to be living longer. But unfortunately, Madam Deputy Speaker, not everybody will enjoy the same length of life as me. Indeed, we know there are very significant gaps in life expectancy between the most and the least deprived of about 19 years. And those are reflected across the country, but they're also reflected within my own constituency between Wharfdale and Windhill and Rose. And despite the tech bros trying to defy ageing and defy death by sort of trying out all sorts of techniques, the reality is that all of us are mortal and will face death at some point. And the fact is that more of us will be dying at older ages because of the fact of life expectancy. And if I'm honest with members here, death is a boom industry. If you haven't already invested in funeral director, that might be something to look at, because the baby boomers, the post-war baby boomers generation, are the ones that are now in their 60s, 70s and heading into their 80s. And so actually there's going to be more of us dying in the coming decades. And as a result of that, society needs to change. It needs to change in a number of ways to respond to an ageing society, some of which I know that other ministers, other parts of government are looking at, around working longer, a matter for DWP, making sure that we build new homes that are accessible. So I'll be speaking to the minister who's just summed up the last debate about whether we can bring in new regulations to make homes more accessible. But obviously one of the things we absolutely have to do is to reform end-of-life care, and I want to come to that now, if I may, Madam Deputy Speaker. By 2050, the projections are that an additional 147,000 people will be dying per year. That will bring the total per year to 745,000. And as the Honourable Member for Strangham already said, the people who are missing out are more likely to be older, from black and minority ethnic communities, from lower socioeconomic communities, or to have a non-cancer diagnosis. So there's a lot to do to close the gap in access to palliative and end-of-life care, particularly for older people. I'd like to just briefly mention a really example of good practice that I've seen in Bradford, and if Madam Deputy Speaker hasn't already visited, she may wish to do so, called the REACT model, which is a partnership between the Marie Curie Hospice and Bradford Royal Infirmary. And there they have embedded a palliative care doctor in the A&E. So when people at end of life are hitting the accident and emergency, they are getting an intervention assessment and referral back to a multidisciplinary community team. And they also have a very proactive community-based team. And the results of that are really quite staggering in reducing the number of hospital bed days that people at end of life are experiencing. And as we've heard, most people don't want to die in hospital. And I really commend the shift that this government is looking to make from hospital to community, and I hope that that is as true around end-of-life care as it is around other services. But the fact is that there is a huge lack of consistency between integrated care boards in how they're commissioning and what they're commissioning. And there's much to do to support better care in the community. That means better support for GPs, particularly those with specialist interests in end-of-life care, district nurses working more closely in primary care and embedded within the new neighbourhood health teams. More examples of hospice at home, these multidisciplinary community teams, more training for care home managers and care home staff. Innovative use of unused hospital wards to provide hospices services in hospital where that's appropriate. And as has been mentioned, making sure that there is a 24/7 hotline for patients and as importantly for their carers, so that when they find themselves in crisis at home, they can get access to the advice that NICE has said they should have since 2011, but according to Marie Curie, only 1 in 3 areas have such a 24/7 hotline. So whilst there are examples of good practice, there is much to do. It is good news that more of us are living longer. Society has to adapt. I'm pleased that we are doing things as a government. We've got a pensions commission, the Casey review looking at social care. But I would urge the Minister, now is the time to have a national strategy for palliative and end-of-life care. We're an ageing society. We need that, along with reform of continuing healthcare. And I hope that in his response and remarks, he will set out how we ensure that everybody dies well in old age and has a good death. Thank you.
I call Dan Aldridge.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the Honourable Member for Strangford for securing this debate. It's been a pleasure to see his passion for his community and the people of Northern Ireland, especially as a member of the Northern Ireland Affairs Committee. Care at the end of life, ensuring dignity, compassion and community in every chapter of life is so incredibly important. I want to begin by paying tribute to Western Hospice Care and in particular Paul Winspear and his amazing team as an extraordinary example of what compassionate, community-based care can achieve. Indeed, John Bailey, who is their current Director of Patient Services, John retires in December after 30 years of dedicated service. Paul, the Chief Exec, describes John as a truly exceptional person, and I absolutely agree. Founded in 1989, Western Hospice Care now supports more than 1,000 patients and families each year, serving a population of around 225,000 people, from Clevedon to Burnham-on-Sea, from Cheddar to Weston-super-Mare, Wirral and the villages that surround my constituency. It's hard to find somebody in my town whose life hasn't been touched by Western Hospice's dedicated team. My family's no exception, having helped us with Western Hospice, having helped us during some of our darkest times, and it's a personal mission to help to safeguard the future of such an important facility. Western Hospice's dedicated team provides inpatient, day hospice and community nursing services alongside physiotherapy, counselling and bereavement support, all of it free of charge. Western Hospice Care truly embodies the spirit of my hometown, caring, community-minded and determined to do the right thing. But Madam Deputy Speaker, it is important to acknowledge the pressures they face on a day-to-day basis. Western Hospice receives only around 18% of its operating costs from the NHS, compared to a national average closer to 29%. The rest must be raised through community fundraising, shops and donations. The generosity of our communities is remarkable, but it is being stretched to its limit. And despite some of the most innovative approaches to fundraising I have witnessed and genuinely truly impressed by what Western Hospice Care have been able to achieve in that space. Over recent years, hospice funding increases have fallen well behind inflation. The national living wage increases has rightly lifted incomes, and I'm entirely in favour of it, but this has led to other factors. This and other factors have also increased staffing costs for many hospices. Western Hospice is now facing an annual deficit of around £500,000, roughly 10% of its £6 million budget, and has had to dip into reserves which now stand at less than 6 months cover. And for such vital services that mean so much to my community and the communities around us, we must find a better way. Despite this, Western Hospice continues to deliver outstanding value. It provides care for patients with complex, multi-morbid conditions who would otherwise occupy hospital beds or require costly community nursing. but they are relieving the pressure on the NHS in my town. Western Hospice Care saves the health system money while delivering really outstanding outcomes for patients and families. The government's recent £75 million capital investment in hospices has been so important, and Western Hospice has benefited from that and are particularly grateful for it, as am I. But we all recognise that one-off capital investment, while welcome, cannot by itself secure the future. We need a sustainable commissioning model, fair funding for essential specialist care that hospices provide, while allowing them to continue raising community funds for the services so often seen as optional, but in reality are vital. So things like the family support that they provide, the bereavement care, the holistic and therapeutic services that help people live and to die well. This is also about the wider fabric of our communities. In coastal towns like Weston-super-Mare, where we have high proportions of older residents, fewer large employers and sometimes higher levels of isolation, hospices, and in particular my hospice, are part of what holds our communities together. They offer not just care and employment, but training, volunteering and opportunities for young people to build meaningful careers in care. One of my best friends, John Williams, he's a carer, he's been a carer his whole life, and all too often his what I consider to be a vocation, a profession, is undervalued, and it's something that we must change. So as we talk about ageing and end-of-life care, we must see it not as a burden, but as a mark of who we are, a society that values every life at every stage and sees worth in all human life. Western Hospice Care is a beacon of that principle, and with the right long-term funding framework, I believe it and others like it across the country can continue to serve our communities for decades to come. Thank you.
I call the Liberal Democrat spokesperson, Helen Maguire.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I congratulate the Honourable Member for Strangford for securing this really important debate. It's well known that our population is ageing, and the latest consensus showed people aged 65 and over account for 19.1% of the total population in Surrey. By 2047, this is predicted to increase to 25%. In my constituency of Epsom and Ewell, there are brilliant charities working to support the older population, including Age Concern, which empowers older people to live the most fulfilling lives they can whilst providing services including advice, medical transport, social support and befriending. Organisations such as Age Concern are a vital lifeline for many, especially following the Conservatives' failure to fix social care and invest in preventative measures that support older people to stay in good health. Our older and ageing communities also need to be able to access public services, including GP provision. According to Age UK, the number of full-time equivalent GPs, including trainees, increased by just 2.5% from 23 to 2024, which is not keeping pace with the population growth of older people aged 75 and over. Many GPs are heading towards retirement, leaving an even bigger gap, so the government must go further with plans for recruitment. There needs to be a concerted effort to build a strong, resilient GP workforce that prioritises retention and delivers services that stop older people from ending up in hospital due to delays in primary care. Along with GP provision, access to social care services is vital. With an ageing population, we're seeing more and more older and frail carers supporting their spouses, putting a further strain on the carer's own health. We need to do more to support, protect and empower older people. So will the Minister commit to reversing the Conservative cuts to the public health funding and facilitate a social care system that's accessible to older people, encourage preventative care and tackle key issues such as loneliness and frailty? As our population ages, more people will be living with and dying with multiple complex conditions. Marie Curie reports that by 2050, the number of people in need of palliative and end-of-life care will rise to over 745,000 people per year. That's 147,000 more than the current demand. One local family in Epsom Ewell shared their experience of struggling to access hospice care for a loved one with a terminal illness. Despite their efforts, no hospice place was available, and delays in pain relief made their loved one's final days distressing. Something that could have been alleviated by better funding and coordination for end-of-life services. Funding cuts and years of neglect under the previous Conservative government have led to reduced services which have a direct impact on patients and their families who deserve dignity and support in their final days. The Liberal Democrats have proposed to exempt health and care providers from increases in employer national insurance contributions, yet the government has ignored providing much-needed support to the social care sector. In a further damning development, a report out just this week by the National Audit Office revealed nearly 2/3 of independent hospices in England reported a deficit in 2023-24. As a result, services have been slashed and hospices forced to cut the number of beds available due to a lack of government funding. With hospices and care services under strain, people desperately need support and families often have no place to turn. There have been a number of successful and ongoing pilots by local NHS trusts for dedicated phone lines for palliative and end-of-life care needs. The Thames Valley Pilot's advice line led to a reduction in ambulance conveyances, a 35% reduction in referrals to out-of-hours primary care, and a fourfold increase in calls closed with no further intervention required. 111 is a brilliant service, but it's not always appropriate. And access to a specialised palliative care expert can alleviate patient anxiety, streamline support and facilitate better care. This is something I urge the Minister to investigate. So will the Minister commit to ending the postcode lottery funding for palliative care, create a dedicated hospice workforce plan, expand carers' allowance and provide guaranteed respite care before end-of-life eligibility begins? As we manage the ageing population and navigate end-of-life care, this government must put patients first and prevent a devastating erosion of public services, tackle dangerous understaffing and support people to age well in their community.
Shadow Minister Dr Luke Evans.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I thank yet again the member for Strangford, and not only that, but he should be very proud of Mona Shannon for raising her up, and she will be not only proud because of him raising this topic today, but all the work he does across this House, across the chambers, talking about health, because he is assiduous and dedicated to timely interventions on health, and that should be applauded from across the House and for this nation, actually. So I'm indebted for him for bringing this up. And in his speech, he mentioned who he'd spoken to, and I too have met with Sue Ryder and Marie Curie, for example, at party conference, but many other organisations like Loros and Rainbows that cover my area. I must admit, when I came to this debate and saw the title, Seeing the Ageing Community, I think the member of Strangford should have actually applied for a 5-day debate, considering what we could cover. And also I noticed the expertise in the House at the moment. We have a secondary care surgeon, we have public health at the back here, and me as a GP. This is turning into an MDT moment that we could talk about, because there is a lot to unpack, be it prevention, be it mitigation, be it healthy lifestyles, and looking for the best examples from across the world. I've recently travelled to Japan and Korea and seen how they look after their elderly and their approach to the lifestyle of the elderly. There's a lot to be learned out there as we all across the world grapple with an ageing population. There are other topics that we could talk, and some were touched on here as well. Social care. It is a shame that there has been a change from a cross-party talks to an independent commission, and I noticed Baroness Casey is also being taken off back to the Home Office as well, which means she's spread thinly. But there is a wider debate to be had on social care, which is what did the British public actually want from their social care? Because often we look at the Scandinavian model but say we don't want to pay the taxes for it, and we want to have the household approach of a family approach like the Bangladeshi model or the Pakistani model, but we certainly don't want actually grandma or grandpa coming to stay with us, and we want to stay working. Here it lies the problem in the British culture of we're not 100% sure what we want when we cross over from the NHS into the social care and how to provide it. But there are some hard evidence of policies that have been talked about with regarding an ageing community. And unfortunately, I have to raise the issue of winter fuel. The government's own analysis when it took away those winter fuel payments, it knew it would put 50,000 people into absolute poverty and 100,000 people into relative poverty, despite all the warnings. Now, contrast that with this side of the House and our recent announcement on stamp duty, for example. We can see that Jackson Stops estimate that in the first year alone, up to 500,000 people above the age of 55 would consider downsizing because of that. I don't call it downsizing, as we heard in the other debates in stamp duty, it's right-sizing, because actually there's a real chance for not only more families to go upwards, but people moving into more appropriate accommodation as they age. There is a lot to be done to have a debate in an ageing population, as the member for Shipley pointed out. But I do want to focus my comments specifically around the 3 questions that I think I caught from the member for Strangford, and that's the assessment and the need for a national strategy for palliative care, what the government is doing to ensure palliative care is included in neighbourhood health centres, and what progress is being made
regarding 24-hour support. So let's start with the national strategy and funding. And let's give credit to the government where it's due. When it comes to children's hospice funding, they have continued the payment and they have extended it out, which is welcome, although it's still not mitigated enough by the national insurance contributions. And of course, the government will turn around and say, when it comes to adult funding, it has given £100 million. That is capital funding. As one hospice worker put it to me, there's no point in having new curtains and a lick of paint if you have no staff. And the Liberal Democrats pointed out the report that came out only yesterday from the NAO talking about the hospice sector, and I say, and I quote, "The Department for Health and Social Care and NHS England do not clearly understand what proportion of palliative and end-of-life care is delivered by the independent adult hospices, and therefore how much they are reliant on the sector or what the real impact of government funding is." It goes on. In 2024-2025, 11 independent adult hospices in England reported services reductions or staff redundancies, and other hospices announced plans to reduce services in response to reduced income or increased cost. Cuts appear to be across all types of services offered by hospices. Most hospices reported the increase in the costs of service delivery within the palliative and end-of-life care sector as being the primary reason for service reductions. It goes on. 6 hospices have been designated by ICBs as Commissioner Request Services, and mechanisms to forewarn ICBs of potential difficulties with services that, should they discontinue, would have significant negative effects on the local population. Hospice UK have responded to this report saying, unfortunately, the whole hospice sector is struggling just as demand for their services is rising. Surging costs mean 2 in 5 English hospices are planning cuts this year, and 20% ended last year with a deficit of over £1 million. Well, what does this actually look like in real life? Well, if I take the example of Loros in my area, they are facing a deficit of £2 million shortfall. They've already had to reduce their inpatient capacity down from 31 to 20 beds. They're reducing their day therapy, they're cutting their physiotherapy, their occupational therapy, their social work, their chaplaincy and complementary therapies, and closing the volunteer home visiting service. But it's not just my region, Madam Deputy Speaker. A cursory Hansard look will see that the Kirkwoods in Kirklees has 19 redundancies. Ashgate Hospice in Derbyshire has 52 jobs at risk, with beds cut from 21 to 15. St Catherine's Hospice in West Sussex is looking at 40 job cuts, with half of the new rooms being mothballed. Western Hospice Care has been highlighted both here today by the member for Weston-super-Mare, but by others from the member for Bridgewater, with increased national insurance bill of £139,000. The Arthur Rank Hospice in Cambridgeshire is losing £829,000, which is forcing the closure of 9 beds, 40% of its capacity. And Marie Curie has pointed out that the national insurance contribution cost is £2.9 million. And all through this, we still have never heard whether or not the health team knowingly meant this was going to happen and chose to push it through, or was it simply an oversight when it came to challenging the Treasury? Ever since the budget, we've never heard that answer. And at the time of the budget, the CEO of the Marie Curie, Matthew Reid, said the Health Secretary himself has acknowledged that palliative and end-of-life care is not good enough. So we are shocked by the lack of measures in the budget to fix it. Palliative care needs are projected to rise by 25% over the next 25 years, around 147,000 more people each year, yet this government lacks a strategy to tackle the magnitude of this challenge. So at this point, I'd like to ask the government, have they done an assessment of how much the NICS has impacted the hospice sector? For example, Together for Short Lives, as has been mentioned, estimate that the average hospice is looking at a bill of about £133,000. Now, I actually raised a lot of these questions in a debate we had in January, and the minister, who is the hospice minister, kindly responded to me, because it's not just the financial side, it's the structural aspect that we're looking at too. And he writes, I quote, "As you're aware, the integrated care boards are responsible for commissioning of palliative end-of-life care services to meet the needs of their local populations. To support ICBs in this duty, NHS England has published statutory guidance and service specifications. In addition, NICE has published quality standards and guidance to support commissioning to carry out this duty. While NICE guidance is not legally binding, they act as a regulatory benchmark to best practice in palliative and end-of-life care. It then goes on to say, whilst the majority of palliative and end-of-life care is provided by NHS staff and services, we recognise the vital part the voluntary sector organisations, including hospices, also play in providing support to people at the end of life and their loved ones. So there is a grey area where the hospices are covered, and that fits with the NAO report. I will do.
For giving way. As he rightly says, ICBs are under a legal duty to commission palliative care services. Does he not recognise that the problems that we're having, not just with hospice care, but the lack of availability of palliative end-of-life care, is often coming down to poor commissioning and a failure of ICBs to commission in line with that statutory guidance, and the confusion that arises in terms of charitable donation as opposed to that which should be commissioned by the NHS?
The member for Shipley is actually spot on. This is exactly the point that I was getting at, because while there is a legal duty in terms of the palliation, what that palliation looks like is really important. And her question was raised also by the member for Strangford on whether or not this is now actually the time, whether we should actually have a strategy dedicated to palliative care given the rise in demand. Because again, if the letter carries on later on to say charitable hospices are autonomous organisations that provide a range of services that go beyond that which statutory services are legally required to provide. Consequently, the funding arrangements reflect this. So we are in this grey area, and a palliative care strategy could well be a way to unlock this, and I'd be interested to see what the government has to say when it comes to this. But it's not just the finances, it's not just the commissioning, it's also the workforce. And in the letter, this is partly addressed. As set out above, we have committed to develop a 10-year plan to deliver an NHS fit for the future. This summer, we will publish a refreshed NHS long-term workforce plan to deliver the transformed health service we will build over the next decade so that patients can be treated on time again. Well, by my calculations, I think we're coming up to Halloween and possibly even bonfire night, and we still haven't seen a workforce plan. So my question to the government is, when are we likely to see that? Turning a little bit further forward, because it leads me into our next point, which is, how does the government intend to ensure that palliative care specialists are included within neighbourhood health centres? It's very laudable, and I think there's agreement all the way from across the political spectrum about what the 10-year plan has, but the one thing it's missing, Madam Deputy Chair, is a delivery chapter. How are you going to do it? The shift is correct, but we don't know how we're going to get there. So I'd be grateful if the Minister would address that. And also another point, because in it explicitly talks about public-private partnerships. Now, there's a concern from both sides of the House that are we going to be seeing PFI Mark II? If those of you need your memory jogging, this was the investments that brought in £13 billion to build hospitals and services, but at the cost of £80 billion for taxpayers, and there's a concern here. But why does this all matter? In my last few moments, I'd like to pull it round to the final question that was posed by the member for Strangford, and this is around the access to 24-hour support. I'm going to quickly read out a couple of comments from one of my constituents, whose husband Matt sadly passed away from a brain tumour. She highlights this issue. During the day, the support was outstanding because I could call the community nurses and the palliative nurses, and they would always call me straight back. They would visit Matt daily to administer the medications needed in his syringe drivers. They were kind, caring, so supportive to us and our family. The night times were different and frightening. Often during the night, when I was trying to get support, he could see how scared and stressed I was, which made him more scared, often telling me he was okay, just so that I wouldn't worry. Every night, I used to think, what might happen tonight? Will Matt have another seizure? Will he be in so much more pain? Will they call me back if I need support, and how long will it take to get help to arrive? Now, Marie Curie point out that only 7 out of 42 ICBs in England have a single point of access. And I raised this with the Minister in a letter in August, and he did kindly respond in September, where he points out that integrated care boards must commission on this basis. There is NICE guidance on end-of-life care for adults, QS 13, NICE guidance on end-of-life for adults, service delivery, NG 142. talking about the fact that there should be some form of 24-hour care. But at no point did the letter address the issue that was raised about a phone line from that basis. When I asked the department in the letter about data, I quote, "Regarding data about palliative care helplines, such as average waiting response times, the department does not collect or hold this information." I wonder if that's something the Minister would look at to consider whether they should. Now, in that, the letter went on to say, "We recognise that more could be done to support palliative and end-of-life care sector. I have tasked officials with the department and at NHS England to look at how improving access, quality and sustainability of all-age palliative and end-of-life care to ensure that their proposals are in line with the 10-year plan." I'd be grateful if the Minister could pass on a message to the Minister responsible whether or not there is indeed an update and what that update would look like. Because at the end of the day, that's what we're concerned about, not necessarily inputs, much more about outputs. In concluding, Madam Deputy Chair, we know death is certain for us all, only our willingness to face it seems optional, and this is very much a British mentality, and I do believe we need to change that when it comes to talking about death and our mortality. We need to be speaking more openly, more candidly about what an ageing population looks like, for that is the fact, that is what we are. And that is why the member of Strangford who has brought this debate forward. And he reminds us today that we chase the days ahead, never quite noticing how swiftly they turn into years behind us. Which leads me to reflect that we as politicians and society, well, we build a world to live longer, yet we all too easily forget to ask, how do we want to grow old?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I start by thanking the Honourable Member of Strangford for bringing forward this debate? And it never ceases to surprise me the range of topics upon which the Honourable Member is knowledgeable. And we are grateful for his contribution to this House, and I also wish his mother well. I'm also grateful for the contribution of my honourable friend for Shipley, who is too modest, but she is indeed an expert in social care and ageing, and her calls for a national strategy on end-of-life care and ageing have been heard. My honourable member for Carlisle, I thank her for sharing her powerful story about her mother. It cannot be easy to do that, but I'm grateful for her bravery in doing so. My honourable friend for Western Supermayor, I also pay tribute to the Weston Hospice in his constituency and to the dedicated team there. And to my honourable friend from Epsom and Newell, I will be happy to pass on any correspondence required regarding the issues that she's highlighted on 111. Madam Deputy Speaker, the planning, funding and delivery of health services are devolved matters, but I'm delighted to answer on behalf of the Government as to what we are doing to improve palliative care and end-of-life care in England. I would like to take this opportunity to thank all of those who work and volunteer in palliative care, both in the NHS and in our hospice sector, and the support they provide to patients, families and loved ones. And it would be remiss of me not to mention here the Prince and Princess of Wales Hospice in my own constituency, who recently took such good care of my cousin as she passed away from breast cancer there. This Government wants a society, Madam Deputy Speaker, where every person receives high-quality, compassionate care from diagnosis through to the end of their lives, irrespective of their age, condition or geographical region. And indeed, as my honourable member from Strangford has adumbrated, end-of-life care and palliative care is much more than cancer care. It is about ageing and ageing well. We recognise that there are currently a high number of hospital admissions and bed days at the end of people's lives. And indeed, in the last year of people's lives, accounts for 15% of emergency admissions and approximately a third of all bed days.
I'm very grateful to the Minister for giving way. Something I'm very passionate about is making sure that older people in medical settings aren't subject to coercion over their medical decisions. And I've recently been contacted by a whistleblower from the Jehovah's Witnesses religion who have expressed concern that some of the religious assistants that come in to support patients with their decisions are actually exercising coercion on them. And I just wonder if he'll sort of offer any thoughts on how we can make sure more broadly that coercion isn't being subjected on people in older care settings.
Well, I'm very concerned to hear what my honourable friend was reporting to the House. Clearly, coercion is unacceptable in all forms. Safeguarding is taken very seriously by the National Health Service and by the Department of Health, and as Patient Safety Minister, I'm very happy to look into this further and take this up with him after the debate. As set out in the 10-year health plan, Madam Deputy Speaker, we're going to shift more care out of hospitals and into communities and make care more personalised. And never, if there was ever anywhere that was most important, it is palliative care and end-of-life care. Palliative care and end-of-life care, including hospices, have a big role to play in that shift and were highlighted in the 10-year plan as an integral component of neighbourhood health teams. In England, ICBs are responsible for the commissioning of palliative care and end-of-life care to meet the needs of the local population. To support ICBs in this duty, NHS England has produced statutory guidance. That guidance includes the need for 24/7 access to palliative care and advice. It includes a palliative care and end-of-life care dashboard, which brings together all relevant data in one place. The dashboard helps commissioners understand the palliative care needs of the local population. And of course, the majority of palliative care and end-of-life care is also provided by NHS staff and NHS services. And that has benefited from the record funding in the NHS that the Chancellor delivered in the last budget. And I must say to the honourable gentleman, I'm not going to be able to go address all of his points as he was in typically verbose mood today, but I must say, if he wills the ends, he must will the means, and if he does not agree with the means, he must present his thesis as to the alternative model of funding that he wishes to see. Otherwise, it's the case of cutting services. However, we recognise the vital part that voluntary sector organisations play, including hospices, also play in providing support to people at the end of their lives and their loved ones. In recognition of this, £100 million of capital funding has been made available to hospices in England to make sure they have the best physical environment for caring. This includes helping hospices to provide the best end-of-life care to patients and their families in a supportive and dignified environment. This includes funding to deliver IT systems and provide refurbishments and facilities for patients and visitors so they can see their family members at the end of their lives in a dignified environment. Much more than just a lick of paint, Madam Deputy Speaker.
I'm very grateful to give away. Given the recent NIO report and the fact that it is NICS in particular, the tax increase that's hit the voluntary sector, that has the biggest impact, has an impact assessment been carried out on hospices in England to know just how much the cost has gone up for them providing those services in those hospices? If not, would the Minister consider it?
The honourable gentleman knows that the NEO report it contains a period both when his party was in government and beyond. And I just go back to the point about NICS. If he wills the ends, he must understand the means. And I'm very happy to have that conversation with him at length after the debate with respect in the confines of time that I have. And I don't want to test your patience, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm also delighted that the first £25 million of the £100 million fund has been passed to Hospice UK and has been spent on capital projects already. The Minister of State has visited Catherine House Hospice earlier this year, Wigan and Lee Hospice in July, and Noah Ark's Children's Hospice earlier this month to see directly for himself how this record investment is making meaningful impact on the grounds. And we can confirm that the Department of Health and Social Care has now also transferred the rest of the £75 million to Hospice UK for onward spending in 2025-26. We are also providing £26 million of revenue funding to support children and young people's hospices. This is a continuation of the funding which up until recently was known as the Children's Hospice Grant. This funding will see circa £26 million allocated to children and young people's hospices in England each year via the local ICBs on behalf of NHS England. This amounts in total to £80 million of hospice funding over the next 3 years. Madam Deputy Speaker, for many of us that are in good health, managing complexity and ageing seems a distant idea. This government recognises that the number of people with palliative care and ageing needs is projected to significantly rise over the next quarter of a century. That's why we are shifting more healthcare out of hospital into community through our plan for change. That's why we are investing in research through the NIHR, over £3 million in a policy research unit for palliative and end-of-life care. This unit launched in January 24 and is building the evidence base on palliative care and end-of-life care. Earlier this year, the Minister for State for Care and more recently the Secretary of State met key palliative care and end-of-life care hospice stakeholders at dedicated roundtables and focused that discussion on long-term sector sustainability within the context of the 10-year plan. And following the recent publication of that plan, the Minister of State has also tasked officials to work at speed to generate proposals to improve the access, quality and sustainability of all age palliative care and end-of-life care as we start to implement this plan. In closing, Madam Deputy Speaker, I hope that these measures assure the Honourable Member for Strangford of the Government's seriousness to build a sustainable palliative care and end-of-life care for the long term. I won't in the interests of time. I once again reiterate my thanks to the Honourable Member for Strangford for bringing forward this vital issue, as well as thanking Honourable Members who have spoken today. The Honourable Member for Strangford can be assured that he has raised the voice of those who deserve dignity at the end of their lives, and his call has been well and truly heard by this government.
And to wind up.
Madam Deputy Speaker, first of all, can I thank all of the members who have taken part in the interventions. The Honourable Member for New Forest, the member for Carlisle, the member for Doncaster East, the last intervention as well, but the speeches by the Honourable Lady for Shipley with her knowledge that she brings forward to the Chamber, the Honourable Gentleman for Weston Super Mayor as well, and thank him for all those things. And it is good news that we're living longer, but there comes a cost factor in relation to that, and we understand that. The Honourable Member for Weston Super Mayor, he referred to the holding the community together, and he's absolutely right. That's what hospice does, and it's always there for you. They're always available, and it's good to have that. The Honourable Lady for Epsom, and you will also reminded us that there's better care in your latter days, and that's what we all need to see. And I'm very, very pleased, as I always am, to see the Shadow Minister in his place. I always look forward to the contributions that he makes in any debates that I'm available and enjoy his company. In relation to cuts across all the services in hospice, and there is an impact, and that can't be ignored. But he did make a comment about the community, so the end-of-life care, and how Japan does that. So there are lessons we can learn from other countries, and I think that's an absolute important factor. I never thought of that. But can I thank the Minister in particular, the Minister who has a responsibility for this, thank him for his very positive, heartfelt, honest response. The monies he referred to, some £100 million for voluntary hospice, some £26 million for child hospice, with the Honourable Member for New Forest, as mentioned in his intervention. I think what we see is palliative care and end-of-life care being central to government's 10-year plan. Not one of us in this chamber will not welcome that plan, because it's the right plan if it brings forward what our people want. So with that in mind, Minister, thank you very much, and to you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for your patience. Thank you.
The question is as on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
I beg to move that this House do now adjourn.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. Edward Arden.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank you, through you, to Mr Speaker for granting me this important adjournment debate. Can I also take the opportunity to congratulate the Honourable Gentleman, the member for Glasgow South West, I think it is, for his well-deserved promotion to ministerial office in very short order, but as I say, very well deserved. Can I also thank him for being here today to respond to this debate, because he, as I've just indicated, has rather a longer journey home after this than I do back to Leicestershire. I should at the outset, Madam Deputy Speaker, just put on record my declaration that I am, of course, registered as a patient at one of the NHS GP practices in my constituency, which I may refer to in the course of this debate. Now, as every member of this House will recognise, general practice is in many ways the gateway to the NHS for our constituents. it has the potential to do a huge amount more. Sadly, on some occasions, the gateway to NHS services for our constituents is to simply go to A&E rather than seeking to go to their general practitioner, or indeed not to use, to the extent that it has the potential to be used, pharmacy as a first port of call, to go and see a pharmacist and get some advice in the first instance. But for the vast majority of people, it is their GP practice that is their route into the NHS and where they go when they are concerned about their health. Now, I think all members of this House would recognise the challenges faced by general practice and the pressures that general practice has faced, irrespective of governments in office in recent years. And there are a number of factors behind that. We shouldn't forget the impact that the pandemic and changing patterns of attendance following that have had, and the increased demand that came immediately after that. We see the consequences of an ageing population in our country and people living longer with more chronic conditions. But we also see an increased pressure in many of our communities, irrespective of where they are in the country, that arises from increased housing development, which is not met with an increase in provision of key local infrastructure. Now, this is especially true in recent years of my now Melton and Syston constituency. We have seen huge increased local development, but without that infrastructure, and there is the prospect of significantly more development. Now, primarily today, I'm going to talk about the particular issues in Melton, Mowbray and the surrounding villages, which I've indicated to the Minister because I'm keen that he's able to give a pragmatic and helpful response for my constituents. But I will also touch on some broader themes and on the provision of general practice in the village of Sileby in my constituency, which also faces pressure and challenges. Of course.
I know in my constituency, I find that I'm referring to, when it comes to filling in forms, and I think the Honourable Gentleman will be the same, PIPS forms, Universal Credit forms, ESA forms, DLA forms. The extra responsibility falls back in the GP to provide the evidence for those benefits. Has the Honourable Member found that that's another problem for GPs when it comes to already working with their large workload? There's even more to do with that.
Well, I'm grateful to the Honourable Gentleman.
Order.
I beg to move that this House do now adjourn.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. Ed Arger.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, I'm grateful to the Honourable Gentleman, and he is right. Although I spent 2.5 years as a Minister in the Department of Health, I was never the Minister for Primary Care, but I'm very much aware, as I suspect our members across this House, that that is an additional pressure on time for general practitioners. We in government sought to do what we could to reduce that, and I have to be fair to the new government. I know that the Secretary of State is actively looking at what can be done to further streamline administrative processes to allow general practitioners and their teams to spend more time with patients. And while my focus is on GP services in Melton, Mowbray and Sileby, it is true to say that all GP surgeries in my area, whether they are the county practice or Jubilee practice in Syston, practices in Thurmaston, Bottisford, Longclawson and other nearby villages, they are all continuing to face huge pressures. It is important to say that they really do their best. Their staff, and it's not just the GPs, it's the whole team in the practices, work incredibly hard, and I know they care deeply about the service they provide to their patients. But especially in Melton and Mowbray, they are seeing acute pressure, and particularly acute pressure on appointments. Now, in Melton Mowbray, we have just one GP practice for a growing town. Latham House Medical Practice has over 36,000 patients on its books, making it one of the largest in the country. And I have to say, timely access to GP appointments is one of the largest regular issues to appear in my constituency inbox, with waits, according to the correspondence I received, often of at least 6 weeks, and they can be for 8 or 10 weeks before an appointment is available. Now, clearly that is not right. Now, it's important, I think, in saying this, to be fair to Latham House Medical Practice and their team there, because those emails do also set out that when they get to see either a nurse, an allied health professional or a GP, they regularly cite the quality of the care and the kindness shown by those staff to them. And indeed, just recently, we've seen an award made, a Campbell Star Award, to Deborah Gilbert, one of the nurses at the practice. So the team there do work really hard, and they are passionate about what they do. In 2024, they saw an average of 6,900 appointments per 1,000 of the population on their list. Now, that's higher than the national average, but I would urge a little caution, because that is a crude statistic which doesn't necessarily comparatively reflect the different demographics of different areas, whether there is an older population in one area, whether there is deprivation leading to a higher need. But it is important, I put on record, that they are doing what they can to try to improve access. But clearly an increase in provision is needed locally. Now, back in 2021, the then CCG agreed that it recognised there was a need for increased provision of GP services in Melton Mowbray. Within 2023, the ICB continuing with that, and they agreed to explore a second GP practice, recognising the need for it. Now, I think that was a sensible decision by them, but regrettably, just a few weeks ago, in early October, the ICB announced it was pausing its work to develop such a plan until 2027. Now, I've been around in the past the Department of Health and Social Care long enough and worked with the NHS long enough to know, sadly, what all too often a pause can mean. We've seen a pause of 6 months at the St Mary's Birth Centre in Melton Mowbray, a midwifery-led unit in births, to allow for staffing shortages to be addressed. 4 months into that pause, we have yet to see any suggestion of how that pause might be brought to an end. So I fear, when I hear the words pause, that it can sometimes run on into something more permanent. And of course, this hugely important issue to my constituents has been covered extensively and very powerfully in the local media, particularly by the excellent local paper, the Melton Times, in my constituency. Now, I'm conscious, and I think it's important, I'm clear on this, that neither I, as Member of Parliament, nor Melton Borough Council, who are equally keen to see increased provision and with whom I've spoken, nor indeed, it's important to say, even the Minister himself, have the power to simply overrule a decision taken by an IC board in a local matter such as this. And I took through the 2022 Act, so I have a vague recollection of how that works. But it remains a deeply disappointing decision, and I believe the wrong one. We see just the value of access to general practice and the impact that a lack of access has on a local community is writ large. And just earlier today, in one of my regular catch-ups with the Leader of the Opposition on Melton Borough Council, Councillor Ronan Brown, who has done a lot to get us to the point where we were hopeful of seeing this second GP practice, he again set out his deep disappointment at this decision. So there is a clear remaining need. Now, the ICB, in reaching its decision, its announcement, have stated that the Section 106 payments on which it was aiming to base the provision of, or at least the capital, the building for this new building, were now insufficient. They also stated that slow growth in new registrations and slower population growth than they'd anticipated were relevant to their decision-making. But that doesn't help my constituents now. Now, I'm conscious about the challenges of funding buildings, but also, as the Minister and I have previously discussed, in a sense, ironic though it may sound, finding money for a building is sometimes easier than the second part of the equation, which is securing the staff to staff it and managing the on-costs to fund that. Now, I should say I'm grateful to the ICB for its engagement and to Toby Sanders, its Chief Executive, for his open engagement with me. And as I say, he's emphasised that he believes Section 106 payments are not enough, and the ICB has said, and it has no funds itself to backfill that or to pay for anything from its own funds. Now, it's important again to remember, as the Minister will be aware, that general practitioners and general practices are, of course, in many ways, private businesses contracted to provide services to the NHS, but they're not direct employees of the NHS, so they cannot be directly instructed by him as the Minister or by the ICB or NHS England. It's important, I think, to put that context on the record. In respect of the argument by the ICB that there was insufficient increase in new registrations and new patients to justify a second GP practice at this time, noting the pause, I'm afraid I think that this fails to reflect the importance of choice for patients and the ability for a patient to choose to switch within their locality to a different service if they so wish, but also in so doing potentially to ease pressure on an existing practices list. So I believe that pausing without a clear alternative for the long-term plan is simply not good enough. Now, Latham House Surgery have recently announced that it has taken some steps to help address this in the short term. On the 15th of October, it announced it was recruiting an extra 5 GPs, additional nursing staff, that its Asforby satellite surgery would now be opening full-time in the future, and it was looking to create new provision in a small premises in Sherrard Street in the town. Now, these are welcome steps, and I'm grateful for them, and I look forward to hearing from the practice more about those proposals. But I have to say, it doesn't alter my view on the long-term needs of Melton Mowbray and the surrounding villages. And I do think the ICB needs to act and to be supported in doing so by the Department of Health and Social Care. Now, it's true to say as well, ICBs face real challenges, including, I have to say, the government requiring them to force cuts in staff, to restructure, but without seemingly providing them with additional ring-fenced funding for the costs of that restructuring, be they redundancies or otherwise, meaning that regardless of whether the end is a good one of a leaner ICB, ICBs will potentially be having to cut from the front line in the short to medium term to fund that restructuring. They also, as I've alluded to, face the challenges of on-costs and funding GPs to staff the surgery, who of course have a choice in where they choose to work, and the Carhill formula, the old Carhill formula, which the Minister and I have spoken about in the past, I suspect is not aiding this. It is a challenge that governments of all complexions have faced, I hope, and if he is willing to take on that challenge of looking at the Carhill formula, he will have my constructive support in doing so. And Latham House practice have cited the challenges in securing staff and retaining staff. So I do recognise that, but again, these are challenges for the government and the ICB to assist them with and support them with, and not challenges that should be borne as a consequence by my constituents. Now, Sileby, which I will briefly mention, another village in my constituency, has 2 good GP practices, but it is a rapidly growing village, and larger premises are needed. Again, the ICB has indicated it will not have funds to be able to fund or support this, and once again, Section 106 monies are likely to be insufficient. It is a real challenge faced by GP practices up and down this country as to how they take that step, often having to accept more patients as houses are built, but even where there is a Section 106 payment, it is only triggered later in the process once they've already had to absorb an increase in patients, and I hope that that is something the Minister might look at. So while I do recognise and welcome Latham House's actions and recognise their hard work, and I hope it delivers results, I fear it simply isn't enough to tackle the long-term needs. And while the Secretary of State's new Neighbourhood Health Centre programme may well help us in the longer term, were, for example, one of those to be allocated to Melton Mowbray, which has already Melton Mowbray Hospital, in my view, underused, a perfect site. The Minister can take that as a potential early bid for such a neighbourhood health centre. That may help in the long term, but we still need action now for my constituents to improve access, but also to build for the long term. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Minister, I'm sure, will know Melton Mowbray and the surrounding villages and towns are fantastic places with a real sense of community, a proud history, a great present and huge future potential. Just like the other parts of my constituency, Melton Mowbray's residents are good, decent people who need and frankly deserve improved access to GP appointments and an increased focus on tackling this for their community. So, in concluding, will the Minister be able to set out to me what steps the government are taking in partnership with ICBs to help address increased need for access to GP appointments, both nationally and locally? Is he willing to take on the challenge of looking at the Cahill formula and how GPs are funded per patient for their activity? Can he reassure ICBs that all restructuring costs over and above their current budgets will be centrally funded to avoid them cutting frontline services? Will he work for better links between Section 106 monies and the needs of healthcare provision locally? And will he meet with me, ideally in Melton Mowbray? He is very, very welcome, to discuss what can be done locally to improve GP provision. And I genuinely hope he shares my view that Melton Mowbray and the nearby villages need not only further enhancement to existing services, which Latham House is trying to put in place, but genuinely need that second GP practice to meet their future needs. I'll continue to campaign for my constituents for that, but I will also, as I hope he's seen in the brief time we've known each other, I will also be willing to work with the NHS and with any political party who helps facilitate that locally and nationally. So will he agree to work with me and my constituents to deliver the improved premises and services needed to meet the current and future primary care needs of my fantastic constituents in Melton Mowbray and the surrounding villages?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Right Honourable Member for Melton and Syston for bringing forward this crucial issue of GP provision. And before I get into the bulk of my speech, can I just say to him, as a relatively junior member of this place, I have always looked around these benches on both sides to look for exemplars from elder stateswomen, men and women, of how to conduct oneself in this chamber. And he certainly is one of those members that would fit that category. And can I say to him, we miss him on the front bench, and we are grateful for all of his contributions.
I'm grateful to the Minister for that. The only point I would say is that when one in this place, particularly at the age of 47, is described as an elder statesman, you can see retirement looming. I want to reassure him I have no intention of retiring or stepping back from my duties in this House.
Well, I can assure him as a medical practitioner he is ageing well, and I'm sure he has many more years of service to give. And now can I take on some of the challenges that he has presented me and the government in regard to GP services in Melton Mowbray and Syston. He talks about the Cahill formula. He is knowledgeable about the Cahill formula, possibly more knowledgeable than I am, but I can assure him that my honourable friend, the Minister of State for this portfolio, is very, very engaged in the Cahill formula and engaged in reforming the Cahill formula, and I'm sure he'll be very pleased to give an update as to how he's getting on with that. He wishes a meeting with the Minister of State, and I am delighted and very happy to arrange that for him. The location, I am afraid I cannot at the moment confirm, but I can certainly arrange the meeting. Madam Deputy Speaker, when asked about the top priority for the NHS, the public overwhelmingly call for us to fix general practice and to fix access to general practice. This is the heart of what people care about in this country and what they need first and foremost from their health service. General practice remains the front door to our NHS, delivering vital care to millions across this country. Yet we all know the challenges that are faced by both patients and GPs. Like my honourable friend has alluded to many of them in his excellent speech. Access to appointments, capacity, workforce pressures, to name but a few. We in this government are absolutely committed to tackling these issues to ensure that everyone receives the care they deserve. Happy to.
It's very kind of you to give way. On the subject in particular of capacity, One of the biggest concerns that's brought up with me when new houses are proposed in a particular area within Doncaster East and the Isle of Axholme is that access to new appointments in the future. And I just want to make sure that, can the Minister assure me or reassure my residents that the discussions take place between MHCLG and the Minister in terms of forecasting future appointments to make sure that everyone gets the support that they require.
Grateful to my honourable friend for that intervention, and that also kind of relates to my the honourable member's point around Section 106 funding. And I think it would be definitely in the spirit of mission-driven government that we work collaboratively across government, in this case the Department of Health and Social Care and the Department of Communities, Housing and Local Government, to try and make sure, as we wish to build many homes, millions of homes in the lifetime of this Parliament, that we do not neglect the kind of services that are required to make sure that the homes are happy and fulfilling for the communities that live in them. Madam Deputy Speaker, access to timely GP appointments are at the heart of a strong and responsive healthcare system. To deliver more appointments, we must have more GPs. That's why in October 2024, we took decisive action to invest £160 million in the Additional Roles Reimbursement Scheme, the so-called ARS scheme. This targeted funding has enabled the recruitment of over 2,500 new GPs across England, directly increasing appointment availability and improving care for thousands of patients. Our new £102 million Primary Care Utilisation and Modernisation Fund will create additional clinical space in over 1,000 GP practices. This will enable the delivery of over 8.3 million more appointments, further expanding appointment capacity and enhancing patient care. In our newly published medium-term planning framework, we have also set an ambitious new target to deliver all urgent appointments on the same day, helping to ensure the patients who need urgent care will be prioritised. Madam Deputy Speaker, this government has invested an additional £1.1 billion in general practice, the largest in over a decade. This 8.9% boost to GP contract funding for 2025-26 surpasses the overall NHS budget growth, marking a generational uplift in funding, and means we are beginning to reverse a decade of a dwindling share of NHS resources going to general practice. We're not just investing, though, Madam Deputy Speaker, we are also reforming contracts, giving GPs streamlined targets, incentivising improved continuity of care from those who most benefit, usually people with chronic illness, and crucially requiring practices to make it possible for patients to go online to request an appointment throughout the duration of core opening hours. This will also free up time for patients that might require an in-person visit or a phone call. I now want to turn to GP patient ratio in Melton and Syston, the Honourable Member's constituency. Through our investment, PCNs in Melton and Syston have recruited an additional 64 GPs through the Additional Roles Reimbursement Scheme, bringing patients in the Honourable Member's constituency the care they need. Today, in Melton and Syston, the median number of doctors in general practice per 10,000 registered patients is 6.2 full-time equivalents. This is above the England median of 5.6 full-time equivalents. Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to reassure you and the Honourable Member we are listening to patients in his constituency and trying our best to respond to their needs. For the first time, more patients are contacting their GP by online than phone. That's why from October 1st we extended access to GP online services throughout core hours, 8 a.m. to 6:30 p.m, and making it easier for patients to reach their practice in their preferred way. This is a huge step in delivering our manifesto commitment to ending the 8 a.m. scramble, which has long been a barrier to care up and down the country. Most importantly, practices already using online system have gone on to see bigger improvements. If I can move to London for a moment, one London GP